Yet, Matthew couldn't help feeling a surge of fear. According to his plan, he wanted to steal all the soul copper coins if possible. But if the plan didn't go smoothly, stealing only Rieger's soul was also an alternative. If he hadn't noticed the existence of the separator, doing so might have completely destroyed Rieger's life. Glacia was indeed wicked at heart. Then how do we dismantle the separator? Matthew asked gravely. Mrs. Wolf said. That's simple, the separator only has strong suppressive power against soul bodies. For any being with a physical body, it's just a purely handmade craft. To light it up or tear it apart would both deactivate the separator. Matthew nodded. He then asked quite a few questions about the potential risks of the soul copper coins. Mrs. Wolf answered them all. Besides his gratitude, Matthew felt much more relieved. Having solved the mystery of the red thread, Matthew then figured out the meanings behind the names Kalimto and Anderson. The former was once the lord of the well-known Bronze Dragon Hills in the Northland, reverently called the Dragon of Justice, always liaising in fairness. Not too long ago, Matthew had visited the Bronze Dragon Hills, expressing regret that the whereabouts of the Bronze Dragon were unknown. Little did he expect that it had been captured by Glacia, with even its soul sealed inside a copper coin. If everything went smoothly, Matthew certainly hoped to rescue Kalimto's soul as well. As for Anderson, Matthew was no stranger. This man, known as the Desecration Mage, was one of Glacia's strongest legendary spellcasters, and Matthew had always been wary of his spells. Prior investigations by Safraloa revealed that the Desecration Mage Anderson would be stationed at the holy city of Barthur Tiers, thus he would not be around Glacia. The Anderson appearing in Barthur Tiers now was merely a decoy. His real body was probably hidden right beside Glacia. If there's a legendary spellcaster lurking in the shadows, things won't be so easy. Matthew stroked his chin. The news about Anderson was the most critical piece of intelligence, hardly matched by any other. Although Matthew had prepared many strategies as part of his plan for his arrival, being able to verify his location in advance could greatly increase the success rate of the operation. Let's see where exactly you're hiding. A cold smile crossed Matthew's mind. The next second, he took out the flame book from his bag and sent a message that he had previously prepared to the Abyssal Lord Bouilly. Confirmed, Desecration Mage Anderson is not stationed at Barthur Tiers. I can assure you that Glacia won't be able to return short-term. Your Excellency might try to attack any of Glacia's territories other than the Infinite Secret Cave. I believe there will be surprises. Matthew and Bouilly had long made this arrangement. Though both harbored their own motives, when it came to combating devils, the Demon Lord was undoubtedly the most enthusiastic. This wasn't just due to the mutual hostility between demons and devils, but also stemmed from the irreconcilable opposition between the main body of the Abyss and the Blood River Will. Just as devils hunting demons would receive rewards from the Blood River Will, Abyss invasions into Purgatory would similarly receive highly valued rewards from the Mother. Matthew hadn't expected the seemingly unsophisticated but actually meticulous Bouilly to tug much surprise from Glacia. He just wanted to use it to locate Anderson. But who would have thought that within 5 minutes of sending the message, Matthew received this message. World-level affair, private channel. Your ally, Slaughter Demon Lord Bouilly, leads the Abyss army with the Abyss Divine Artifact Abyss Mother's Touch branch as a medium, successfully breached the barrier between the Abyss and Purgatory, then opened a rift leading to Barthur Purgatory. Chapter 1937, 548 Flesh Curse _2. Chapter 1937, 548 Flesh Curse _2. Bouilly was leading his troops in invading Purgatory. Bouilly had reached the first gate outside the Tiers of Barthur. Bouilly destroyed a large portion of the walls and single-handedly broke through to the vicinity of the second gate of the Tiers of Barthur. Bouilly inflicted huge losses on the Tiers of Barthur with his troops. Meanwhile, more abyssal demons were pouring into the holy city of the Tiers of Barthur. I'm going. This really startled Matthew. This brother Bouilly was genuinely serious. It made sense for demons to eagerly fight devils, but without a word, Bouilly straight up used a divine artifact and even opened the portal outside Glacia's main city. That firepower was absolutely impressive. Not to mention a mere desecration mage like Anderson. If circumstances allowed, Glacia herself would surely be in a frantic rush to get back. This was her main base after all. Bouilly himself was also one of the abyssal lords who had been making a name for himself recently. Getting your den destroyed by your old enemy was not a laughing matter. Now that Brother Bouilly has gone this far, it would be a bit unkind to haggle over the demon treasure orb. Matthew frowned inwardly. He'd have to make it up to the Snow Girl Queen later. There was a sudden disappearance of a personal maid by the Demoness of Desire's side, replaced by another maid who looks the same as the previous one, but I can confirm a change in person. Just then, Richard suddenly sent a message. Quickly. Shanair and Safraloa relayed similar information. Matthew understood. That maid was most likely Anderson in disguise. By now, he must have hurried back to save the situation. Matthew shared this information with everyone. Then, through the flame book, he alerted Bouilly. However, the Abyssal Lord was probably beyond reach, his rage blinding him to replying to Matthew's message. But this had little impact on the overall situation. Bouilly dared to attack the Tears of Barthor mainly because Matthew could ensure that Glacia was not in the Holy City. Even if Anderson managed to return in time to inflict some damage to the demon army, he definitely couldn't turn the tide like Glacia could. Bouilly was indeed bold yet meticulous. This might be the best opportunity for the Abyssal faction to attack Barthor's purgatory. Because Matthew was definitely not going to let Glacia leave here easily. From the moment she entered the Plane of Tears. This was destiny. The next moment, Matthew lightly patted the Scarlet Nightmare's neck, and understanding the gesture, it boldly trotted towards the demon ranks. He had made a simple camouflage for himself. Then he slowly approached the direction of the Demoness of Desire. To avoid detection by the summoning banner, Matthew deliberately kept a certain distance. The escalating chaos on the battlefield provided him with the best cover. Even the initially orderly demon army, after several head-on encounters, had become somewhat disordered. The presence of the Scarlet Nightmare scared away some low-level demons. The mid to high-level demons were busy reining in their own soldiers, and for a time, Matthew seemed invisible, leisurely circling around the purgatory giant beast. At the front of the battlefield, with the help of the air element, the Devil Vanguard successfully breached the outer defenses of the Shadow Army. With most of the Shadow nodes already dismantled, the demons did not have to worry about enemies from behind. Thus, their frontal assault was even smoother. The Shadow Camp was retreating step by step. At the same time, Matthew noticed that the Shadow Demon assassins who had previously approached the walls also resolutely took action. Utilizing the chaos, they merged into the shadows of the walls. At that moment, the likeness in characteristics and appearance between the Shadow Demon assassins and the Shadow creatures became their best cover. Before long, they had stealthily reached beneath the spellcaster's feet. The two sides were now quite close. The Shadow Demon assassins didn't act immediately, for the spellcasters had set up numerous defensive barriers, magic traps, and special alarms against hidden units around themselves. The Shadow Demon assassins were waiting for the perfect moment to assassinate. The Devil side will probably launch a round of powerful long-range fire next. Matthew pondered calmly. Only such an attack could force the Shadow Camp's most substantial threat to act in response. The spellcasters led by Aaron. Launching an attack in such a circumstance was undoubtedly the safest move. Will they succeed? No, didn't Aaron already notice those two Shadow Demon assassin squads? Matthew, through spell identification, noticed that the wrist guard Aaron wore on his right hand was currently in a slightly bright state. This was a warning sign. Compared to its inconspicuous white light flashing, Aaron himself could undoubtedly receive a much stronger warning signal. But he still looked indolent, his eyes slightly narrowed, and even inadvertently suppressed the warning spell on his wrist guard. He's not only pretending he didn't see, but he hasn't even told his comrades. Soon, Matthew observed new information. Compared to Aaron's lethargy, the other spellcasters seemed to be a lot more serious. But their gazes were mostly on the devil vanguards in front of them, or in confrontation with the air element elders. They were utterly unaware of the shadow demon assassins beneath their feet. Matthew was confident in this deduction because some spellcasters' positioning in relation to their power was basically suicidal. At this position, even if it's intentional to reveal flaws, those four in front should surely die. Matthew analyzed calmly. He was very aware of the shadow demon assassin's strength and knew full well how fragile normal spellcasters were. Unless these spellcasters had undergone special training and physical strengthening, they simply couldn't survive the onslaught of the shadow demon assassins. Just as this thought crossed his mind, in the air element camp not too far away, suddenly, tornadoes spanning from heaven to earth rose. From within the tornadoes came ancient and desolate chanting. Those were the air element elders' spell chants. Group spell, Howl of the Rend. For a moment, mournful and sorrowful wails came from the tornadoes. They transformed into waves of invisible sonic attacks, targeting the spellcasters on the city wall. And as the sonic waves moved forward, they also stirred the wind, causing many miniature tornadoes to rapidly form on top of the city wall. These tiny twisters could not only destroy a significant portion of magic traps but also somewhat obscured the spellcaster's vision. Here it comes. Matthew precisely predicted the shadow demon's actions. At that moment, all the lurking shadow demon assassins surged forward. At least half of the shadow demons pounced towards the most leisurely Aaron. The remaining shadow demons targeted the other spellcasters in a sequential fashion. Their movements were so swift. Using the cover of the fierce wind and spells, the shadow demon assassins had reached their targets before the spellcasters could intercept the incoming spells. Thud, thud, thud. Without any flashy abilities, no bizarre moves. What reaped the spellcasters' lives were nothing but simple, unadorned stabs and slashes. 5 seconds later, 6 continuous spellcasters fell, bleeding. Their faces were filled with shock and pain, and they fell with eyes wide open in death. On the other side, the shadow demon's ambush wasn't as smooth. Just as they charged towards Aaron, a taunting smile appeared on the volcano mage's face. He seemed to be saying something softly, but Matthew couldn't make out his lip movements. The next second, Aaron's body suddenly melted into the ground like a wax figure. The shadow demons frantically looked around. They saw the liquid that Aaron had melted into spread out at an unbelievable speed, covering the ground beneath all the shadow demons' feet in the blink of an eye. Some quick-witted shadow demons sought to evade the onslaught. However, they found, with dread, that their abilities to escape or cast spells had all lost their effectiveness. In an instant, all the liquid as if recongealed into wax, locking all the shape-shifting shadow demons in place. Then, the half-wax, half-liquid substance crept up their ankles. In the blink of an eye, it had reached their knees. Meanwhile, Matthew saw an abundance of worms climbing up the shadow demons' bodies along those strange substances. His forehead throbbed with veins. A slight feeling of disgust welled up within him. Spell identification, you observed the volcano mage Aaron cast Flesh Curse and Worm Feast. Chapter 1938, 549 Snake Demon and the Chariot. Chapter 1938, 549 Snake Demon and the Chariot. In an instant, under the mass of waxy corruption, the semi-ethereal body of the shadow demon assassins quickly became plump. This kind of fullness was, of course, harmful. Normally, shadow demons could utilize their close characteristics with the shadow domain to escape far away. But now, their bodies had substantially fleshed out, with some parts even showing signs of severe decay. In such a situation, the worms summoned by the volcano mage swiftly completed their marking and coverage of them. In just a few seconds, wails of agony after another transmitted from the walls. Such wails were so piercing that they even caused the shadow creatures originally intending to converge to display obvious hesitation and fear. Matthew only saw a mass of white maggots surging onto the skin of the shadow demons. By the time they uncontrollably fell from midair, shadow demon assassins had been gnawed away to nothing more than a handful of spiritual dust. The efficiency of these worms munching on flesh exceeded any other bugs Matthew had ever seen, seeming even to slightly outdo the notorious Zergrace of the stars. Indeed, it's Edmund's style. Gazing at Aaron with a smile on his face, Matthew felt a chill in his heart. The spell structure of the worm feast and Edmund's parasite skull were of the same vein, both exemplary cases of the localization of otherworld spells. And in their willingness to do anything to achieve their ends, the two were remarkably similar. In order to wipe out all of the shadow demon assassins and achieve the largest intimidation possible, Aaron did not consider the opinions of his subordinates or companions at all. He had been fishing the whole time. And those 3 mages who met with a sad demise were merely the bait he nonchalantly threw away. Matthew observed the status of the other spellcasters. While Aaron dealt with the shadow demon assassins, the others had already temporarily retreated, but even after recovering, they had no intention to help. On one hand, perhaps they also knew they couldn't be of help to Aaron. On the other hand, maybe this was simply their style of interaction. Matthew could almost confirm that these spellcasters were also from a magic academy of the Alliance. Following a mage like Aaron was probably also maxing out their pressure. It's just a pity. In this era, even the highly regarded mages in the eyes of the people had no choice when facing many dilemmas. Regardless, after this matter, Matthew's impression of Aaron greatly diminished. Keeping a respectful distance was already the limit of what he could do. Collaboration was definitely out of the question. However, Aaron's actions still boosted the morale of the shadow camp that was being beaten back step by step. Look. No sooner had the shadow demon assassins suffered a sudden death than a group of monks strode out from the shadows, attracting the attention of almost everyone on the battlefield. Previously, these monks had only been active near the city walls. Relying on the shadow domain, they maintained passive defense against the attacking devil vanguards. From the looks of it, they seemed a bit overwhelmed, continuously pressed and attacked by the devil soldiers. But Matthew noticed, no matter how ferociously the devils attacked, these monks never showed a weak point, and any injured monk would quickly withdraw, hiding in the shadows for rapid recovery. And with the help of Galen's power, the shadow monks recovered at a startlingly fast rate. Thus, since the start of the war until now, even though the devils held the upper hand, they had suffered no small losses, while the monks being pressed back had not decreased by even one. Not to mention the monks themselves. Not a single one of their shadow slug's mount had fallen in battle. This was certainly not due to the lack of strength on the part of the devils. Rather, these units, blessed by Galen, possessed extraordinary vitality, regenerative power, and unnatural toughness. Now, about half of the monks had directly dismounted their mounts. Accompanied by a roar akin to that of a wild beast from within the shadows, a giant slug burst forth from the shadows. It sprayed ink-like liquid wantonly on the bodies of the monks. As the liquid splattered on the skin of the monks, their bodies transformed from their original half-shadow state to a translucent one. Right after that, the monks began to disappear from their spots one after another. Divine blessing, combined with shadow mysterious steps? Matthew's discernment naturally surpassed others. He immediately began to search for the monks' teleportation landing spots. But the others had yet to react. Not until several elemental elders exclaimed in shock did the devil camp notice that this group of monks had daringly left their positions, relying on their ultra-high mobility to directly breach into the main base of the air element. This ambush could be said to have gone straight for the throat of the air element. As you know, monks are one of the professions that elemental life most detests. And the air element is the one among the 4 elements most averse to monks. Usually able to summon wind and storms, the omnipotent air element elders would already have a miserable time fending off ordinary monks in close combat, let alone these shadow monks twisted and empowered by Galen. Wham wham wham. The shadow monks threw punches after punches. Several level 20 elite air elements perished in an instant. Relying on Galen's divine blessing and their own mysterious steps, they audaciously moved in and out of the air element camp as if entering an uninhabited land. What was even more infuriating was, not only had these monks entered, they were attacking the air elements with punches and kicks. They were also casting spells while kicking. Their spells were quite strange, akin to applying layers of debuffs on the air elements. Many air elements had just been engaged in close combat when they became powerless as if they had been seduced, losing their ability to resist. Chapter 1939, 549 Snake Demon and the Chariot _2. Chapter 1939, 549 Snake Demon and the Chariot _2. This scene looked extremely harrowing. Galen's monks were reaping the lives of the air elements as if they were mowing grass on the battlefield. The ones leading the charge, they're using the tactics from the Life Flow sect. The rest, we have those from the Four Symbols sect, as well as from various scattered sects and the Sun Soul sect. Galen really isn't picky when it comes to followers. A long time ago, Matthew had discussed the situation of the shadow monks with Liweichi. Most of them had been lured from the lost lands of the Far East, which had been defiled by the evil god and demons, and it was rare for any creatures there to maintain their self, and not to become corrupted. These monks were living examples. Even though they seemed fierce and full of vigor, Matthew could clearly see that their bodies were filled with contaminated strength. Their bodies were also aging at a rate several times faster than normal people. These monks generally didn't live past 35 years old. And in the latter stages of their lives, they often suffered unbearable pain and torment. Perhaps, for them, dying in battle on the field of war was, in fact, a release. And looking at the situation on the field, the shadow monks' successive attacks had further demoralized the devil camp's morale. Because the demons and air elements were cautious of each other, their camps were fairly separate, leading to very slow aid for the air elements. Nonetheless, the Phantom Baron who was in charge of the vanguard strategy was resolute. He assigned the task of supporting the air elements to the central army behind him, while he himself led an elite force straight to the foot of the city wall, where the number of defending shadow monks had halved. Merely with the shadow creatures, they couldn't withstand the sharpness of the demon army. Now was the best time to tear through the enemy's front line. This move indeed hit a critical point. In less than 20 seconds, the vanguard group led by the Phantom Baron successfully breached the area that had been in a stalemate. They had driven back much of the shadows that covered the land. Parts of the city wall hidden within the shadows were continually being exposed. Among them, the most conspicuous was the gate, still half hidden in the shadows. Everyone knew. Behind the gate was Beckman's shadow corps. To breach the gate was the key for the demon army to achieve victory in this battle. Charge! The Phantom Baron raised his flame longsword high. He was just about to give the order. But in the next second, a huge horn pierced through the void, piercing right through the Phantom Baron's body, leaving him chillingly cold. Whoosh! As a shadow demon, the Phantom Baron of course wouldn't die from such a level of sneak attack. Soon, he reformed his body not far away. But the demons who had been standing near him were not so fortunate. How enormous that horn was! It kept thrusting forward, tearing apart countless spaces. The infernal creatures along its path simply couldn't withstand it and could only frantically pull to either side. Meanwhile, the solemn sound of horns echoed from the direction the great horn had come. Hearing the horn, the demons collectively showed confused and bewildered expressions. And as the full figure of the horn and the creature behind it became revealed before everyone, some demons realized what kind of opponent they were facing. Warning, you have encountered the Fierce Bull Lord. Fierce Rhinoceros, a large beast active in the Far East, once tamed by the Sioux people. You have encountered a Purgatory Snake Demon army. You are affected by the group Curse Aura. Partial exemption in progress. Matthew passed by rhinoceros after rhinoceros. Like the other demons, he quickly dodged to the side, but during this process, he also felt the suppressive effect of the curse aura. These giant rhinos can actually carry a squad and leap through space? Matthew's eyes lit up. He saw purgatory snake demons that resembled Medusas or deep-sea Nagas riding on the back of the rhinoceros. The rhinoceros horns were glowing faintly with white light, clearly still bearing the traces of ether from long-distance teleportation. He quickly surveyed the battlefield. The ones that had barged into the front line, forcing the Phantom Baron to regroup, were actually only 3 fierce rhinoceros along with their rider purgatory snake demons. And on the flanks of the battlefield, also hidden in the shadows, a plane rift was continuously spewing out reinforcements for Beckman from the far east. All the snake demons were perched on the backs of the fierce rhinoceroses. They held aloft battle flags similar to those of the demons opposite them, their expressions extremely serious. As soon as the fierce rhinoceroses and purgatory snake demons made their entrance, they attracted nearly all the attention of the demons. It couldn't be helped. Adversaries often meet on a narrow road. Glacia, you contemptible usurper. The glory of the Lord of War was never yours, you are not of the Barthur bloodline but merely a puppet hungry for fame. Everything you once did to our snake demon clan, today we will return 100-fold. Atop the giant fierce rhinoceros, a trembling elderly snake demon pulled out an inconspicuous scale from his chest. The next second, trickles of blood began to emerge from deep within the elder's chest. His skin started bleeding profusely. Bizarre gray clouds intermingled with mottled red dots flickered incessantly around the elder snake demon's body. The old man quickly screamed and died. And similar scenes unfolded atop the other fierce rhinoceroses. With the self-sacrifice of these snake demon elders, the curse auras on their bodies became even more potent. Simultaneously, the fierce rhinoceroses were intensely stimulated, becoming even more irritable and ferocious. Roar! Several demons who had not managed to evacuate in time were reduced to a pulp by the paw of the fierce rhinoceros lord. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but feel chilled to the bone. Matthew saw it clearly. Those few demons had not failed to evacuate in time but were instead affected by the curse aura radiating from the snake demons during their retreat. If one were to say that before the sacrifice, the natural group curse effects of the snake demons were roughly at tier 3 in strength. Then now, their effects had at least improved to tier 4. Those in close proximity had to face a continuous and near tier 5 curse determination. Once the partial exemption failed, a series of negative conditions would ensue: uncontrollable sneezing, sluggish movements, dazedness, weakness to cold, severe toothache, frenzied hair loss, and unbearably itchy skin. Simultaneously, the curse would slowly erode a person's health points and resistance, if one started being able to bear it. After the resistance was worn down, facing the repeated checks of the curse aura, suffering more severe damage was almost unavoidable. Those few demons just now failed their partial exemption and even triggered a cascading effect. When one person failed their exemption, the curse re-exploded in their body, imposing the pressure of a second determination on their companions nearby, ultimately leading to a group of demons all falling prey. Despite the fierce rhinoceros lord's palm strike looking formidable, even without that blow, those demons were already doomed. Such was the horror of the snake demon's curse. And the scope of this damn thing is just too large. Matthew had already retreated to a distance about 400 or 500 meters away from the fierce rhinoceroses but could still feel the presence of the curse aura. Fortunately, the curse had little impact on him. On one hand, he possessed several divine aspects, his related resistance maxed out. On the other hand, the domain where the curse resided also partially pertained to negative energy, and Matthew, a necromancer proficient in negative energy, had an extra partial exemption bonus when facing curses. Matthew was able to resist. But the demons were somewhat in disarray. Actually, demons generally possess very high resistance, especially concerning curses. But it seems that the curse on the bodies of the purgatory snake demons was specifically enhanced to target the demons of Barthur Purgatory. In the first round of the confrontation, although they had the advantage of a surprise attack, the number of demons that died under the curse still exceeded Matthew's estimates. This scene was probably something that Glacia had not anticipated either. "Bane, your men didn't come here just to spectate." She ignored the accusations of the snake demons and turned to her allied camp. Before long, from the demon army clad in steel helmets and iron armors, a steel chariot emerged from the ranks. Atop the chariot, a tall warrior donned in Garcia's armor too responded in a muffled voice. "You are too anxious, Princess Glacia. These snake demons are of no concern, please rest assured and leave them to us. After all, curses, a tool of trickery, can only harm those made of weak flesh." As he spoke, a barrage of steel chariots erupted orange-red flames from their rears. They took over the spot vacated by the Phantom Baron's withdrawal, bracing themselves to confront the fierce Rhinoceros Lord. Chapter 1940, 550 Blood River Commission. Chapter 1940, 550 Blood River Commission. Forbidden Knight Serenas. Matthew recognized the leader of the Steel War Carriage Army. Serenas was no ordinary figure, as he was the top war general under the Duke of Steel, Necromancer Bane, and one of Bane's most loyal subordinates. Since Bane himself only liked to prepare for war, not to engage in it, his prestige, though high, rarely affected many lower-tier or distant demons from Bane's territories. But Serenas was different. As the greatest vassal under Bane's command, Serenas enjoyed a significant degree of autonomy. He had his own territory and, unfettered by Bane's personal preferences, so he constantly expanded his domain through aggressive warfare. Over the past nearly 100 years, Serenas had demonstrated high military acumen and ruthless war tactics, both within Purgatory and in expanding into other areas of the astral world. Other devil lords in Purgatory also often observed Serena's army to gauge Bane's military preparedness. In the minds of certain individuals, Serenas could be more terrifying than Bane himself. After all, the latter only liked to prepare for battles. The former, however, would actually fight you. Information collected by Matthew indicated that Serenas originated from a great devil, transformed under Bane's blessing into the iron construct he was now. After his transformation, Serena's strength greatly increased, achieving legendary level status and gaining partial exemption from most magic, including various curses. Immunity to incantations was a common trait among Serenas and his steel army. On the other hand, the iron-bodied structure combined with the innate military prowess of devils allowed this unique army to possess impenetrable defenses and autonomy and diversity in offensive capabilities rarely matched by other construct armies. Immune to physical and magical attacks, maximized melee capabilities, a strong command talent. This guy and Filey really are on the same track. Matthew looked at the enormous ruts on the ground made by the passing of the steel war carriages, silently estimating their tonnage. To him, this thing was hardly a devil anymore. But the inclusiveness of Purgatory was reflected here. Under that heavy steel, Matthew could clearly sense the deeply ingrained evil nature within, recognized as orthodox by the will of the Blood River. Without a doubt, in the eyes of the will of the Blood River, as long as one embodied evil and lawfulness, one could integrate into the Purgatory space and become a part of the Purgatory race. From this perspective, Purgatory was actually quite diverse. Facing the formidable steel army, the snake demons were fearless. The snake demon leader, riding the largest fierce rhinoceros, roared deeply. "Necromancer Bane's lackey? Wait till I tear off that iron skin of yours and immerse your soul in an endless pool of toxic venom. You will realize how regrettable it is to ally with disobedient and chaotic beings like Glacia today." As soon as the words fell, the fierce rhinoceros shook its head violently. Then, its left front foot gently tapped the ground. At that moment, the white glimmering giant horn of the rhinoceros lord again tore apart the fragile material layer, and from a pitch-black rift, a thick and long black serpent suddenly emerged. The great black serpent coiled next to the rhinoceros leader. As it raised its head, its gaping, massive mouth was poised to strike. In the next second, endless black water spewed from the serpent's mouth. "Halt the advance. Fend for yourselves." Serenas calmly gave the orders, judging that the black water might corrode the outer shell of the steel army. However, the amount of black water emitted by the serpent exceeded everyone's expectations on the scene. In an instant, the endless black water spread over a considerable portion of the plains. The black water seeped into the land, creating vast expanses of the black swamp. Meanwhile, the chanting of the Lord of Darkness resonated again from within the Shadow Castle. With the powerful support of Beckman, the black swamp expanded further by tearing the plain, almost covering 1/3 of the original battlefield. More perilously, bubbles with a pungent smell continually emerged within the swamp. These bubbles floated to midair and burst on their own. Soon, a thin layer of acidic fog formed above in the sky. Serena sent someone to check the situation. The first steel devil that approached the acid mist area carelessly fell into a concealed bog at the edge of the swamp. The bog was filled with mud and pale green liquid. Within less than 20 seconds, that devil showed signs of severe corrosion on its body. On the other side, the snake demon clan, riding the fierce rhinoceroses, gradually moved into the marsh area under the cover of the acid fog. The fierce rhinoceroses walked effortlessly through the swamp. The purgatory snake demons were truly in their element here. Their figures flickered in and out of the fog, moving at a frighteningly fast pace. Even though no actual combat had occurred yet, the snake demon clan already had a significant advantage on the field. If the Steel Army attempted to forcefully break through this artificially created swamp, they would likely suffer considerable losses. Serenas glanced at his allies nearby, then silently shook his head. Although the air element had temporarily recovered from the attack of the Shadow Monks, relying on them to solve the terrain issue was undoubtedly a fool's dream. Chapter 1941, 550 Blood River Commission _2. Chapter 1941, 550 Blood River Commission _2. At most, it could help blow away the acid fog above the swamp, he said. But even the current predicament seemed to pose no challenge to Serena's. He shouted toward the direction of the purgatory beast. "Make sure no one comes from the flank." "I'll catch all these little snakes," he assured. Right after that, the steel war machine that had been retreating ignited flames at its rear end once again, symbolizing propulsion. However, this time the flames were not orange-red, but a heart-palpitating ghastly blue. With the glowing blue flames, 1 to 3 little devils appeared beside each steel war machine, tearing open brown scrolls they pulled from within. Right after that, a group spell with an extremely wide range of effect was completed. The anti-gravity flight technique. This was no mere levitation spell, but a powerful incantation enabling the steel war machines to defy gravity for a short period and charge forward unrestrained. Boom! The massive roaring sound erupted successively. Serenas, stationed atop a war machine, led the charge, while other demons clad in Garcia's armor too rode their vehicles straight across the swamp. The previously unwieldy machines now seemed lightweight. Their giant wheels grazed the edges of the swamp, radiating with black water, hardly causing any ripples. "You shall not pass here," the snake demon leader roared. At that moment, the fierce bull lord suddenly charged out of the swamp, colliding with the flank of Serenas' war machine, the huge impact force sending it flying sideways, but this scene lasted only 3 to 4 seconds before it came to a deadlock. For a simple reason. Serenas jumped down from the vehicle, defying gravity with his body, powering through mid-air, and forced the huge fierce bull lord to the ground. From their sizes, it simply did not seem like a fair match. But Serenas demonstrated the legendary devil's terrifying strength post-steel transformation. Before the eyes of the snake demon leader, he managed to press the mighty bull lord into the swamp, bit by bit. The snake demon leader naturally couldn't just watch idly by. He personally led an entourage of guards, brandishing a mutant weapon resembling a mace, charging towards Serena's. The remaining snake demons dismounted from the fierce bulls. They clashed with the oncoming steel war machines in a melee. Both sides were extremely formidable in combat. Despite the apparent indestructibility of the war machines, the snake demons were also remarkably tough-hided. Being high-level demons from Purgatory, who were exiled and managed to gain a foothold in the harsher lands of the Far East, they had further strengthened by the evil gods from other worlds. In one-on-one combat, a single snake demon could confront a steel war machine bearing several devil knights. Even more so with the fierce bulls assisting. If it weren't for the overall smaller numbers of snake demons, these steel devils would likely have no chance of victory. Still, after a period of intense skirmish and with the anti-gravity spell's effects wearing off, the harsh conditions of the black water swamp started to take their toll. Many war machines got bogged down, and the ordinary demons struggled to continue fighting the snake demons in this environment. The only good news was Serena's combat strength was indeed terrifying. He alone engaged at least 1/4 of the snake demon army's firepower. And because the snake demons showed remarkable unity and value for life in combat, they were reluctant to let any comrade die easily. Consequently, in the face of Serena's overwhelming personal abilities, they often had to keep reallocating others for support. Gradually, the number of snake demons Serena's tied up increased from 1/4 to 1/3. And the trend continued to escalate. Seeing the battlefield situation intensifying, both sides deployed more troops continuously. On Purgatory's side, Glacia sent out several hill giants, 2 squads of air elementals, and a swarm of liquefied mayflies for support. The shadow side was not to be outdone. The previously repelled shadow creatures surged back into the swamp's frontline. The monks also received Beckman's special blessing, becoming immune to the swamp's detrimental effects. Moreover, with the slow advancement of the shadow domain, the defenses before the shadow castle became even harder to penetrate. The battle's pace turned sluggish. Matthew observed. Both sides' momentum had undergone a cycle of ebb and flow. The Lord of Darkness truly is an old fox who's lived countless years. He obviously understands warfare far better than Glacia. Despite Glacia leading the assault from start to finish, the pace of the war always remained in Beckman's grasp. He clearly held multiple trump cards yet showed no hurry to reveal them to the adversary. Instead, he methodically neutralized the enemy's fierce and fiery offense. Every one of Glacia's probes was effortlessly parried by Beckman. He not only mastered the rhythm perfectly, but he also managed to craft an inscrutable image in the minds of everyone on the battlefield. On the other hand, as for Glacia's side, the morale was bound to wane with the lack of progress in the attack. If it weren't for the support of the summoning banner, Matthew suspected that the Devil's soldiers might already be deserting. However, to be fair, such a comparison is a bit unjust. Glacia is clearly under attack pressure, while Beckman only needed to stall for time. The fact that he single-handedly created the rift in the plane is an undeniable home field advantage to consider, and the move just now, coordinating with the giant black snake to create a temporary black water swamp, is not something that can be replicated under normal circumstances. Matthew observed the battlefield with a cool head, occasionally glancing at Glacia's silhouette. At this time, you must be anxious, right? You must be planning to take action yourself, right? Yet Glacia's silhouette was like a wall standing atop the Purgatory beast, unmoved. Instead, it was Matthew who felt a slight urgency. After all, he too was under a certain pressure. If Beckman was allowed to conspire with the Tong Luo gods and open a portal to another world within Purgatory, then an event like the historical blood meteor could potentially recur over Ainder. Only this time it would be Purgatory facing the brunt of it, instead of demons. Regardless of the standpoint, Matthew did not wish to see that scene unfold. Had it not been for the signal from the Kunlun Blood Book indicating that the Purgatory Black Merchant Char was gathering information about the Shadow Corps in his stead, He surely would have personally ventured into Beckman's domain by now. This involved countless creatures after all. It could also be one of the higher threat-level disasters in the days of heavenly change within the mirror universe. Therefore, what Matthew most hoped for now was to see Glacia and Beckman engage in battle quickly. A fight that would leave both sides grievously wounded would be for the best. However, as the minutes and seconds trickled by, Glacia did not move. And Beckman, from beginning to end, hid in the shadows. Not even a doppelganger appeared before the crowd. This left Matthew exceedingly frustrated. He had begun to contemplate whether he should activate the contingency plan. But just then, he suddenly felt a powerful sense of entreaty coming from his pocket. It was the 9 prisons document he had obtained from Sandrine. Matthew immersed his consciousness into the document. In an instant, a familiar feeling overwhelmed him. That was, "The Blood River Will is pleading for my help." Matthew looked surprised. On the data bar. Alert, you have received Guardian of the Gateway commissioned by the Blood River Will via the 9 prisons document. Guardian of the Gateway, close or destroy the ceremonial field, within the Shadow Core, arranged by Beckman and the Tong Luo gods, and prevent the imminent invasion of the Tong Luo gods into Purgatory. Commission rewards: 1. A considerable amount of XP, Purgatory specific. 2. The Essence of Evil, a complete part. 3. The title Honored Devil of the 9 Hells, maximum Purgatory reputation. 4. A chance to enter the Domain C, exclusive to Purgatory. Seeing the last item, Matthew did not hesitate to accept the commission from the Blood River Will. Indeed, the Blood River Will has its sights on me because it needs my help. But why me? The divine entity has already summoned Glacia and Necromancer Bane. It certainly also has the power to command other Purgatory lords to thwart Beckman's plans. Why choose me? Although he had already accepted the mission, Matthew was far from careless, and instead, he delved further into these questions. However, just then, Glacia's figure suddenly moved. Chapter 1942, 551 Enemy Slayer Blade and Fallen Valkyrie War Armor. Chapter 1942, 551 Enemy Slayer Blade and Fallen Valkyrie War Armor. On the back of the Purgatory Beast, the Demoness of Desire extended a hand as white as jade, tightly clenching the robust, full pole of the summoning banner. In an instant, intense ripples emanated rapidly from the pole, spreading outward in circles. Wherever the ripples reached, all enemy units were subjected to a significant impact, coupled with negative effects such as fear, intimidation, and paralysis. Glacia's fingers tensed, and the color on the back of her hand swiftly transformed from white to a deeper bronze. More ripples continuously stimulated the devil soldiers on the battlefield. In just a few breaths, the apparent decline in the devil's army was immediately reversed. The devils shouted the names of the Demoness of Desire and the Lord of War, their morale boosted as they continued to charge. On the other hand, the enemy forces affected by the banner's ripples seemed somewhat passive. Even the powerful snake demons began to momentarily avoid the brunt. They retreated from the front line, covering each other as they moved towards the nearby fierce rhinoceros, taking advantage of the black water swamp's terrain, which was favorable for the rhinoceros and snake demons to maneuver, hence encountering minimal resistance from the steel war carriage army. The situation shifted once again. It seemed like the devil camp had regained the initiative. But Matthew did not think so. Morale that's forcefully boosted will only fall harder once the external effects wear off. With the Lord of Darkness continuously revealing his hand and using the geographical advantages of the torn plain to successfully target the devil's army, anyone with a bit of sense could pinpoint the key issue. He believed, if Glacia couldn't deal with, or at least entangle, Beckman, then the devil's army couldn't achieve a breakthrough on the frontal battlefield. Beckman was clearly aware of this too. Thus, he had remained hidden in the shadows from the beginning. Rather than say he actively chose a defensive stance, skillfully and astutely countering Glacia's attacks, it was more of a compelled choice. For Beckman, the risk of being targeted by the enemy was too great. After all, there was a significant disparity in strength, especially at the high-end power level, and whether powerful external allies like Jasalovan, Galen, and Baba Shah could wield their full strength in the torn plain remained questionable. He had to preserve himself as much as possible in order to possibly secure a final victory. But unfortunately, driven by the will of Blood River, the Demoness of Desire would not allow Beckman to keep hiding. Thus, after continuous waves from the battle banner, Glacia did not stop. She chose to pull the battle banner from the Purgatory Beast, tucking it horizontally under her arm. She pointed the tip of the battle banner towards the shadows at the sides of the castle. The next second, a solemn and fervent incantation burst forth from Glacia's mouth. Matthew narrowed his eyes, hearing the blasphemy for the first time with such a lengthy chanting step. The length of the syllables already hinted at its profoundness. Thus, he quietly retreated a distance and cast some defensive spells on himself just in case. But this time, Matthew was a bit overcautious. As the chanting began, the Demoness of Desire's attention was locked on the shadows throughout. After the prolonged chanting ended, the tip of the battle banner began to blur. Glacia's chest swelled greatly, and she let out a sharp cry. Old enemy. Arch enemy. Mortal enemy. No escape. Several phrases resembling blasphemy, mixed with some demon language, followed. The thick base and pointed tip, resembling a spear, of the summoning banner rapidly disappeared in her hand. In an instant, Matthew caught sight of multicolored barriers emerging on the castle walls from the corner of his eye. They were defensive barriers set by the volcano mage, Aaron, for self-protection. However, the spear wasn't aimed at him. A few seconds later, a muffled grunt suddenly came from the shadows, followed by a grimace and a mumbling incoherence, and then Beckman's lament came from the shadows. Blasphemy of Purgatory and the demon enemy Slayer Blade. This battle banner really does heed your command. It seems I have underestimated you. As his voice fell, ripples, many times more violent than before, exploded from the shadows. The shadow creatures near the castle received a powerful shock. But the most dazzling was a protruding part inside the shadow domain. There, endless darkness was dissipating at an alarming rate. A frail figure was forced out by a mighty force. He seemed to have sustained some injuries. However, that battle banner, which even Matthew found daunting, was now buzzing in the shadow domain. It was surrounded by nothing. Just endless shadows. It constantly erupted with wave after wave of ripples, but most were absorbed by the shadow domain. Matthew's eyelids twitched. He realized Beckman, leveraging his powerful domain power, had forcibly suppressed the incoming summoning banner. On the surface, it seemed Glacia might risk losing this divine artifact. But in reality, her objectives had already been met. Firstly, Beckman had been injured by the summoning banner. Secondly, he was forced to reveal himself, making it not so easy to disappear from Glacia's perception again. Beckman. You may not realize it, but you've underestimated me in more than one way. And I have much more to offer than you might expect. Chapter 1943, 551 Enemy Slayer Blade and Fallen Valkyrie War Armor _2. Chapter 1943, 551 Enemy Slayer Blade and Fallen Valkyrie War Armor _2. Glacia's voice carried an unprecedented seriousness and dominance. Beckman snorted softly, wanting to retort. But in the next second, a look of shock appeared on his pale face, highlighted against the surrounding backdrop. Glacia, with one hand, opened a wooden box that had been placed on the back of a purgatory beast. Brilliant gold light burst forth from the box. Without any apparent movement on her part, a powerful presence emanated from the box. Everyone saw a piece of armor, resplendent in gold, filled with a solemn divine aura, yet surrounded by congealed stains of filthy blood, slowly emerged from within. This armor was so unique that it captured everyone's attention. Especially the supreme sacred aura it contained. Weaker-willed beings who gazed directly at it felt an impulse to kneel and worship it from the depths of their hearts. In fact, Many shadow creatures were forced to retreat step by the armor. They did not even dare to look directly at it. What was worse? Endless aggressive battle flag ripples kept coming from the shadow domain behind them. The shadow creatures were effectively trapped and squeezed from both sides, creating a rare sense of chaos. Fallen Valkyrie's war armor. Never expected this item to also fall into your hands. The words of the Lord of Darkness were filled with reverence for the armor. He seemed to be reminiscing. Last time I saw it, the world wasn't so messed up, and those people were still around. Glacia remained unfazed by Beckman's reminiscences. Standing next to the levitating armor, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. Beings like you are precisely why this world is getting worse. You've seen the owner of this armor, and you should be clear about her strength. This is your last chance. Now, leave this plane immediately. Stay away from the space near Purgatory. Cease your mad plans. Maybe then you can be redeemed. Don't force me to wear it. Facing Glacia's aggressive rebuke, Beckman chose silence this time, a rare approach for him. He hung his head, seemingly deep in thought. And Matthew, from a distance, also stared blankly at the divine piece of war armor. As knowledge of divinity immediately appeared in the data column of his mind. Knowledge, fallen Valkyrie's war armor. This divine artifact was crafted by sun god Gerard for his favorite subordinate, the Valkyrie Osline. It is said that wearing the armor grants infinite strength from the heavenly family palace and additional power of domain bestowed by the sun god. Osline, donning this armor, waged wars for many years, killed numerous enemies for Gerard, and earned undying merits for the establishment of the heavenly family palace. During the Age of Enlightenment, she was an existence more dazzling than many true gods. However, for reasons unknown, Osline eventually betrayed the sun god palace and defected to Purgatory. Under the influence of the Blood River will, the former Valkyrie became one of the lords of the Nine Hells, and the armor became an artifact of Purgatory. Though eventually, sun god Gerard personally beheaded Osline and sealed her body on a planet within the astral world, the armor was inadvertently left behind in Purgatory. Throughout the history of Purgatory, many powerful demons had briefly possessed this armor. The fallen armor is said to be even more powerful. The most notable attribute. It is rumored to be able to bestow a being with the power of domain akin to that of a lord of the Nine Hells. Of course, it also imposes a tremendous burden. Many former owners of the armor in Purgatory's history are suspected to have died from its weight. Its last known owner was a volcano dragon lord of Purgatory. After the lord met with sudden death in a war, the armor then disappeared. A flood of information passed before his eyes. But what caught Matthew's attention more were the emotions that emerged in his heart. The armor felt strangely familiar to him. The moment he caught sight of it, a faint sense of sorrow welled up in Matthew's heart. Both seemed like long-lost friends reunited yet unable to recognize each other. He even faintly heard a call directed at himself. Matthew couldn't be sure whether it was an illusion. That sense of familiarity also caused him a slight panic. Why do I feel familiar with the war armor of the sun god? What exactly is my relationship with the sun god and death? What on earth is the relationship between these two tricky fellows and me? His intuition told him that things might be far more complex than he had imagined. His heart was pounding. There was a moment. Matthew really wanted to snatch that suit of war armor from Glacia's hands and play with it to his heart's content. Fortunately, he eventually managed to suppress that irrational urge. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Beckman had finally responded to Glacia's ultimatum. Fallen battle armor, such a powerful divine artifact. Such a pity. I thought you would have progressed, but it turns out you're still so naive. It seems like the Blood River will really force your hand here. His voice became languid, and his tone was filled with mockery and derision. Haven't you realized yet why we chose this place? Our target is Purgatory. Purgatory is the final gate of order in the astral world. As long as we break through Purgatory, controlling other planes will be as easy as flipping over a hand for us. Pitiful you, standing in the way like an ant before the grand and magnificent undertaking of the Tong Luo gods to unify the multiverse, yet completely unaware. The Lord of Darkness mocked the demoness of desire without restraint. Did you really think we just wanted to recreate the blood meteor event here? You are gravely mistaken. We will not repeat the failure of the past. The Tong Luo gods will ultimately sweep across the multiverse, whether it's the will of Blood River or the will of Ander, nothing can stop us. Nothing, he stated emphatically. Glacia's expression underwent a slight change. We? Since when did you become an underling of the Tong Luo gods, and you're proud of it? Beckman replied laughingly, unconcerned. I am originally of the Tong Luo divine branch. In fact, I am the offspring of the Tong Luo god king, with a very exalted status in another universe. It's only due to a coincidence of origins that I remained in the world of Ander. To avoid drawing attention from those big shots at the time, I concealed my identity and slipped into the shadows. By now, it's time for me to reveal my true self to the world. As a divine son of Tong Luo, I believe I have the responsibility and duty to let the light of the Tong Luo god shine in this universe. Glacia sneered. Barthur thought highly of you. He felt you were a very shrewd fellow, a friend to be wary of, and a potentially troublesome opponent. It seems now that the old man's appraisal of you was an overestimation. To think you could be ensnared by the low-level rhetoric of outer gods. A Tong Luo divine son? That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Beckman was indifferent. I don't need to prove anything to you. The facts will tell all. The next second, his body leaned backward and crashed into the shadows. Glacia gave a cold huff. Don't think you can escape. Beckman's response was prompt and resolute. I'm right here. In the deep and eternal shadows, the divine light lives immortally. In the name of the Tong Luo divine son, I summon your descent. Come. Divine sword Malakoti. Within the shadow domain, a short sword tip emerged from beneath the shadows like it was rising to the surface. Beckman's hand skimmed over the invisible darkness. Finally, he grasped the short sword that radiated a strong air from other worlds. On the other side, Glacia had also reached for the fallen war armor, which had already become restless. In that moment, the eyes of both parties focused solely on each other. And at that same moment, all the people present experienced a sudden halt in their consciousness. Time stood still. And above the battlefield, figures began to rapidly appear. Tip, your ally Hibbert has activated the region-wide legendary spell Time Stop. Chapter 1944, 552, Steal for Me. Chapter 1944, 552, Steal for Me. Nearby, at the edge of Blackwater Swamp, the power of Lost Paradise carved out a secluded space, quietly establishing an independent realm. Beside Matthew, one figure after another began to emerge. This was the guild member summoning technique coming into effect after much preparation. Hibbert, Vivian, Lorraine, Camilla, Lumiere, Bobo, Li Weiqi. A total of 7 people quickly assembled beside Matthew. In fact, just before Hibbert's figure materialized, the crystal ball Matthew held was already radiant with light. Given to him by Hibbert before embarking on this journey, the time ball was a powerful and special medium for casting, enabling Hibbert to trigger the spells within, even from afar, through remote spell casting. It was his signature spell, the Time Stop series. As figures descended one after another, the battlefield fell silent, everyone's movements frozen mid-air, including those of legendary-level individuals. This scene didn't last long. Merely about 3 seconds. Yet it felt as though an eternity had passed. Likely due to the fact that during Time Stop, the thought processes weren't completely halted. However, during this time, Matthew didn't take any direct action. It might seem extravagant to say, but in their plan, the short-lived, wide-reaching time stop from the time ball was just to ensure the smooth landing of the guild member summoning technique. After all, too many legendary creatures were involved in this mission. And it was happening in someone else's territory. The slightest disturbance could be detected. If the spell were to be countered or nullified, then Matthew would have faced serious trouble. Thus, in this matter of summoning, there was absolutely no room for error. 3 seconds later, time slowly resumed its normal flow. Matthew turned to look at Hibbert. Who was one of the key figures today? Hibbert was dressed in a slightly ill-fitting dark black suit, clearly a finely crafted piece of magical armor, possibly even a magic divine artifact. Although Matthew hadn't seen it before, he was drawn to the arcane runes and the immense etheric aura it emitted and couldn't help but take a few extra glances. "I'm ready," Hibbert said to Matthew with rare seriousness. Vivian then nervously asked him, "Are you sure you don't need my assistance?" Hibbert waved his hand and his lips silently moved as he murmured. Matthew didn't need to speak. He had already read affirmation in Matthew's gaze. Without delay, Hibbert silently began to incant an even more powerful legendary spell. Up to this point, most people on the battlefield had not realized what had happened. They hadn't even noticed the sudden appearance of Matthew's group in the center. Only the most top-tier powerhouses were abruptly alerted. The Demoness of Desire and the Lord of Darkness, previously on edge, both swiftly retreated a significant distance, the latter immediately targeting Matthew. "You. Who are you?" Matthew activated his flying spell, lifting his body into the air. He revealed his true face and, without hesitation, opened both Celebrity Domain and Giant Dragon Domain, brazenly exerting his prestige over everyone present. "Is it you?" Glacia's expression changed. The Lord of Darkness showed an intrigued look. "I feel like I've seen you before." Matthew smiled in response. "Don't worry, you too, I have no intention of disturbing your festivities. I only wish to settle a minor historical grudge with Lady Glacia. After that, I will leave, and you can resume your enjoyment to your heart's content." Glacia was on full alert, her hand hastily covering her waist. "A historical grudge, you mean you want to?" However, before she could finish, she abruptly turned to look down at the ground. By then, it was already too late. Matthew had made a deliberate appearance and released his aura for the sole purpose of attracting the attention of others, especially the leaders of both sides. Indeed, his presence was quite provocative, surpassing in fame. It was hard for anyone to shift their gaze away from him immediately. This created the perfect environment for Hibbert's silent casting. In the next breath, both Glacia and Beckman realized that something was terribly wrong. Varying glows appeared on their bodies, which also started to distort, a sign they were using all kinds of protective abilities to escape the space. Unfortunately, their movements were ruthlessly interrupted by an even more terrifying force. In an instant, centered around Glacia, a void sphere with a diameter of 200 meters rapidly took shape. Within the sphere's range, everyone's movements were forcefully interfered with and interrupted. Most faces showed expressions of pain. For in addition to being interrupted, they were experiencing unprecedented pressure and gravity. That was Yorua's gravity space. "Let's start with 20 times gravity. Keep ramping it up." Since Matthew had chosen to act at this moment, he naturally wouldn't allow his enemies any chance to escape. Using the signature spell of the Western Guardians, he forcibly sealed the space. Then imposed a gravity multiplier of over 20 times on both the Demoness of Desire and the Lord of Darkness. The effect of force field-type spells in actual combat was incredibly domineering. If it weren't so difficult to learn, Matthew would have already taken an interest in studying it. At that moment, both individuals were showing severe symptoms of maladaptation. At this time, Chapter 1945, 552, Steal for Me, _2. Chapter 1945, 552, Steal for Me, _2. The other combatants on the battlefield finally realized something was amiss. Scores of demons and shadow creatures charged towards Yorua's gravity space. Unfortunately, they didn't even get close. Before strong lights began to rise from the edges of the gravity space, these lights interweaving with each other to form a bright wall of light. Light from all directions formed a square cube above the battlefield. Atop the cube, a bald priestess in a red robe was deeply devoted, chanting softly. This was Camilla's doing. A large-scale legendary divine spell, hostility repulsion barrier. Neither demons nor shadow creatures could easily break through the barrier made up of these walls of light. Not only that, but in the process of interacting with the barrier, they would also suffer very severe divine spell damage. Along with the screams of several demons being burned to death by the divine fire of retaliation that suddenly erupted from the light wall. Ordinary devil soldiers finally lost the will to charge. The reaction from the shadow camp was not much different. Make way. In a critical moment, a tall, thin figure leaped down from atop the beasts of purgatory. With a thin sword at his waist and light as a swallow, he made a few simple leaps to the side of the barrier. The man wore a red mask, his hands shackled, but these external objects seemed to have no impact on his agility. He radiated a strong killing intent. Demons along the way couldn't help but bow their heads and make way, not daring to get close. This man was Glacia's #1 legendary expert. Loyalist Calva. At that moment, Calva, holding a thin sword, was about to split open the light wall in front of him, only to be stopped by an equally tall figure. The other was barehanded, wearing animal skin shorts, looking wild and primitive. Is this a legendary devil? I haven't fought against a demon before. Lumiere rubbed his hands together excitedly. Be careful, I heard demons like to steal people's behinds. Bobo warned from not too far away. Calva's expression darkened. But instead of exchanging words, he immediately attacked. Lumiere immediately met him head-on. The two fought together in a tangled battle. Calva's combat skills were clearly more exquisite. However, what surprised the legendary devil was that this human seemed incredibly tough and possessed unlimited strength. During the attack, he could clearly feel the pressure this quasi-legendary human expert put on him. As if a single careless move could lead to his death on the spot. This intuition was counterintuitive. But Calva trusted his gut feeling more. He took a deep breath, no longer rushing to attack. Instead, he adopted a more evasive strategy, aiming to uncover Lumiere's secrets in a shorter span of time. The rhythm of the fight gradually slowed down considerably. Meanwhile, on the other side, the volcano mage Aaron, closely watched by Matthew, cast him a grin, seemingly sensing the hostility in Matthew's eyes. Aaron raised both arms. To witness a performance by two Alliance newcomers, I surely won't ruin such a rare occasion. There's no feud between us, rest assured, even if Beckman adds to my pay right now, I won't interfere with your spells, as long as you don't direct them at me. Matthew, while suppressing two legendary experts through the gravity space, nodded at Aaron. The latter promptly retreated to his own territory and then set up several defensive spells. Next, he began to watch the fierce battle with great interest. Matthew did not relax his vigilance. He still kept most of his attention on the volcano mage, ready to suppress any move Aaron might make with appropriate actions. After all, Aaron was one of the few present capable of countering or disrupting Hibbert's spells. The others, whether it was the Purgatory Snake Demon or the Steel Knight, all shrank in the face of Camilla's repulsion barrier. Matthew's old acquaintance Jasalovan had also disappeared to who knows where the moment he appeared. The monks of Galen also seemed very conservative. They retreated into the shadows, not launching an attack on Matthew. The situation seemed to be under control. Finally, those long 10 or so seconds stretched on through a series of subtle, complex, and intense confrontations. The Western Guardian's strength and Soria's skill were beyond doubt. Even the gravity space that clung constantly to Matthew, though weakened, still exerted absolute suppression effects on two Zerg Queen-level legends. Hibbert did not disappoint Matthew, taking full advantage of the space he had created. In an instant, the world suddenly dimmed without warning. The Milky Way surged across the sky. Hibbert's body involuntarily arched backward and lifted slightly. The reflection of the Milky Way poured into the top of Hibbert's head. His eyes burst into the brilliance of the Milky Way. The next moment, Hibbert opened his mouth, and from it spilled light as resplendent as the Milky Way itself. Even his voice suddenly became alternately gruff and shrill. Reverse flow. The vast Milky Way streamed over the heads of all present. In that instant, Aaron, who was hiding in the barrier, suddenly had a ghost-like expression. He formed the shape of a curse with his mouth. But in that very instant, his mouth also stopped moving. The reactions of others on the battlefield were not much different. As the immense Milky Way enveloped them, their faces showed varying degrees of blurring, and their figures also underwent slight distortions. This was the legendary spell of the time domain. Reverse flow. Matthew looked solemnly at the two experts within the gravity space. The reflection of a vast galaxy also appeared in his eyes. He was very clear. Time reversal was a terrifying thing. If it happened to a specific person, they could be deprived of all abilities, experience, knowledge, memories, and even emotions gained over the past period. On the off chance of bad luck and a critical failure, the person affected by the reverse flow could instantly revert to a defenseless child. Even worse, they might direct dissolve into nothing. Glasia and Beckman were obviously very clear on this as well. Solemn and even fearful expressions appeared on their faces. Especially Glasia. She knew Hibbert's time reversal was aimed at her. War armor. She let out a hysterical roar from her throat, her highly bloodshot eyes also deforming and bulging. She wanted to don the fallen Valkyrie's war armor to achieve higher attributes and immunity. However, Matthew was not going to let her have her way. Get down. He exerted all his strength, using his mental power to create a force field that turned into a massive fist and smashed onto Glasia's head. She staggered backward, her upper body directly smashed halfway through the air. Her right hand brushed past the war armor. The next second, the power of the galaxy completely penetrated her entire body. At that moment, time lost all meaning. Sound also fell into complete silence. Glasia's body twisted violently. Not far off, Beckman, also affected by the blast, revealed his half-octopus, half-human true form. His lower body ejected a large amount of black ink to firmly protect himself. Despite this, the Lord of Darkness's movements also appeared extremely labored. His resistance came from the judgment of the time magic. If Beckman was struggling like this, Glasia, at the very center of the spell, was in even greater agony. Her skin cracked inch by inch. Black flames ignited all over her body. But soon, those flames were cleansed away by the galaxy. No one can erase my existence, no one. Intermittent roars came from the very center of the spell. At a certain moment, Hibbert, who was chanting with all his might, seemed suddenly choked. Matthew saw Glasia's body violently shrink into a small ball of flesh. Then, explosively, the flesh ball burst open. A devil lord of more than 20 meters in height, with red flames flowing all over and a face full of rage, appeared before everyone. This was Glasia's third form. Daughter of Barthur. In this form, she seemed to have the ability to resist time reversal. Although her movements still appeared very slow, there was some contrast to the complete immobility at the start. Cough, cough, cough. Hibbert suddenly coughed. A cruel smile appeared on Glasia's face. But the next second, she relievedly said to Matthew, "I did it. And now, freeze." In an instant, countless points of light, like the Milky Way, seeped out from beneath Glasia's skin. The cruel smile on her face did not fade. Instead, it became a frozen frame like a photograph. Matthew swung his hand violently. "It's your turn." In a flash, 3 legendary rogues appeared beside Glasia. Facing Glasia's agonized and furious gaze, Matthew said menacingly, "Steal for me." Chapter 1946, 553 Smuggling Gibbons. Chapter 1946, 553 Smuggling Gibbons. Gravity Space's Edge. Hibbert slowly relaxed his body, and cast a healing light injury spell on himself. Various spell glows flashed on his body. Among them was the healing spell symbolizing healing power. Yet, even so, blood was seeping from his nostrils, the corners of his mouth, and the back of his neck. Matthew steered the magic carpet over, steadied Hibbert, and handed him 2 bottles, a vitality potion and a mana potion. Hibbert waved his hand to decline, indicating he could handle it. Matthew nodded in gratitude. He was well aware that even for a genius like Hibbert, deploying a time-stop series spell required enduring a great burden. Especially when the enemy was a powerful being like the Demoness of Desire. The tremendous burden caused by reverse flow could destroy the internal organs of an ordinary spellcaster. Fortunately, Hibbert was not an ordinary person. He was the most celebrated genius in the Alliance. He had successfully managed to suppression the Demoness of Desire perfectly with the time reversal spell. Freeze should last between 10 to 15 minutes, provided no harm is done to her. Light injuries are permissible, like slapping her face or kicking her belly, those should not prematurely end the spell effect. Sexual harassment is fine too, but be careful not to penetrate her body or use any sharp objects. Hibbert, while wiping his nosebleed with a handkerchief, cautioned Matthew about these precautions. Matthew coughed. "Don't worry, we're just stealing, not messing around." Hibbert nodded, looking at Glacia, who was completely immobilized. Matthew's mind was filled with awe and curiosity. "I think I saw her eyes move. What state is she in now? Is all of time stopped for her?" Although he had learned apart from Hibbert in advance. Being a necromancer, Matthew still had a vague understanding of this time domain spell. In his view, if now Glacia was fixed by the time magic, even if a legendary rogue intervened, it would be difficult to steal anything from her. Because that would mean confronting the time law. Yet Hibbert assured him not to worry about this aspect. He further explained at this moment. Not only can her eyes move, her heartbeat and thoughts are normal too, she can feel everything happening around her. Because I didn't use time stop on her, but forced her to undergo a lengthy check of time reversal. How should I describe it? This actually uses a loophole in the laws of adjudication in the world of Ander. You know, in our universe, in every corner of the multiverse, various kinds of adjudications are omnipresent, attributes, domains, levels, spells, abilities, etc. Theoretically, the process of adjudication involves a large amount of data collection and computation. In reality, most adjudications happen in an instant. Many people, including many legendary mages, don't realize one thing. During the adjudication, there is an intervention of the domain, otherwise, how could such complex calculations be completed instantly? Matthew was gradually coming to understand. You dealt with the intervention of the domain during the adjudication process? Hibbert nodded. Yes. I used time reversal to force the Demoness of Desire to endure the related adjudication. If she fails the immunity check, then half her age and a large portion of her abilities would be lost. This is something she cannot afford. To combat this, she must do everything possible to increase the success rate of her immunity, and for this, she inevitably would exhaust all her power to resist. I took advantage of her psychological state in this respect, and while she was straining to resist, successfully withdrew the intervention of the time domain. Doing so greatly reduces the success rate of the reverse flow spell, and most likely, she will succeed in immunity. But the result is that without the intervention of the time domain, the adjudication of the legendary spell requires extensive computing and verification, which would be faster in the material world or purgatory. But this is a temporarily formed tear in the plane. Glacia also did not activate a domain in advance to enhance efficiency. Because of her own resistance, it further increased the difficulty of adjudication. So, it turned into what you see now. She is frozen. She is now enduring a judgment of time reversal. She cannot stop or cancel this process. You can do whatever you want to her now. Matthew. Matthew couldn't help but give Hibbert a forceful slap on the shoulder. You truly are a genius. Hibbert looked a bit surprised. Ah, you only know that today? Matthew, unable to hide his amusement. No, I only realized today what a true genius looks like. Hibbert shrugged. At this moment, the Demoness of Desire's loss of the ability to move was also captured by others on the battlefield. Members of the Shadow Camp naturally watched with cold eyes. But the demons were getting restless. Get lost. The legendary devil Calva unleashed a sword chi, suddenly forcing Lumiere, who was close to him, to move away. Then, he raised his long sword high, his body enveloped in ferocious skeleton runes. Sharp spikes also grew on the surface of his body. Purgatory. Impale. Destruction. One after another, domains filled with a brutal aura burst from Calva's body. His body became larger and filled with explosive power. Chapter 1947, 553 Smuggling Gibbons _2. Chapter 1947, 553 Smuggling Gibbons _2. Lumiere also solemnly blew the whistle. A few seconds later, the legendary devil, with his domain fully unleashed, charged at Lumiere tenfold faster than before. His eyes held only cold, indifferent murderous intent. Die. The thin sword's blade dangerously grazed past Lumiere's chest. At that critical moment, a very light white light emerged from Lumiere's body, and an extremely miniaturized azure dragon coiled around his waist. With the help of azure dragon Dufeng, Lumiere's speed also increased several times. However, in a head-on confrontation, he was clearly no match for the full-force legendary devil. Fortunately, Bobo, piloting the lady, arrived just in time. Boom. 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 A series of bombs washed over the ground, forcing Calva to abandon the chase, giving Lumiere some much-needed breathing space. A few seconds later, a pale green portal flashed by. A barbaric ancient dragon over 120 meters in length stepped out from the portal behind Lumiere. It was a magical wild beast he had tamed in the southern mountains. Despite its massive and ferocious appearance, it was in fact a herbivorous creature. And as a partner, the biggest advantage of the barbaric ancient dragon was the ability to share additional attribute bonuses with its master. The next second, the barbaric ancient dragon roared upwards, and 6 kinds of auras emitted from its body. All these halo effects stacked upon Lumiere. This endowed him with enhanced physique and speed. Come and kill me head-on. Feeling the enhancement from the barbaric ancient dragon, Lumiere, who had just brushed with death, became bloodthirsty and excited. He took the initiative to charge towards the legendary devil, whose aura was cold to the extreme. Calva's eyes were filled with fury and impatience. Seeking death. He had intended to kill Lumiere directly before going to rescue Glacia. But things were far from as straightforward as he had imagined. The wild man before him possessed an unbelievable physique, and with the augmentation of both the barbaric ancient dragon and azure dragon Dufeng, Lumiere's physical attributes were only slightly less than his own, even with his domain fully unleashed. The gap between them wasn't as vast as he had expected. What was more troublesome? Next to him was a machinist, constantly bombarding him with small missiles while piloting a mechanical titan. The battle returned to a stalemate once again. Not far away, another legendary under Glacia's command, Phantom Baron, also faced the same problem. He was up against Li Weiqi, who had been rejuvenated. Even though he was still outside the legendary realm, his strength and experience were still not to be underestimated. Especially since monks naturally held advantages against shadow demons. Even after Li Weiqi had traded a 4 symbols card to support Lumiere, he was able to firmly hold the Phantom Baron at bay. Of course, during this time, Bobo didn't miss any chances to feed the Phantom Baron explosives. Just like that, the 3 half-legends in Matthew's camp were able to hold off 2 legendary devils by sheer strength. And those restless devil soldiers. A part of them were kept outside by Camilla's barrier, while those unafraid of death who charged in gradually lost their way under Lorraine's music and slowly drifted away. This scene was quite shocking to those in the shadow camp. Matthew and his companions, with only 7 people taking action, were actually able to stall the Demoness of Desire and her vast army? Although they had the advantage of a surprise attack, and the Steel Army and Air Elementals did not rashly interfere, and the Shadow Camp also held back part of the Devils, among other factors. Even so, the strength of these people was a bit too formidable. Before they could think too much, the play that Matthew had been planning for a long time finally began. While the rest of them were frantically delaying the enemy's advance, 3 legendary rogues, escorted by Matthew, passed through the gravity space and completed their final close-range insight and perception around Glacia. For legendary rogues, insight was always an essential step at any time. It was the key to whether all actions could be successful. And this was especially important before using a stealing skill. The saying goes to have quick eyes and quick hands, but the eyes must be quicker than the hands, that's the principle. And the reason why Matthew chose to steal from Glacia right in front of her was mainly because it was the safest method. Such is the existence of the Demoness of Desire. Her entire being is filled with magic traps, defense mechanisms, and protective spells. If there is a direct confrontation with her, there is a high likelihood of harm coming to soul copper coins during the fight. Even now, while she is immobilized, Matthew cannot be sure that attempting to snatch directly from her won't trigger some defense mechanism on her. This is an opportunity that Hibbert has painstakingly created. He must address it with the most stable, accurate, and ruthless methods. And the legendary stealing technique of the legendary rogue is the most successful method with the highest rate of success, and it almost never triggers protective spells, to say the least. Get to work. I believe in you, Matthew said to the 3. Their expressions were all grave, with Richard showing a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Chenair seemed to have his own thoughts about Glacia herself, his gaze somewhat unfocused. The orc thief Safraloa looked the most excited of all, eager to test her stealing skills, it seemed. However, after the trio discussed, it was Silver Snake Richard who made the first move. He quickly stepped up to Glacia's side. At this moment, the latter was still able to make faint sounds, her voice abnormally trembling. What do you think you're doing? Don't touch me with those filthy hands, if you dare, give me a stab with that knife, come on, thrust it into my heart. Even under such circumstances, Glacia's voice was still extremely provocative. Others could easily become utterly enraged upon hearing it. However, Richard's gaze remained calm from start to finish. I'm not falling for it. You want me to attack you and then trigger some defense mechanism on some treasure you've got? Don't make me laugh. The next second, he suddenly showed his hands. And then, without any warning, he began frantically stretching, rubbing, and searching all over Glacia's body. In the blink of an eye, the separator on Glacia's waist was completely dismantled. Immediately after, a barely perceptible white halo appeared around the soul copper coin. That was the sign of a defense mechanism ready to be triggered at any moment. Richard was very calm. He did not trigger the defensive mechanism, instead, he was furiously using the legendary stealing technique to achieve the effect of remote retrieval. Remote retrieval is an additional effect of the legendary stealing technique. Its triggering probability is not high, so only by triggering it at an extremely high frequency can the overall success rate be increased. At that moment, Richard's hand shot out like lightning, searching, retracting, and creating swathes of phantoms by Glacia's side. And hidden behind the phantoms, an array of items were being tossed rapidly behind him. There appeared a wooden box, seemingly out of nowhere, being carried by 2 monkeys. While Silver Snake Richard was frantically thieving from Glacia, those 2 monkeys were also muttering, as if they were cheering him on. And in the midst of this process, a large number of items also appeared in the bottomless wooden box. Matthew glanced over and felt slightly disappointed. Perhaps because it was just the beginning. The items Richard stole were generally not of very high level, mostly consisting of gags, candles, torture devices, plugs, whips, undergarments, armor, and the like. Then there were a plethora of human skins, soul coins, and other monetary treasures. Among these items, forming a small mound, a vast amount of intimate items were intermixed. The most valuable among them were actually 3 chapters of the pink chapter emitting an obscene aura. Under the protesting gaze of the 2 monkeys, Matthew unceremoniously picked out the pink chapter, planning to insert it into his spellbook later. In the midst of this process, he also took the opportunity to check the attributes and origins of the 2 monkeys. Fortune Macaque, a magical creature from the barbarian Tooth Peninsula, when you carry it with you and engage in thievery. For every use of your stealing skill, it will slightly increase your temporary luck. The temporary luck provided by the Fortune Macaque can be accumulated up to 3 times. There are creatures like this? Matthew looked at the 2 monkeys with interest. But just at that moment, a huge shadow suddenly appeared in Richard's hands. At that instant, Matthew's heart involuntarily constricted. Chapter 1948, 554. Is this also something that can be stolen? Chapter 1948, 554. Is this also something that can be stolen? The shadowy figure was too massive, and since it wasn't in a soul form, it obviously couldn't be Rieger's or any other creature's soul. The reason why it affected Matthew so deeply, even to the point of making his heart tremble, was entirely due to the terrifying pressure it radiated. Bang! 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 Matthew could feel his own heart beating intensely, following the rhythm of the other party. Is this a heart from a plane-level star beast? Matthew asked hesitantly. Richard replied in a serious low voice. Probably. Come help me, I can't lift it by myself. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 thievery macaques immediately scurried over to help lift the enormous heart. Their strength was immense. The star beast's heart that nearly unbalanced Richard was effortlessly lifted by the macaques as they hopped along cheerfully. This is a heart encapsulated with purgatory assembly technology, sealed with astonishing energy inside. Once released, it's best not to let the machinists see this, it might be one of their favorite raw materials. The orc maiden Saffraloa kindly reminded. Matthew nodded slightly. Under the vehement protest of the 2 macaques, he also stored the star beast's heart in Lost Paradise, taking the item first. Dividing the loot was a matter for later. Just judging by the level of energy emanating from it, the value of this star beast's heart was incredibly high. Matthew's initial assessment was that it could satisfy the energy needs of a medium-sized city or even a small floating city. He knew that demons had excellent expertise in extracting energy from demons' hearts, which was an important reason why purgatory could significantly lead in energy, industry, and some manufacturing sectors. It was said that Glacia had single-handedly built Tears of Barthur, a city highly dependent on demons' hearts as its energy source. And beneath Tears of Barthur, rumor had it that a huge energy furnace was buried, providing extraordinary energy to the entire city, and the core of that furnace was indeed the heart of a star beast. And this star beast was far from ordinary. It had come from the Grey Star realm, invaded purgatory numerous times, killed countless demons, before finally falling within purgatory. Matthew compared the heart he had acquired with the rumored one beneath Tears of Barthur. He found that the size and energy level didn't quite match up. This doesn't seem to be a plane-level star beast's heart, perhaps it's quasi-plane level, or half a level lower. This must also be a heart left behind by some star beast that invaded purgatory, carried by Glacia as a spare energy source for Tears of Barthur or an emergency energy source under certain circumstances. Matthew silently corrected his assessment of the heart. Even so, its value was still extraordinary. If he could place it atop his Fear of Death graveyard, then the latter could achieve flight freedom without reliance on negative energy power furnaces. By then, the Fear of Death graveyard would truly become a strategic weapon dominating the skies. As expected of the Demoness of Desire, she really has a lot of good stuff on her. Matthew sincerely admired. However, compared to his calmness, Richard, as a frontline worker, gradually seemed a bit strained. His hands still moved rapidly like phantoms. He continuously fiddled with the demoness of Desire's body back and forth. Although she could neither move nor speak, her eyeballs were already highly bloodshot, with a few drops of blood seeping out from the corners of her eyes. Matthew had no doubts. If she could move again, she would undoubtedly devour Richard and him alive. Unfortunately, Matthew wouldn't give her that chance. A few minutes passed. The wooden box carried by the thievery macaques was almost filled with various items. Richard's forehead and the area below his neck were covered in beads of sweat. His expression showed intense focus, appearing slightly strained. Items from Glacia were being transferred one by one, including her armor, clothes, jewelry, torture devices, tools, some prosthetics, and colorful props, as well as tattoos? Looking at the nearly stripped bare demoness of Desire, Matthew couldn't help but flash an unusual look in his eyes. So the tattoo on her thigh isn't real. But to even steal the surface tattoos from the skin, worthy of the legendary stealing technique. In full view of everyone. Completely stripped bare. Even the open and charming demoness of Desire seemed to be a bit overwhelmed. Her throat uttered a voice as if it had been shredded 1,000 times and barely pieced together. "You, dead." However, neither Matthew nor Richard paid any heed to her threat. Hibbert's trap was indeed flawless. As long as she couldn't override the laws of the domain, she couldn't break free from the reverse flow trap. They had all the time in the world to slowly play with her. As for the situation outside the gravity space, it was equally lively. Loyalist Calva, eager to save his master, nearly dealt a heavy blow to the similarly determined and spirited Lumiere with his domain fully open and dreadful swordsmanship. Fortunately, a shock cannon shot delivered by Bobo in time caused his attack to deviate from its original target. Indeed, his power was alarming. Thankfully, after Vivian confirmed Hibbert's safety, she also went to aid. Though she wasn't skilled in fought, her power of spells was not weak at all. With Lumiere and Bobo taking most of the frontal and lateral pressures, Vivian could cast spells at ease from a safe place, causing considerable trouble for Calva. Chapter 1949, 554 Is this also something that can be stolen? _2. Chapter 1949, 554 Is this also something that can be stolen? _2. For a moment, the trio joined forces and managed to suppress Calva. This was a scene none had anticipated. Meanwhile, under the full assault of the Phantom Baron, Li Weiqi also seemed to be struggling. Fortunately, at this moment, Mrs. Wolf suddenly joined the battlefield. Her arrival clearly took the Phantom Baron by surprise, and more importantly, she knew him like the back of her hand. Under the guidance of Mrs. Wolf, Li Weiqi found the Phantom Baron's weaknesses and, capitalizing on the monk's high resistance, stuck to his opponent and landed fierce blows. The Divine Dragon Sect's disciples' tremendous combat power was fully displayed at this moment. For a half-legend to overpower a legendary creature and beat it savagely was indeed a spectacle. Having no other choice, the Phantom Baron had to switch from offense to defense, waiting for an opportunity to strike. As for the other demons, most had been lured to the fringes of the battlefield by Lorraine's enchanting song. However, with the demoness of Desire stripped bare, some of the demons, their will greatly shaken, managed to break free from the control of the enchanting song. They ignored Lorraine and ran back like mad, desperate to save their mistress. The rest of the devil army also showed signs of breaking free from the enchanting song. In response, Lorraine could only play her flute more urgently, occasionally throwing in a hasty comment. "Don't be so rough, can you not give me extra difficulty?" Those demons who had broken free from the enchanting song soon reached the edge of Camella's barrier. However, before they could launch an attack on the barrier, streaks of dull lightsabers, like laser plowing through the field, swept proactively towards the perimeter of the barrier. Sizzling sounds. Wherever the lightsabers went, blood spurted wildly. Demons were instantly decapitated, sliced at the waist and severed at the back. Can we be more brutal? Bring on some more difficulty, I enjoy the taste of these evil creatures' souls. Camilla sniffed, showing an intoxicated expression. Her red robe at this moment was as eye-catching as fresh blood, and combined with her bald head, gave off an eerily bizarre vibe. Subsequently, more unbelieving demons approached. More lightsabers lit up from inside the barrier. Only at this moment did the demons begin to feel fear. They wanted to retreat. But, regrettably, it was too late. Sizzling sounds. Another round of faint noises. To the horrified gazes of all, creatures around the barrier, whether they were demons anxious to rescue or shadow creatures that had come too close, were all cleanly slain by the lightsabers on the barrier. Their bodies fell lifelessly to the ground. No trace of any soul escaping. Many witnessed this scene, their pupils involuntarily constricting violently. Soul blades. What's with this priest? On the city wall not far away. The volcano mage, Aaron, who was already deeply concerned, now had a face as bitter as a gourd. This lineup could slay gods back in the Heavenly Family Palace era. And Matthew the Destroyer hasn't even officially taken action yet. It seems today's mission won't be easy to complete. The overall suppression outside the gravity space was all part of Matthew's plan. Inside the space, however, Richard's theft technique seemed to have hit a bottleneck. His hands moved faster and faster, the more shadows he formed before and behind him, but the fewer items he actually stole. Eventually, Matthew even noticed some light burn marks on the back of Richard's hands. A sign of backlash from the legendary stealing. Matthew was just about to tactfully suggest that Richard could rest a bit, when Richard had already voluntarily stopped. It was clear he hadn't reached his limit, but his reason told him that continuing would not be the wisest choice. You rest for a while. Let's switch. You come back on later. Matthew quickly paved the way for him. Richard nodded and walked to the side with his two monkeys. Shanair snickered with schadenfreude. Then he stepped forward, blocking Saffraloa, who was also eager to give it a try. I'll do it. He approached the enraged demoness of desire. And then carefully took out an ancient-looking scroll. This is my treasured item, we've agreed on the deal before, I hope you'll keep your word. Shanair specifically said to Matthew. The latter nodded slightly. Shanair unrolled the scroll, and inside, two thin Ezwing golden gloves were clipped. He carefully took out the gloves and put them on, then quickly moved his fingers. The entire process was very smooth, pleasing to the eye. Golden Buddha hand? Saffraloa's eyes brightened. Is this the Golden Buddha hand, one of the top 10 divine artifacts of the Eastern continent that's legendary? I heard it has a limited number of uses, but each theft is sure to succeed, and it only steals one of the most important items the person carries with them. Shanair smiled. You are right, it seems you already have a high professional quality as a thief. Unfortunately, you probably won't have a chance to make a move today. My Golden Buddha hand still has 3 uses left. Its own nature as a Sioux artifact gives it a certain attraction to the soul copper coin, also of Sioux lineage, ensuring my success. With that, he glanced meaningfully at Richard. Richard spoke expressionlessly. I've already stolen all the trivial items for you, effectively eliminating most incorrect options. I hope you won't disappoint us. Shanair chuckled in response. Chapter 1950, 554. Can this also be something that can be stolen? _3. Chapter 1950, 554. Can this also be something that can be stolen? _3. Is this the excuse you've found for your failure? Watch closely. One of the profound meanings of a legendary thief is to use the top-tier thief divine artifact to steal. During this speech, he slowly reached towards Glacia. Unlike Richard's whirlwind manner, Shanair's stealing motion was extremely sluggish, as if playing back in slow motion, yet the scene flowed exceptionally smoothly, creating a feeling that was slowly gratifying to watch. And this process would come to an abrupt stop in an instant. Before bystanders could react, Shanair's hand already contained a vast array of items. Matthew looked up. It was a big stack of various colored parchments and documents. Among them was a 9 prisons document held by Glacia, and a wealth of soul contracts. He counted roughly. The latter amounted to nearly 100. Corresponding to the souls of over 100 elite demons or other creatures. Not too bad, but not too great either. Shanair curled his lip, tossed the items to Matthew, and commenced a new round of actions. This time his movements were even slower, murmuring words as he went. Items of wonder from the Eastern Continent. Items of wonder from the Eastern Continent. Seconds later. In his hand suddenly appeared an extremely miniature building. Within a few breaths. Shanair's expression changed from disappointment to surprise and then a bitter smile. Hint, your companion used legendary stealing on the Demoness of Desire Glacia and stole the divine artifact, Mysterious Palace. Warning, this divine artifact has completed soul binding with Glacia. If taken, you may be subjected to her endless pursuit. Do you wish to take it? Of course, Matthew chose to take it. They were already sworn enemies, why bother with so many considerations? You should have been more precise in your designation. She likely has a number of Sioux clan items, and I have also warned you about the Mysterious Palace before. Saffroloa was ostensibly offering sincere advice. But her tone seemed to hide an uncontrollable schadenfreude. Shanair gave her an icy glare. What do you know? If it weren't for fear of triggering her defensive incantations, how could I possibly have missed? The Golden Buddha hand cannot have a clear designation, that would rather lead to a backlash. Dropping a couple of snide remarks. Shanair took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand and reached towards Glacia for the third time. This time his movements were slower than ever. But the items stolen were still disappointing. It wasn't the soul copper coin everyone wanted to see. Instead, it was a wet egg. What is this? Even Shanair himself was taken aback by this. Saffroloa and Richard came closer, they also seemed unable to identify the origin of this object. And while the 3 legendary rogues curiously debated on the origin of the egg, Matthew couldn't help but cough lightly. Is it possible to put this thing back? His expression was a bit odd. Shanair flatly refused. Why should I have a reason to return the things I stole? Saffroloa appeared somewhat bewildered. Why not? Only Richard seemed to sense something. Could this not be something from inside her body? Matthew, looking at the nearly collapsing Demoness of Desire, a trace of bitter smile rose on his face. If I'm not mistaken, this should be her child. But speaking of it, is this also something that legendary stealing can steal? Before he could finish, everyone present naturally turned to look at Shanair. His face, too, showed a look of astonishment. Chapter 1951, 555 Easy as Pie. Chapter 1951, 555 Easy as Pie. Gazing at the wet egg in Shanair's hand, the 3 legendary rogues fell into deep thought. Even though they were all well-experienced thieves, this situation was probably a first for them. Gurgle, gurgle. The surface of the egg had a layer of bluish-gray phosphide skin, which was continually throbbing. Beneath the skin, thin, umbilical-like tubes extended, from which an unknown white viscous fluid was currently gushing out. Weirdly, this fluid was enticingly fragrant, making one irresistibly want to rush up and lick it. Shanair slightly bowed his head, frowning. It seems like some kind of nutrient fluid that has been brought from the womb. Both Saffroloa and Richard didn't know what to say. Matthew glanced at the data panel. His powerful insight and knowledge finally came into play at this moment. Looking at the information on the data panel, his eyes almost popped out. Alert, you have acquired the Barther egg, alive/incubating. You perceive that this Barther egg is the progeny jointly conceived by Barther, the former lord of the 9 hells, and the Demoness of Desire, Glacia. The Barther egg contains a fragment of Barther's power of domain from the 9 hells. It is the key item for Glacia's advancement as the lord of the 9 hells. Barther and Glacia? Matthew was greatly surprised. Aren't they father and daughter? Wait, I remember now, I've heard a rumor. Shanair suddenly brightened up. It is said that after Barthur's death, in order to obtain more of his legacy, while his body was not yet completely inactive, some genetic material was forcefully extracted from his vital organs for propagation. This rumor was popular during the ascension of the Heavenly Palace era, but since Glacia took over Barthur Purgatory, it quickly subsided. Saying this, a playful smile appeared on his face. It seems our Queen Demoness of Desire indeed is extremely filial. Unable to bear her father's powerful lineage to be uncontinued, she had no choice but to conceive a child herself for her father. Safraloa looked shocked. She seemed to have trouble digesting the information Shanair mentioned. Richard was somewhat prepared. He glanced disdainfully at the raging Demoness of Desire. Demons are demons, they stop at nothing for power. She just wants to further steal Barthur's power and power of domain. This child, although hidden in her body, will never be genuinely born by her. I can be sure, before this child is born, Glacia will surgically remove it from her womb, kill it and take all its power. Matthew nodded slightly. He knew that human ethics could not measure the actions of gods or demons. But Glacia's behavior was indeed detestable. Matthew even couldn't help but feel a bit of sympathy for Barthur. What huge sin did this guy commit to be tormented by his daughter even in half-dead state? Pity about my golden Buddha hand, its uses are all spent. Shanair had a sour expression. He sighed, then handed the Barthur egg to Matthew. Better you keep this thing. Matthew nodded. He was just about to place it into Lost Paradise. But just at that moment, a terrifying power burst not far away, and instantly, Matthew sensed an intense feeling of crisis. Give me back my power of domain. Before Matthew could clear what was being said, a terrifying shadow had already charged over from where Glacia was. Under the tense gaze of everyone, Glacia somehow used some method to break free from the time reversal judgment. Most of her fury was directed at Matthew. But the first to be attacked was Hibbert, who was still in a maintained spell state. Fortunately, Matthew was highly focused from start to finish. At the first moment of the unexpected outbreak, he threw the prepared spells and abilities towards Glacia. Devil Immobilization Technique. Malicious Transfiguration. Negative Energy Shockwave. However, Glacia resisted the immobilization and transformation spells with her strong resistance exemption. Even the shockwaves of negative energy bursting out from Matthew's body could not stop her advance. Matthew thoughtfully watched the shockwaves passing through her body. His right hand was already raised. The pale hand, like a wall, stood before Glacia, although still not much effective, it at least bought Hibbert a bit of time. Hibbert reacted quickly. Seeing the furious Demoness of Desire charging voraciously, the lad buried his head and pulled a portal, fleeing. The thwarted Demoness of Desire then poured her wrath onto Matthew's head. In an instant, countless hellfire swept towards Matthew's body. Matthew released Gordon's fire to calmly counter it. Gordon's fire, the nemesis of all flames, even the hellfire released by Glacia, enhanced with the will of the Blood River and Purgatory Law, could not harm him. He even had time to glance at the data panel. Warning, Glacia burns her soul and her own power of domain, breaking the rules of tearing planes. Under the protection of the Blood River will, she temporarily stepped out of the jurisdiction of laws. In the next 3 minutes, she will ignore any judgment effects. Ignoring all judgments? Matthew's eyelids twitched. Isn't this a 3-minute invulnerability? Chapter 1952, 555 Easy as Pi_2. Chapter 1952, 555 Easy as Pi_2. He was clear though. Glacia must have paid a significant price to do this. Moreover, the effect of ignoring judgments was mutual. That meant she couldn't injure her opponent through physical collisions or spell attacks either. No wonder she chose to burn me with hellfire. Her other methods might have become ineffective at this time. Matthew's heart stabilized quite a bit instantaneously. 3 minutes. It wouldn't be difficult to drag out the time. But since Glacia had already committed herself, naturally she wouldn't give Matthew the chance to stall for time. Seeing that hellfire was ineffective against Matthew, she stretched out her arms, and her bulging eyes shot out two phantom figures. In an instant, the two phantoms solidified into substance. Die. After two simultaneous low shouts, Loyalist Calva and Phantom Baron directly appeared in front of Matthew. The two attacked Matthew from different angles. Both legendary devils moved with astonishing speed. From the time the phantoms appeared, to solidifying into substance, and then rushing in front of Matthew, only took the blink of an eye. At the critical moment, Matthew used consecutive blinks to dodge the lethal attacks. But the onslaught from the two legendary devils was ferocious. After the first blink, they quickly caught up. And after the second blink, they even faintly learned to predict Matthew's blink location. Fortunately, Matthew had numerous defensive methods. Thus, he avoided one deadly attack after another. Even so, he still broke out in a slight cold sweat. Truly can't be careless when facing legendary creatures. In thought, Calva and Phantom Baron entwined like venomous snakes, coming at him again. But this time, Matthew didn't evade. The next second, just as their attacks were about to hit Matthew, a sharp and unbeatable aura exploded right in front of him. Similar to Glacia summoning the two legendary devils, the figure that first appeared in front of him was also a tall, thin phantom. However, before the phantom could solidify into substance, it already emitted a terrifying murderous aura. Even as legends, Calva and Phantom Baron couldn't ignore the Comer and continue their attacks on Matthew. They hastily retreated mid-attack. But the person Matthew summoned did not intend to let them off. The phantom's hand slightly lifted a short sword-like weapon, and then, with a very simple gesture, swept forward. Boom! A huge burst of air actually tore through Yorua's gravity space and hit the chests of the two legendary devils directly. Ah! Pfft! The two, like curled-up shrimps, were sent flying helplessly backward. Phantom Baron was even struck out of his shadow state, his materialized body showing a deep, bone-deep gash. The wound still bore a slight scorching effect. The legendary devil's powerful regenerative abilities were insignificant in the face of this damage. The newly formed flesh on the sides of the injury was instantly consumed clean. The wound continued to widen. Who is this? Glacia looked gravely at the man lying in front of Matthew. But the latter completely ignored her presence. He only glanced at the two legendary devils flying backward and then turned the rusty short sword half a turn to stash it away before finally turning his head towards Matthew. So urgent to summon me? Got hit? Matthew shrugged toward Tyrese. Sword Saint of the Apocalypse, two demons aren't too hard, right? Tyrese rolled his eyes on the spot, but still assertively said. Not hard. Matthew knew Tyrese was still in the process of recovery. So, he transferred some of the power of the phase into the other's body. How about now? Matthew asked with a smile. Feeling that powerful force, Tyrese's face showed a look of astonishment, and then that expression turned into joy. The next moment, facing the returning Calva and Phantom Baron, Tyrese's attitude became even more relaxed. As easy as flipping one's hand. At that moment, he lifted the short sword likely acquired from the Kunwa ruins and carefully pressed towards the two legendary devils. After several rounds, Matthew let down his guard. Despite still being in the recovery phase, with his outstanding personal strength and experience, it was no trouble for old Ty to suppress the two legendary devils. He only needed to deal with Glacia by himself. But just at this moment, he suddenly realized something was amiss. In the corner of his eye, Matthew saw a shadow coiled around Hibbert's neck like a venomous snake. With just that one move, it seemed like Hibbert had lost his ability to cast spells and was controlled by the other party. That was Lord of Darkness, Beckman? You intend to help Glacia? Matthew narrowed his eyes, diverting half of his attention towards the situation. A field of shadow spread around Beckman, obscuring his expression from others, but his tone was laced with indescribable smugness. No, no, no. Let me be clear, there's no conspiracy between Glacia and me. There might have been some friendship, but now we are surely enemies. I'm just very interested in the spellcasting methods of this esteemed spellcaster and would like to learn from him thoroughly. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. You carry on with your fight. I've always been very polite and won't interfere with your battle. Matthew's expression darkened slightly. He had focused most of his attention on Glacia and the other demons, never expecting the Lord of Darkness to suddenly backstab one of his own. It seems that his earlier suppression by Yorua's gravity space was also a ruse, just to deceive me. Matthew thought to himself. Upon reflection, he felt no excessive regret. The next second, Matthew stopped watching the Lord of Darkness and turned to look at Glacia. You know what I want, give me the copper coin, and I'll kill Beckman for you. Let's settle our differences later, deal? Upon hearing this, Beckman immediately raised his voice. Surely you aren't foolish enough to trust a necromancer's promise? Just now he stole so much from you, humiliated you in front of everyone, your relationship with him is bound to be a life or death one. Take my advice, just let go of your obsession with the Blood River Will, take your troops and leave, and there'll be no issue between us. When the Tong Luo gods descend on purgatory, I can offer you a chance to become one of the Tong Luo god race. Believe me, that's far superior to becoming the Lord of the Nine Hells. Matthew sneered. If that's such a good deal, why didn't you offer it earlier? Beckman remained unfazed. Times change, previously we didn't have a common enemy, offering even a high price would have been laughable. Now it's different, we have a common enemy, that's you, Destroyer, Matthew, haha, you have many titles, but the one with the biggest reputation in the astral world, is this one. Many friends have mentioned you to me. They say you're quite exceptional and quite detestable, now it seems their descriptions aren't far off from reality. Just seeing that confident look on your face makes me sick. I know it's a common flaw of you Alliance wizards, arrogance, understandable, but alas, nothing lasts forever in this world. Don't blame me for choosing to target you, you've knowingly or unknowingly offended too many people. At the very least, if I can make you suffer today, Galen and the others will be very pleased. Matthew sneered again. He directly faced Glacia. Are you sure you're willing to give up on the Blood River Wills Commission and cooperate with Beckman? Glacia gritted her teeth. Even if I don't work with him, I could never trade with you. I can't wait to crush it. As she spoke, her right hand slowly moved towards her waist. However, before she could touch the soul copper coin, Matthew's hand also produced a moist egg. He looked at Glacia expressionlessly. You can crush. I can do it as well. Glacia was infuriated. But she forced herself to stop any irrational actions. It seemed like the egg was indeed vital to her advancement. Seeing this scene, Beckman couldn't help but laugh. It seems both sides have their weak spots. Funny, I happen to hold your weak spot too, Matthew. I hear you're someone who values loyalty, you wouldn't stand by and let your friend die, would you? Seeing his confident demeanor, Matthew couldn't help but scoff. You surely don't think you can kill Hibbert, do you? And Hibbert's muffled groans could be heard. That's right. As long as there is magic around, no one can kill me. Don't believe me? You could try. Chapter 1953, 556 Infinite Illusion Realm. Chapter 1953, 556 Infinite Illusion Realm. Beckman snorted coldly at those words. In an instant, a pitch-black knife appeared in his hand. His movements were as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, the knife was already pressed against Hibbert's lower jaw, with a gesture as if thrusting it deeper. But soon, a look of surprise surfaced on his face. He realized that no matter how hard he pushed, there seemed to be a strong force resisting the tip of the knife from moving forward. And as time passed, that resistance even spread from the tip to the handle, and up to his wrist. Arcane flames flickered on the back of his hand, and mysterious lightning kept building up. In 2 to 3 seconds, Intense sensations of burning and numbness surged over. If it had been an ordinary person, that hand might have been rendered useless. Beckman frowned and slowly relaxed the force pushing the knife forward, but the flames and lightning did not cease. Instead, they followed him and struck. If it were not for his timely use of the shadow domain to suppress that volatile ether, this situation might have continued for a while longer. Ether protection? Who are you? Beckman loosened his grip on Hibbert, who honestly replied. I am Hibbert, from the northern continent. Beckman's mouth twitched. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, his tone abruptly elevated. What is your relationship with the goddess of magic? Matthew was slightly taken aback. This man actually remembered the name of the goddess of magic? He indeed was somewhat capable. Hibbert instinctively answered. The goddess of magic is my daughter. Beckman abruptly interrupted him furiously. Bullshit. The goddess of magic is noble. His speech paused for half a second, then he continued his angry scolding. How could she possibly be your daughter? At that moment, a stream of information came from within the shadow domain. Beckman's ears twitched quickly. Clearly, someone was sending him information. A few seconds later, he furrowed his brow. Are you one of the participants in the deep dive program? Hibbert blinked. Sorry, this program has a confidentiality clause. I can't answer any questions regarding this matter. Hibbert's attitude seemed to completely infuriate Beckman. He scoffed coldly. Although you have ether protection, if I throw you into a place insulated from ether, how long can the ether in your body protect you? Hibbert thought for a moment. 75 days and 4 hours. Beckman was stunned. How do you know this so precisely? Hibbert replied. I've conducted experiments. Beckman's expression turned to one of disbelief, then he gritted his teeth and said. Even if I can't kill you, you are now under my control, and I can banish you to the depths of the astral world. In that desolate astral world, there are enough terrifying spaces to torture you to death. Haha, arrogant and ignorant youth, have you ever heard of the Grey Star Realm? Before Hibbert could speak, Matthew coldly responded. You are welcome to try. Both Hibbert and I are spellcasters. In matters of banishment and teleportation, do you think you can outdo us? Beckman fixed his gaze on Matthew, his tone ominous. Do you really think I have no way to deal with you? However, as soon as the words fell, his face was streaked with intense surprise, then his body slightly leaned backward, and he curled up like a spineless creature, transforming into a shadow resembling a dark python. Spiritual piercing. Matthew's sudden sneak attack successfully caused minor damage to Beckman's soul. Yet even under these circumstances, this wretch still controlled Hibbert with his powerful shadow domain. The latter only gained a little bit of space to struggle. Then the tightly sealed shadow domain closed up again. You dare to ambush me? Beckman's face turned exceedingly ugly. He truly hadn't expected that Matthew would take the initiative to attack him while he was holding a hostage. The demeanor of the opponent, fearless and defiant, frustrated him immensely. It was as if Matthew was the successful hostage-taker, rather than him, Beckman. And Matthew's reaction was quite calm. Why shouldn't I take action against you? I've said it before, I don't fear anyone's threat. You can do anything to Hibbert, but I assure you won't achieve the results you desire. But, in return, my associates and I can do much more to you. You may not know, I joined the Alliance later. Before that, I was just an ordinary necromancer. While saying these words, Matthew deliberately released the powers of the celebrity domain and the negative energy domain. Under the dual pressure of reputation and negative energy, his gaze naturally produced an effect akin to a fear aura. Ordinary people would probably be scared senseless after seeing it. Beckman, of course, was no ordinary person. But he certainly could appreciate Matthew's resolve. Strangely enough, after Matthew displayed this resolve and a few tricks, the expression of this Lord of Darkness instead turned calm. However, he still did not change his stance and continued to look at Matthew with a gaze full of hostility. You are tough and sufficiently cold-hearted. I'm starting to admire you a bit. Yes, I admit that I might not have a way with your friend in the short term, and I have no intention of escalating this conflict further, but behind me lies the vast shadow world. If you continue to be unaware of your high place, I can completely send you and your friend to meet Galen. Chapter 1954, 556 Infinite Illusion Realm _2. Chapter 1954, 556 Infinite Illusion Realm _2. I believe he would be very pleased to see this scene. He has more means than me in handling spellcasters. Matthew showed no fear of the opponent's threat. He directly mocked. Come on, please hurry up. I was very impressed by Galen. My memory of his reaction when he faced my teacher last time is still fresh. If you really send me over, I think it won't be Galen who's pleased, but someone else. You don't think she has really left, do you? Hearing this, Beckman fell silent. Matthew's words brought up Isabel. As the ruler of the shadow world, Beckman obviously knew of the little entanglement between Isabel and Galen. If that heavenly mage was really still in this multiverse. Considering her relationship with Matthew. Sending Matthew over would truly be setting Galen on fire. Thinking of this, Beckman became even more irritated. He found that he seemed to have no way to deal with this spellcaster who was not yet legendary. It had been a long time since he was this angry. Reason told him. Continuing to fight Matthew was of no benefit. And he was usually a rational person, otherwise, he wouldn't have survived so many crises until now. But for some reason, today, he found it hard to contain his anger. The more he saw Matthew, the more he disliked him. He wished he could swing the Tong Luo God sword in his hand and cut him in two. In fact, if it wasn't for the concern that the Demoness of Desire was still watching eagerly nearby, Beckman would have rushed up and settled the score with Matthew long ago. Glacia? What are you doing? At this moment, he suddenly sensed a very concealed and full of crisis aura slowly approaching. Matthew and Beckman instantly turned their heads to look at Glacia, who had been silent. At this time, the latter's undetectable state had already vanished. She had transformed into a huge demon, and was only a step away from the fallen Valkyrie armor suspended earlier. Beckman frowned. He immediately wanted to stop Glacia from touching the war armor. However, the latter's face revealed a cruel smile. Want to stop me? You too, will die today. As soon as her words ended, the world in front of them suddenly underwent a massive upheaval. An immense vortex composed of endless black and white filled every corner of their vision. The vortex rotated rapidly. A strong sense of nausea surged. Is this the Infinite Illusion Realm? Beckman's expression was very serious. Hearing this, something stirred in Matthew. Infinite Illusion Realm. It was said that this was one of the bottom-line abilities of the Demoness of Desire, Glacia. Using her powerful mental power, under the protection of the Blood River Will, she semi-spiritualized her original territory, the Infinite Secret Cave. This was a place similar to a demiplane, yet far more complex than the ordinary material-level demiplane. It was the fusion of the spiritual world and the demiplane. One of the pinnacles of illusion worlds known in the multiverse. The next moment, both of them saw the huge, godlike Demoness of Desire climbing up from the bottom of the black and white vortex. She seemed like a terrifying creature climbing up from the horizon. A pair of evil pupils instilled a fear like the worship of world-ending evils. You all must die. She burst out with a roar that had been suppressed for a long time. However, at this moment, Matthew chuckled lightly. Under Beckman's bewildered gaze, Matthew calmly raised his head. After holding back for so long, is this what you come up with? Didn't your father ever teach you not to use single-use, high-cost spells in front of a powerful spellcaster? Or at least, shouldn't you test the enemy's counterspell or something before you make a move? At that moment, the giant Glacia's head suddenly plunged downwards. An angry roar came out from her mouth. This is the strongest ability granted to me by the Blood River Will. It can't possibly be counterspelled by a spellcaster who is not even legendary. In an instant, The massive head, like a mountain, crashed down like lightning. Matthew was about to be smashed into pieces by that head. Suddenly, a seemingly insignificant bubble emerged from Matthew's fingertips. The small bubble appeared extremely fragile, as if a slightly stronger breeze could burst it. Matthew gently flicked his finger. The bubble immediately flew out. It ascended slowly and laboriously, heading straight for that massive head. In front of that gigantic skull, the bubble seemed so minuscule, like a drop in the ocean. But at the moment of contact, Beckman, who was watching indifferently, showed a shocked expression. Pop! After a soft noise, the immense body that Glacia had created through illusions collapsed thunderously. Even the black and white vortex that formed the illusion world vanished instantly. The entire infinite illusion realm completely disappeared. And the bubble continued to expand. Within a few seconds, the bubble enveloped the entire Yorua's gravity space. Everyone within the gravity space felt something. They lost their ability to cast spells. Is this a mystic lock? It can actually counterspell Glacia's infinite illusion realm? Beckman was stunned. He was increasingly unable to understand the bizarre spells in the hands of the younger generation. You know, Glacia was a bona fide legendary great devil, and deeply favored by the suppression of the Blood River. How could her strongest ability be so easily broken? Nevertheless, the facts were right here. Even though Beckman was reluctant to admit it, he realized that Matthew was definitely a formidable opponent and should not be underestimated just because his level hadn't reached legendary. Otherwise, the outcome would be extremely dire. Firstly, this is not purgatory. Secondly, your setup was too hasty, the illusion world was full of flaws. Thirdly, your mental power is too weak, you need more practice. Matthew suggested with a smile to a disbelieving Glacia. Actually, the first 2 points were correct. Tearing a plane isn't purgatory, so the infinite illusion realm couldn't enjoy the bonuses from the Blood River will. This actually made a big difference. Moreover, illusions themselves require preparation in advance, and hastily thrown together, they are easily full of flaws, not to mention Matthew was already prepared. He had been holding on to this trick, tomorrow's withered flower, for a long time. It's specifically used to counterspell the opponent's powerful spells. Although the infinite illusion realm was an ability, its effective performance still exists as an illusion world of spell nature, so there was a possibility of being counterspelled. As for the third point, Matthew was simply disheartening her. How could Glacia's mental power be weak? It was purely because Matthew, after devouring Giza's spirituality, had way too overpowering mental power. Interesting. But now that you've used the mystic lock, how are you going to fight us? Beckman suspiciously watched Matthew. Don't tell me you're also a warrior skilled in dual cultivation of magic and martial arts? Matthew smiled. Not everything must be managed personally by me. Camilla, take over. At this moment, Glacia and Beckman realized that the malicious exclusion barrier that had isolated them from external reinforcements had vanished. From an unknown time, that menacing red-robed bald priest had already charged in. The spell nullifying effect in the tomorrow's withered flower barrier was basically not a negative effect for her. But see how she easily raised her hand, delivering a blow to both Beckman and Glacia. Apocalypse immobilization technique, divine spell. At that moment, majestic divine power exploded freely within the space. Both the Demoness of Desire and the Lord of Darkness's bodies showed slight stiffening movements. Now's the time, Matthew shouted loudly. Almost at the same moment Glacia was immobilized. The shape of beast-man thief Saffraloa appeared behind her. Both Lorraine and Camilla cast a blessing on her. In the next second, she took a deep breath and reached out her left hand towards Glacia. In the blink of an eye, a copper coin with a metallic luster appeared in her hand. Chapter 1955, 557 times cicada. Chapter 1955, 557 times cicada. Soul copper coin. At that instant, everyone's gaze converged on Saffraloa, even she herself was momentarily stunned. She probably hadn't expected that Richard and Shanair, who had struggled in vain to steal the item, would be outdone by her success on the first try. Matthew breathed a sigh of relief, then a contented smile appeared on his face. Well done. The reason why Safraloa was arranged to seize this crucial opportunity was actually part of Matthew's prior planning. Unlike the experienced Richard and Shanair, although Safraloa had exceptional talents and had successfully become legendary, she was still young, with her real stealing skills falling short of the two old hands. This point had been discussed beforehand by the trio and was also a fact admittedly acknowledged by the Beastman Maiden herself. This was also the reason why she was the last to make a move. But Safraloa had an extremely heavenly hidden talent, which was precisely the reason why Camilla insisted on having Matthew bring her along on this mission. This talent came from Safraloa's fairy father. Lucky 1, racial talent/rogue exclusive in the domain related to your race and profession, you will receive an extremely high luck bonus. 1. When in stealth, it's almost impossible for you to be detected due to loud movements or noises. 2. In environments that are not particularly bright, most enemy attacks will merely graze you. 3. When encountering magic attacks or traps, for any uncertain or ambiguous determination, you can directly receive a partial exemption. 4. When interacting with the environment, it's almost impossible for you to lose balance or get injured due to obstacles. 5. When using the stealing skill, you're more likely to steal the object of your desire. This incredibly strong talent was one of the cornerstones that enabled the young Safraloa to become an advanced legend rogue. For rogues, luck is the most important attribute next to agility and insight. And in the application of legendary stealing, Matthew believed that luck should be used at the most crucial moment. Like now. In a sense, Safraloa's success was not purely due to the effect of Lucky 1. Richard had filtered out numerous complex targets for her. Shanair had eliminated the wrong options for her. Combined with her own strength and luck, this allowed the soul copper coin to end up smoothly in her hands. At that moment, the Demoness of Desire was staring intently at Safraloa and the coin in her palm. Her body leaned forward slightly, then suddenly restored to its previous position. She sneered. You stole the wrong one. Despicable thief. Matthew approached and sensed it, realizing that the soul copper coin held the soul of a spirit demon. Not Rieger's. He looked at Safraloa. The Beastman Maiden said breezily. No big deal. As long as we have the first coin, the rest are easy. As her voice fell, she suddenly took out a deep blue totem from her bag and planted it into the void. In an instant, the totem, engraved with Beastman language and special runes, emitted intense blue light. The blue light transformed into a clear blue stream, trickling out from the totem, then wrapped around Safraloa, forming a river of void. The next moment, the Beastman Maiden hung the copper coin on the totem and started chanting. The blue light atop the totem shone even brighter. The Demoness of Desire instinctively felt that something was wrong. Stop. However, a red figure onslaught from the side. Camilla appeared, brandishing her signature massive flail and bursting with gold and white light from time to time, as she charged ferociously towards the Demoness of Desire. God of the First Moon's armor and legendary divine spell, 10 protection. The overwhelming pressure made the Demoness of Desire retreat step by step, temporarily unable to fight back. And it was during this window of opportunity that Safraloa was able to finish chanting her prepared incantation. A few seconds later, above the river circling Safraloa, starting from the totem, one soul copper coin after another began to appear. Before long, a total of 107 soul copper coins were out of the Demoness of Desire's control, all appearing in Safraloa's hands. Found it. Safraloa handed one of the coins to Matthew. Clutching the coin, Matthew's mind, at last, relaxed. Hint, your partner Safraloa has used the Beastman Shaman's secret technique, flow tracking technique. Combining legendary stealing with flow tracking technique, Safraloa has successfully acquired the remaining 106 soul copper coins. You have obtained soul copper coin, Rieger. Would you like to release it? Matthew did not hesitate to toss the coin into Lost Paradise, then released Rieger's soul. Matthew. Rieger was very excited. Just as he was about to say something, Matthew urgently closed the gate to Lost Paradise. Wait inside for now. After the hasty instruction, Matthew turned to deal with the apparent sneak attack from the Lord of Darkness. Beckman seemed not to have expected Matthew to react so quickly. A rare sign of embarrassment appeared on his face. But soon his expression returned to normal. Don't be nervous, I'm here to talk. Matthew gave a slight smile. Sure. The next second, a giant tentacle of negative energy rose from behind Beckman, then mercilessly swept towards him. Swoosh! Beckman turned into a shadow, dodging the touch of death. However, at the same time. Chapter 1956, 557 times cicada_2. Chapter 1956, 557 times cicada_2. A gray-black semi-translucent chain has already linked his body with Matthew. Death Reaper Curse. Beckman's face changed color. At that moment, he could sense layers upon layers of domains erupting from Matthew's body. Negative energy, grave, erosion, death, equilibrium, Tauren, nature. How can there be so many domains without being legendary? Beckman was extremely shocked. Immediately, he realized that the opponent had all domains open, clearly intending to fight to the death with him. And of course, he was not willing to risk his life against Matthew at this critical moment. So without a word, his body turned into a shadow, planning to withdraw from the battlefield. During the retreat, he did not forget to take Hibbert, who was trapped in the shadow domain, with him. But at this moment, he suddenly found that the figure trapped by the endless shadows was gradually becoming void. Following this, an astonishing scene unfolded. Hibbert and the surrounding shadow domain seemed to have fallen into a strange loop of time reversal, all movements swiftly flashing past Beckman right before his eyes in reverse time. He wanted to intervene to stop all this. But he was interfered with by a strong force, utterly unable to get close. And when everything was said and done, he found his shadow domain in the same initial state as when it was deployed, and at the center of the domain, where Hibbert was supposed to be bound, had turned into a cicada, continuously trembling its wings. Beckman's pupils contracted violently. The time cicada? You are one of Loa's. Puff. The time cicada turned into pure white powder and disappeared into the air. Meanwhile, Hibbert reappeared beside Matthew. How about that? My combat skills are not bad, right? Matthew gave him a thumbs up. Pretty strong. But he silently complained in his mind, you don't even have actual combat skills, it's all talent. Hibbert chuckled hee. Seizing this opportunity, Matthew launched several consecutive attacks on Beckman, and even Soldier was summoned to join the assault on Beckman. If it were only Matthew's necromancy, Beckman might have appeared quite composed, but the arrival of the dual-blade sage, and the silent approach of the three wanderers, put a lot of pressure on Beckman. Before long, he used the characteristics of the shadow domain to distance himself from Matthew. Seizing this chance, Matthew glanced at Camilla. As expected, this guy was swinging his signature flail, chasing after Glacia. It was clear that even without using divine spells, relying on physical prowess, this legendary priest was a cut above the average devil lord. The goal of the trip has been achieved, and a lot has been stolen, only a pity that the Eye of Barthur was not thieved. But it's time to retreat. Matthew made up his mind. The next moment, he, together with Hibbert and Vivian, unleashed their firepower, creating a multitude of area spells at once. The nearby enemies could only scramble to evade. These spells also shielded the outsider's perception to some extent. By the time someone recovered, the member-gathering technique Matthew used had also completed chanting. Swoosh! Everyone present was assembled near Matthew. Without any hesitation, everyone temporarily hid in lost paradise. Immediately after, Matthew's figure vanished before everyone's eyes. Matthew's retreat was so decisive, it also exceeded the expectations of Beckman and Glacia. They at first even thought it was Matthew's tactic of feigning retreat. It was only a few seconds later they realized Matthew might have really slipped away for good. "We can't let him escape," Glacia angrily pursued. Beckman followed the clues to track as well. In the place where Matthew left, the two found a residual portal and a crack leading to the rift tear in the Star Realm's surface. The two exchanged a glance and each picked a direction to chase. Unexpectedly, not long after, both of them simultaneously emerged from the portal/crack, covered in dust and ash. It was a trap. And bombs? The two looked at each other, and once they confirmed that they had both encountered similar events, they felt their spirits lift significantly. Wait a minute. If both escape routes are traps, then where did he escape to? Beckman was furious. He scanned the chaotic battlefield with his gaze. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss in a nearby shadow node. He quickly entered, and 2 seconds later, he came back out. Indeed, he escaped from here. If he fled through the shadow plane, there would surely be a trail left behind. It wouldn't be difficult to find him, it just requires some effort. And the shadow plane is my home turf. Beckman was somewhat excited. But very quickly, he realized that things were not as simple as he imagined. In the chaos of the battlefield, after Matthew and the others left, the purgatory snake demons riding fierce rhinoceroses launched another attack on Glacia's army. The snake demons came for retribution. Such an act would be normal under any other circumstances, but at this critical juncture, it was like pouring oil on a fire. Indeed, when Beckman's attention returned to Glacia, she had already put on the fallen Valkyrie war armor in a fury. Wait. That Necromancer and his gang might not have gone far. Beckman hurriedly shouted. What if he decides to launch another sneak attack? Having been cleaned out, Glacia's eyes were so fierce as if she could devour someone. Is this the reason your men attacked my soldiers? Unless you stop summoning the Tong Luo gods immediately, otherwise. Forget it, at this point, even if you stop, you must die. Before she finished speaking, Glacia, having fully unleashed the potential of her war armor, roared with towering rage and charged towards the Lord of Darkness. And the latter, with a darkened expression, had no choice but to hurriedly retreat into the shadows, and then confront the enemy with the power of his domain. Very soon, the battlefield erupted with combat once again. The intensity of the war had escalated even further than before. For a time, the plains above were shrouded in blood and a stench of gore. And even the earth itself seemed to begin to tremble slightly. Outside of the shadow node, at the edge where the rift tears the target apart and the star realm void, a holy deer was running swiftly. After sensing that they had shaken off their pursuers, Matthew found a relatively safe place and let his consciousness sink into Lost Paradise. At this moment, Lost Paradise was quite bustling. A group of people surrounded Rieger's soul, expressing their concerns and warm greetings, which somewhat overwhelmed Rieger. So, I'm in a soul state now? You're not going to turn me into a skeleton soldier, are you? Upon seeing Matthew, Rieger appeared somewhat excited, but his first words were still laced with jest. Zombies wouldn't do? Matthew walked over with a smile. Rieger posed thoughtfully. I've heard liches are pretty powerful. Matthew reminded him. Liches can't use sword oil. Rieger immediately shook his head vigorously, then asked seriously. Strictly speaking, necromancers can't use sword oil either, right? So can I still move like a living person? As he spoke the last sentence, his tone was somewhat uneasy. Matthew went over and patted his shoulder, speaking in a relaxed tone. Don't worry, we've kept your body in good shape. After resurrection, you might feel a bit uncomfortable at first, but with some training and continuous treatment, there should be no major issues. Rieger grimaced. Alright, to still have a body, that's indeed a happy affair. The two chatted a bit more. Lorraine then asked. So what's next? Are we going to call it quits, or, HM? Matthew said with a smile. Would you believe me if I said we're going to back off? Lorraine shook his head. I wouldn't believe it. Matthew asked. Why not? Lorraine replied. The way you looked at that war armor and the divine sword from other worlds was off. My intuition tells me you're not one to settle easily. Matthew shrugged. I am indeed very interested in those two items, but it's not worth the risk to go back and ask for them. This answer seemed unexpected to everyone. So we're just going to head home like this? My lady has just warmed up. Bobo seemed a bit unfulfilled. Matthew blinked. Who said anything about heading home? I just don't want to return to the main battlefield. Speaking of which, there's a shadow core in the rift, and it seems Beckman has conducted some unspeakable rituals there. I'm planning to take a look. Anyone interested in coming along? Chapter 1957, 558 slid in all at once. Chapter 1957, 558 slid in all at once. Tearing the planar barrier. Within the star realm void between the second layer and shadow core, the heavenly deer, Matthew transformed into, roamed nearby for quite a while, eventually finding a safe fulcrum to transform back into human form. Then he summoned Hibbert and Vivian from Lost Paradise. Utilizing the shattered light that intermittently erupted from the astral world, the three spellcasters gazed into the distance. The outline of the shadow core, obscured in the vast darkness, gradually disclosed itself. Snap! Hibbert formed a super-large bubble, enveloping all three within. Thus, they could communicate normally as they would in the material world. This type of bubble generally could also somewhat adjust the variable gravity of the astral world, offering more abundant conditions for physical adaptation. I originally thought that by using the power of the heavenly deer I could directly penetrate the shadow core, but now it seems I was overly simplistic. The shadow core itself is a fully sealed space. Beckman only left 4 passageways linking to the second layer, and not only are these encrypted and protected by the shadow domain, their endpoints invariably lead directly behind the gates of the shadow castle. Aside from these passageways, the surface of the shadow core is scattered with many crystal wall-like substances, resembling a planar barrier. My intuition tells me they are extremely dangerous, and I dared not approach them. What's left are the numerous bubbles between the core and the second layer, resembling the undercurrents in the void turbulence, giving me the same sense of danger. Matthew rapidly informed the other two of his observations. Vivian immediately spoke. You did right not to go near. Both the bubbles and the crystal wall substances are very dangerous. The bubbles are highly oscillatory structures formed from the remnants of shattered planes, washed by void turbulence, carrying properties of destruction. Any normal beings or objects getting near them would be wiped out by the terrifying obliteration. Their power is no less formidable than facing a destructive storm within the void turbulence directly. And those special crystal walls, if I'm not mistaken, are harvested from the rotten white coral zone at the edge of the multiverse. At the dawn of the multiverse, the crystal walls at the edges of the universe served as barriers protecting us from the invasion of outsiders. However, these walls gradually lost their original properties after millions of years of external erosion. I've read a travelogue by a legendary mage where he stated clearly that the crystal walls from the rotten white coral zone have undergone severe corrosion, supposedly related to a colossal star beast lurking just beyond the walls. Perhaps its saliva has corroded parts of the crystal, resulting in some fragments gaining properties of decay, regeneration, and assimilation. That legendary mage discovered through research that any fleshly body touching these types of crystal would quickly begin crystallization. If not amputated in time, one might turn into part of the crystal wall within 5 minutes. Vivian's tone was quite serious, even somewhat fearful. Matthew nodded slightly. He, too, had observed traces of high crystallization of astral creatures near the crystal walls. This was one of his major reasons for not rashly approaching. This means it's nearly impossible for us to bypass those 4 passages and enter the Shadow Core directly. To access the passages, we need to return to the battlefield, or at the very least, to the vicinity of the Shadow Castle's gates? Matthew frowned slightly. This mismatches his planned strategy. He certainly does not want to attract hostility from Glacia and Beckman at this critical juncture. Vivian showed a hint of difficulty. Hibbert proposed. I could use the time domain to halt the flow of time around the crystal wall and then drill a large hole through it. Vivian immediately objected. No. Aside from the fact that such a crystal wall can hardly be drilled through, the priority of time domain in a place like the Star Realm might not be higher than the crystal wall itself. It's too dangerous, and you've already exceeded the limit on the number of times you can use time magic today. Hibbert was stunned. There's a limit on how many times I can use time magic? Why didn't I know about this? Vivian snorted. Starting today, there is. Hibbert wanted to say more, but Matthew pulled on his sleeve, signaling him to keep calm. Vivian's concerns were not excessive. Approaching such dangerous materials with one's physical body was indeed not wise. Matthew pondered. Perhaps I should go back alone to take a look. I'll bring along 3 legendary rogues, that should solve the issue of opening the doors. Vivian thought for a moment. There's another way, we could seek help from that legendary mage who has visited the rotten white coral zone. He has conducted extensive research on such crystal materials and is also renowned for his travel through the astral world. Matthew curiously asked. Which mage is so capable? Vivian spoke seriously. It's Mr. Edmund. Matthew suddenly realized. If it's Edmund, that's reasonable. This superior legend is quite all round, bearing a trace of Isabel's grace. However, getting his help might not be easy, and whether there's enough time is also a concern. By the way, that volcano mage Aaron, he must be one of Edmund's. I saw the Snake Mountain sect badge on him. Chapter 1958, 558 slid in all at once _2. Chapter 1958, 558 slid in all at once _2. Matthew said a sentence. Upon hearing this, Vivian's face showed a conflicted expression, quickly whispered in a low voice. Mr. Edmund has a good reputation in the floating city. But I've heard that he seems to have done some unsavory things outside, many of which were carried out by people from the Snake Mountain sect, like a series of events related to the Dragon Lich sect. Is that so? Her eyes were wide and full of curiosity. Hibbert nearby couldn't help but prick up his ears. Well. Matthew's eyes shifted. What other gossip have you heard in the floating city? Vivian said with an air of mystery. Some say that Mr. Edmund has kept Lady Isabel imprisoned for decades. Others say he seems congenial on the surface, but is petty underneath, occasionally punishing those who don't address him as chief mage during meetings by making them sweep the hall. And some say he likes to peep. Matthew coughed. I'm referring to things related to the Snake Mountain sect and the Dragon Lich sect. Vivian thought for a moment. A spellcaster from the outside told me that Edmund obscures the heavens with one hand. He single-handedly established the Dragon Lich sect, then deliberately created conflicts between the Dragon Lich sect and the Alliance to profit from it, saying much of his funding is acquired this way. Of course, there's even more sensational stuff. That spellcaster told me that it was precisely because Lady Isabel discovered Edmund's evil deeds that she was confined. The infamous witch who slaughters without mercy in the legends of the Dragon Lich sect is actually one of Edmund's female disguised doppelgangers. And more. He thinks Edmund has a lover's adoration for his mentor and is madly in love with Lady Isabel, whom he had confined. The more Matthew listened, the more he found it laughable. It was Lady Isabel who single-handedly created the Dragon Lich sect, yet now Edmund was the scapegoat. The latter is also unfortunate. Matthew gestured to stop there. Which spellcaster passed on these rumors to you? Vivian said somewhat ashamedly. I've only met that spellcaster 3 times. It said he belongs to the Snake Mountain sect, so it shouldn't be false, right? Oh, Matthew, you're well informed on the outside, tell us what you know. People from the Snake Mountain sect? Matthew suddenly paused. If it truly was someone from the Snake Mountain sect, with how much control Edmund has over the Snake Mountain sect, why would anyone spread baseless rumors about their own boss? Unless this rumor was deliberately spread by Edmund himself. If that's the case, what is this guy up to? Matthew's expression also became very colorful. Facing the eager eyes of Vivian and Hibbert, he could only clear his throat. Actually, I'm not too clear about Mr. Edmund's deeds either. But no matter what, he's still a spellcaster of the Alliance, having made so many contributions to protect Ander. It shouldn't come to doing those evils rumored, don't you think? Vivian clearly was not satisfied with this answer. She pouted her lips. It's really hard to say. Hibbert, on the other hand, honestly said. Sir Edmund comes off as unfathomable to me. Many say I'm a genius, but that's only among our generation. When I stand before the Seven Saint Alliance, including Sir Edmund, I feel incredibly insignificant. For such a great person, I think our judgments are meaningless. So, are we going to find him? Or should we try cooperating with the Volcano Mage? He doesn't seem to be entirely on the side of the Lord of Darkness. Matthew looked at Hibbert with surprise. This guy actually thought of collaborating with Aaron. It shows a genius is a genius after all, usually just too lazy to think, but when needed, can find the most efficient shortcut. I have a similar idea. We could use communication magic to contact Aaron, and at the same time inquire about their situation. Matthew stated his thoughts. But just at this moment, the three of them suddenly noticed a disturbance deep in the astral world. Under the shattered light, a dark object swam over from afar. It quickly swam up to the vicinity of the shadow core, then began to hover there. Matthew thought it would be assimilated by that special crystal wall. But who knew the next second? The dark object actually burrowed directly into the surface of the crystal wall. It's gone in. What is that? Can it actually ignore the corrupt substances on the surface of the crystal wall? Vivian was extremely surprised. Matthew was equally astonished. He quickly glanced at the data column. Tip, you have observed a Star Realm swordfish. Observation, the Star Realm swordfish is exempt from the special effects of the white coral crystal wall and has successfully entered the shadow core. The Star Realm swordfish has left the shadow core. Watching the swordfish swim away, a ripple stirred in Matthew's heart. That's right, even in the life-forbidden zone at the edge of the multiverse, there are very few races that can survive. The Star Realm swordfish possess superb astral traversal abilities, so it's not surprising that they can be exempt from the characteristic of such crystal walls. Vivian's eyes lit up. Does this mean we could capture a swordfish to lead the way? Matthew immediately waved his hand. No need. I happen to have one right here, let's send it over and give it a try. The next second, he started chanting the undead summoning spell and summoned the death swordfish. The so-called death swordfish was actually the fish head that Tyrese had chopped off in the blood-drinking mountain plain. Under Matthew's control, the fish head nimbly crossed the foam zone and slammed into the crystal wall on the surface of the shadow core. An incredible thing happened. The crystal wall, normally a threat to common creatures, actively split open to accommodate and envelop the entry of the death swordfish. It slipped right in. Vivian cheered with delight. Matthew also breathed a sigh of relief. He then navigated the death swordfish forward, confirmed it had entered a safe area, and quickly returned. Afterward, the three of them climbed into the mouth of the swordfish. The swordfish set off once again. A few minutes later, just like before, the swordfish entered the space of the core. The shadow core, which tears the target apart, began the size of a fist. Yet, with Beckman's ritual, it gradually expanded to the size of a medium demiplane. After Matthew entered the core world aboard the swordfish, the first thing he saw was a huge cosmic spaceship. That spaceship was quietly docked on the ground of the inner core world. Matthew looked down. Around the spaceship, there was a faint green energy shield. Inside the energy shield, many strange creatures were bustling about on and off the ship. And on the outskirts of the energy shield, a lot of space was still in a state of nothingness. Matthew saw giant worms being driven to crawl back and forth on the ground. Wherever these worms crawled, they would leave behind a lot of white mucus, which would quickly solidify into hardened ground, providing more footholds for the demiplane's expansion and construction. Stoneworm. Vivian, a top spellcaster by academic training, immediately identified the origin of the many creatures in the Shadow Core. Stoneworms are quite rare in Ander, more often found at the edges of Grey Star Realm spaces. They like to consume stones, and while moving, their abdomen secretes a large amount of liquid similar to original stone liquid, which solidifies into substantial ground. Stoneworms are typically used for demiplane expansion and construction. However, this method of construction is generally short-term because the spaces opened up by stoneworms are not reliable in the long term. The creatures within the energy shield should be the descendants of the Tong Luo god left in Ander. They call themselves the Tong Luo god race, existing similarly to Beckman. Given the current situation, some facility on the spaceship must have activated the bloodline of these Tong Luo god race descendants, leaving them oddly shaped, but likely with some additional abilities. Matthew nodded slightly. Suddenly, as his gaze focused once again on the enormous cosmic spaceship, an ancient mournful ballad echoed in his ears, and visions appeared before his eyes. Chapter 1959, 559 Tong Luo God Race. Chapter 1959, 559 Tong Luo God Race. In the vast universe, filled with endless darkness, occasionally shimmering with specks of starlight. Most of the starlight is desolate. The planets corresponding to these light sources have accumulated loneliness and solitude for hundreds of millions of years. On these planets, time seems to be meaningless. As the singing fades away, Matthew's vision is being rapidly propelled by a powerful force. His soul seems to be wandering in the desolate universe. He witnessed the birth and extinction of one planet after another. In that unobserved desolation, explosions, boiling, colors, collisions. Countless materials vanishing or being reborn beyond sight over millions of years, and after some time, coming into the view of another humble life. That is a spaceship with a rather sci-fi appearance, immensely huge, but upon closer inspection, both its exterior and interior are severely aged. At a certain moment, a porthole on the spaceship caught an unknown signal from a distant planet. So, they happily set off, heading towards the faraway place. Matthew seems to watch the beings inside the ship through the window, although only silhouettes are unclear, he seems to feel the joy that fills the air. It was the joy of rediscovering a direction in life. Just like that, his vision followed the spaceship for an unknown number of years. Most of that time was compressed, and Matthew could only guess the distance and time traveled by the spaceship by finding some references inside it. In the end, the spaceship brought its passengers through numerous desolate universes and arrived at a blue planet. The planet was not large, with a lifeless surface, it did not seem to be a good habitat. But the spaceship chose to stop here. Matthew saw some passengers wearing thick uniforms, carefully leaving the ship, and then walking on the surface of that planet. Before long, they leaped down from the entrance of a crater mountain. Beneath that thick surface, there lied a bustling ecological circle. Matthew saw the hollow crust divided into layers upon layers, with various giant species traversing through towering trees, drinking merrily in the endless blue lakes. One end of the lake connects to a gigantic waterfall. The waterfall plummets. Below, a myriad of life forms in all postures. Countless exotic creatures thrive and reproduce here. In some parts of this world, there even emerged the rudiments of a civilization. Matthew saw groups of humanoid beings in animal skin coats, wielding clubs and stones, rushing past the edge of the lake. It seemed they were chasing after a migrating herd of horses. The vision stops abruptly there. When that ancient song resounds in his ears again, the scene Matthew sees has returned to the passengers of the spaceship beginning to settle, colonize, build and flourish. Matthew noticed. These short and portly humanoid lives use the flag of the spaceship as the symbol of their own civilization. He stared at that flag for a long time. Only then he vaguely understood its direct translation into Ainder's language. Tong Luo. This spaceship is called Tong Luo in their original civilization system. So these creatures call themselves Tong Luo people. Matthew realized. He might have perceived the origin of the Tong Luo world. Subsequent developments were indeed as Matthew expected. The passengers of Tong Luo used their civilization's advantages to launch a dimensionally inferior attack on the natives of that planet. They spared no mercy in burning, killing, looting. Thus, enormous factories billowing with white smoke shot up from the ground. The number of Tong Luo people increased more and more. The once dominant giant species fell one by one. This scene lasted for a very, very long time. Long enough for Matthew to learn about their detailed development process. He noticed. In the process of Tong Luo civilization's rapid development, a particular mineral extracted from deep within the planet's soil played a pivotal role. With strong insight, Matthew translated this mineral as energy crystal. Energy crystal was also an important reason why Tong Luo people chose this planet as their new home or colony. But the subsequent development puzzled Matthew somewhat. Logically, with the mastery of extracting, refining, and industrial technology related to energy crystals, which possess ultra-high-density energy, the Tong Luo people would definitely become the dominators of this planet. But in fact, during the rapid development of the Tong Luo people, a small part of the passengers began to secretly sabotage the energy crystal extraction factories. They started to create various kinds of chaos within the tribe. This chaotic era lasted a long time. With limited information, Matthew could only deduce from the perspective he observed that the Tong Luo people had fought about 3 highly intense civil wars. He named these 3 wars Energy Crystal Wars. After the wars ended, the people who caused chaos were all publicly executed by a group wearing white uniforms, seemingly the higher-ups of the Tong Luo people. Then, they spent a long time repairing the destroyed factories and buildings. Tong Luo civilization once again entered a stage of vigorous development. This time the development was terrifyingly fast. In the blink of an eye, Matthew saw countless small spaceships taking off from the pale blue surface base. Some explored the surrounding space upwards. Some went deep into the core of the planet, searching for more energy crystal ore. Just like that. Based on that planet, Tong Luo established a civilization network that kept radiating outwards using the mining and utilization of energy crystals. Chapter 1960, 559 Tong Luo God Race _2. Chapter 1960, 559 Tong Luo God Race _2. The existence of energy crystals attracted a variety of creatures and civilizations from the depths of the universe. Some were hostile to the Tong Luo civilization. Some were relatively friendly. Regardless, the world of Tong Luo was gradually becoming livelier. Wherever the Tong Luo civilization extended, life forms from across the universe reproduced at an astonishing rate around it. In the later stages, Matthew's vision was filled with dense creatures. Contrarily, the initial Tong Luo people themselves, their population growth slowed down after expanding to a certain extent. Later on, the number of Tong Luo people began to plummet. Some of the natives began to take over the power originally held by the Tong Luo people. That's when Matthew noticed something was wrong. How many years have passed, and those original Tong Luo people haven't died off? Is their lifespan infinite? And their decreasing numbers don't seem to be due to accidental deaths, but rather people continuously leaving on small spaceships. Matthew's confusion did not last long. After the last of the Tong Luo people left on a small spaceship, the remaining creatures began to revel. Many races learned a lot of knowledge from the Tong Luo people and believed that with this knowledge, their races could also become overlords of the universe like the Tong Luo people. However, disaster struck soon after. One day, Matthew saw a shadow suddenly appear beneath the spaceship that originally brought the Tong Luo people to this planet. It was an extremely thick and smooth flesh spike. Matthew thought he saw wrong. So he blinked. The next second, the world of Tong Luo descended into great chaos. Matthew saw giant creatures, as large as planets and akin to demigod insects, abruptly appear on that planet and all nearby planets. They sprawled on the surface of the planets like spiders. Their mouthparts were countless flesh spikes like celestial pillars. Those flesh spikes rapidly pierced the Earth's crust, and each penetration caused a massive surge of energy crystal liquid from the depths of the Earth's core. Not only that, they mercilessly harvested the creatures inhabiting these planets and their surroundings. Although no sound could be heard, Matthew could seemingly imagine the cries of anguish of those dying creatures. He could feel their greed and joy from the scenes of the giant beings feverishly sucking up energy crystals and the weaker creatures. That instant, Matthew's mind once again echoed that melancholic song. No. This time he truly understood the emotions in the song. It wasn't melancholy. It was hunger. These are the Tong Luo gods. The Tong Luo people who arrived in spaceships were merely servants of the Tong Luo gods. They scoured for energy crystals everywhere to establish civilizations, attracting other races to come, all for the sake of providing a feast for the hungry Tong Luo gods at the right moment. The Tong Luo gods granted the Tong Luo people eternal life as a reward, and in return, the Tong Luo people must wander and establish bases everywhere, seeking spaces for the Tong Luo gods to feed. Matthew's inner world was tumultuous. But the next moment, he had more questions. Firstly, in the process of establishing their civilization, energy crystals seemed to play an essential role. They passed many potential planets because of insufficient energy crystals. But why, this time, did they choose Ander? It seems that no similar substance to energy crystals was found in the Ander universe. Secondly, if the Tong Luo gods are as powerful as I witnessed, how did they lose the previous blood meteor incident? The demons were already powerful enough, not to mention the evil gods they summoned, that should have led to mutual destruction. How splendid was the civilization of the eastern continent back then. Lastly, Plague Daughter Kesha, who I encountered earlier, also belongs to the Tong Luo god race, but she didn't seem as insane, at least not as detestable as evil Queen Baba Shah, also a Tong Luo god. Are there factional differences among the Tong Luo gods? Or is she deliberately hiding something? Matthew suddenly realized. Before aligning with the Church of Death, Plague Daughter Kesha might not be that trustworthy. At least the affection she showed could be problematic. In contemplation, Matthew's view of the world fast-forwarded. The Tong Luo gods indulged in the feast of civilization before them. Gradually, the bustling planets returned to desolation. Later, Matthew even witnessed fierce infighting among the Tong Luo gods. In the end, he saw several of the largest Tong Luo gods as victors, sprawling on the surface of desolate planets, greedily sucking the corpses of their kind, casting their ravenous gazes deep into the universe. The vision ends here. Matthew? Matthew? Vivian's concerned voice came through. What did you sense? Vivian asked thoughtfully. Matthew wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, steadied his mind. Some images about the spaceship in front of us. Why can't I sense it? Hibbert asked curiously. I even used the spirit touch skill to enhance my insight. Matthew responded uncertainly. Maybe it's just luck? Hibbert's mental power is also strong. Even though Matthew absorbed Giza's mental power, he felt Hibbert was only slightly inferior to himself. Maybe it's also related to Giza's knowledge. Upon this thought, Matthew quietly released all the companions from Lost Paradise. Except for Rieger. After instructing Dark Peggy to relay the recent events to Rieger and to protect his soul, Matthew returned to the core of the shadows. How is it? Did you sense anything about that spaceship? Although Matthew was asking everyone, his gaze was primarily on Lorraine. In terms of insight, the legendary demigod bard must be the first. However, Lorraine shook his head meaningfully. Camilla also slowly retracted the white light from her eyes, indicating she got nothing. The others were even more puzzled. Matthew took a deep breath and quickly recounted the images he had seen. Everyone was somewhat shocked after hearing this. Their understanding of the Tongluo gods was not deep, and subconsciously, they thought they were entities like those from Heavenly Family Palace, but it turned out they were more akin to locusts. So Beckman wants to bring a swarm of crazy bugs to Ainder? Richard frowned. That's not good news at all. Just one blood meteor has devastated the eastern continent. If more blood meteors come. Shanair corrected. He is bringing them to purgatory. Do not underestimate the will of Blood River. We can actually sit back and watch, waiting for the Tongluo gods to really come to purgatory. It's not certain who will consume whom. Vivian's attitude was more concerned. Considering the current situation, if the Tongluo gods team up with the Twilight creatures, with their internal and external coordination, Purgatory might also not stand a chance. And once the order of Purgatory is breached, the astral world will completely fall into chaos. The abyssal demons are already colluding with the Tongluo gods. When the astral world is utterly chaotic, it will definitely further affect the material world. Everyone had their own views. To Matthew's surprise, including Bobo, Lumiere, most felt letting the Purgatory devils and the Tongluo gods fight each other was a good thing. Only Vivian and Richard believed that they should help Purgatory to stop the invasion of the Tongluo gods. Hibbert, Lorraine, and Camilla adopted an indifferent stance. It seems only Vivian and Richard have a broader perspective. Matthew was well aware that Purgatory was actually the last bastion of order in the astral world. Devils, though detestable. But in this wide-ranging disaster, to maintain the order of the material world, the control of Purgatory definitely should not be lost. Anyhow, let's go in and take a look. Matthew decisively decided. So, the group quickly reached the outskirts of the protection shield. Here, they discovered several small doors for entrance and exit. All the doors are locked. I just tried, they couldn't be opened. Seems like only the Tongluo god race can open them. Even my door opening spell was ineffective. Shanair, responsible for scouting, came back to report. Afterwards Richard and others also tried. Their experiences were very similar to Shanair's feedback. If all else fails, we could try my method of opening doors. Bobo was eager to try. Matthew quickly stopped her. Then he hesitated and said, "Should I give it a try?" Under everyone's watch, Matthew briskly approached one of the small doors. He did not use any unlocking ability. Instead, he slowly placed his right hand on a place obviously meant to recognize handprints. The next second, everyone watched in amazement. The door actually opened directly. Chapter 1961, 560 Death Remains. Chapter 1961, 560 Death Remains. Seeing this scene, everyone present simultaneously revealed expressions of shock, and the atmosphere fell silent for half a second. Until the next moment, a sly-looking Tongluo emerged from behind the door. He whispered to Matthew. "Weren't you the one who said you weren't interested in Beckman's treasure? How come not only have you returned, but you've also brought so many people?" Matthew retracted his right hand, turned back with a smile to the others, and then greeted. "Let's talk inside." Subsequently, he expanded the invisible magic ball, and everyone else used their methods to enter an invisible state. The group entered one after another. By this time, everyone had also realized that it wasn't Matthew who had opened the small door on the energy shield, but rather, he had an insider within the shield. This insider was none other than the yellow jade dragon Clade, who had left on his own earlier. Matthew had also just sensed his presence and realized that the yellow jade dragon had used the soul implantation technique to possess a Tongluo god race individual with weaker mental power, thereby earning the privilege to move within the shield. However, while joking with the others, a hint of unease lurked deep within him. The reason he pressed his right hand against the identifier was also with a slight probing intent. The outcome made him breathe a sigh of relief. the identifier gave no reaction to Matthew's identity. At the very least, there was no more direct evidence to prove his connection with the Tongluo gods. Actually, even if Kesha's claim is true, my current body doesn't have much to do with the Tongluo god. This spaceship's energy shield looks quite high level, but it doesn't seem to go as far as recognizing souls. Amidst these thoughts, he quickly shut the small door. Guided by Clade, the group skirted around the busy areas of the Tongluo people and came to a small, rarely frequented building near the center of the spaceship. It looked like this place should be a storage room. To be honest, the first time I saw this setup, I thought you were planning a dragon slaying. Yellow Jade Dragon teased. After all, the last time I saw a team of human adventurers made up of legends and half-legends, they were out for dragon slaying. After learning of Clade's identity as an ancient dragon, everyone else showed him great respect. Bobo curiously asked. So what was the ultimate fate of that adventurer team? Did you kill them all? Yellow Jade Dragon shook his head and said. Oh. I'm not that brutal. Bobo exclaimed in surprise. You let them go? Yellow Jade Dragon explained. No, you misunderstood. In fact, we were comrades. That group of human adventurers was recruited by me. At that time I led them to vanquish another notorious dragon, and we succeeded greatly. That red dragon, which had continuously attacked several cities on the east coast, was chopped into mincemeat by us. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? You don't think that we winged dragon wind gods are very united, do you? If so, that's a huge mistake. Saying this, a hint of reminiscence appeared on his face, as if he wanted to tell a long and ancient story. Fortunately, Matthew interrupted him in time. That sounds like a fantastic story, and we will definitely listen to it with great interest at the next gathering. By the way, Clade, having explored inside for so long, have you found any clues about Beckman's treasure? At first, Clade was somewhat dissatisfied with Matthew cutting him off. But the moment the treasure was mentioned, he immediately put his slight displeasure aside and began to describe with animated excitement. I've figured it out. Beckman's treasure that he brought from the shadow plane is placed on the 3rd floor of the spaceship, which is the topmost level with a terrace. From here you should be able to see a hint of something. Underneath that huge flag, it's a bit blurry, because it's being disturbed by the nearby ceremonial field. I guess they must be conducting some kind of sacrifice ritual. This ritual might be multi-phased. For now, they seem to be awakening some sort of large-bodied star beast or monster as part of the preparation for the next phase, which is the plane fusion ritual they are about to conduct. Plane fusion? Matthew's spirits lifted. Do you mean that Beckman intends to completely fuse the tearing apart planes into purgatory space? Clade nodded slightly. You must know that Beckman, Galen, and others have secretly joined hands with the Tongluo gods. They intend to replicate the ancient event of the blood meteor in purgatory space using the tearing planes, and all this is based on the premise that they must produce a super-dimension anchor to provide coordinates for the distant Tongluo gods. This dimension anchor must be embedded deep within one of Ainder's stable planes, otherwise, during the process of pulling the Tongluo gods over, if the dimension anchor falls out, it could create an unforeseen disaster. The Tongluo gods might get lost in the multiverse, and the unlucky ones may be drawn into the void turbulence or enter the Grey Star realm. Matthew pondered. So at the moon, they created a similar anchor? Clade said. I didn't see it with my own eyes so I can't be 100% sure, but it's likely. Back then on the moon, they only placed a small dimension anchor, which brought over quite a few strong Tongluo god race individuals and several Tongluo true gods. Now their ambition has grown considerably. In my view, this tearing apart plane right in front of us is a far bigger dimension anchor. If they succeed, Tongluo gods will keep arriving in purgatory without end. Chapter 1962, 560 Death Remains _2. Chapter 1962, 560 Death Remains _2. At that time, it won't just be the demons who are unlucky. Hearing this, Vivian couldn't help but interject. Then, can we wait until they have anchored the dimension anchor in purgatory and initiated the ritual to welcome the Tong Luo gods, and then suddenly destroy the dimension anchor? This way, won't they most likely be swept into the void turbulence? Yellow Jade Dragon shook his head. In theory, it's feasible, but in reality, it is completely impossible to do so perfectly. First of all, once the dimension anchor deeply involves purgatory, destroying it won't be so easy. Moreover, during this process, the Tong Luo gods may obtain a vast amount of related information about the Ander universe. Perhaps even without the anchor point, they could cross the universe with their own powerful navigation skills and reach here. After all, the original Twilight creatures came flying here without much guidance. Speaking of the Twilight creatures, Matthew and the others found that, above the second floor of the spaceship, almost every corner was teeming with a large number of shadow slugs, shadow hounds, and Gallant's monks. These monks are not only fierce in combat, but their insight abilities are also extraordinary, making them more than suitable to guard certain key positions. Only the most top-tier wanderers could possibly pass through these checkpoints unnoticed. And judging by the density of the shadow creatures revealed on the exterior structure of the spaceship, even for the top-tier wanderers to achieve this would require a lot of effort and time. If it takes too much time, it would inevitably lead to uncertainties. Thus, stealthily infiltrating is a task of great difficulty. Those monks are a problem. Speaking of which, the relationship between the Twilight creatures and the Tong Luo gods is quite close. Matthew sneered. Yellow Jade Dragon quickly said. Oh, of course. People only know that the original Tong Luo gods were summoned to Ander by the Abyssal Lord, but very few are aware that the method of summoning them was taught to the foolish demons by the leader of the Twilight creatures. The leader of the Twilight creatures? Matthew immediately responded. The captain? So, he planned the previous blood meteor incident as well? Clade nodded and said. Yes. The Twilight creatures come to every universe for destruction, but they usually won't actively destroy a world, let alone enforce an apocalypse. Their methods are varied, but mostly subtle and indirect, usually employing seduction to prompt the destruction of a world by certain specific creatures or groups. As far as I know, inducing destruction has great benefits for a Twilight creature. They might gain a chance for life sublimation through a perfectly induced apocalypse. In their eyes, the Tong Luo gods are the best executors for world destruction. But what's delicate is, if Tong Luo gods are forcibly brought in to destroy everything, it may weaken the contribution of the Twilight creatures themselves. I haven't figured out exactly what role they need to play in the process of guiding destruction. But it is certain that initially, the captain had no intention of destroying Ander through the Tong Luo gods. The most perfect script for him was to allow the universe to wither, decay, and eventually fall into ruin and destruction on its own. However, a lot of deviations occurred during the execution. The Twilight creatures suffered greatly at the hands of the ancient gods, and even he himself was sealed by God Pool. Out of desperation, the captain later on seized the opportunity to introduce the Tong Luo gods. But things still didn't go very smoothly. As we know, in history, the Sioux country alone stopped the senseless abyss and the greedy Tong Luo god. As for the captain, I believe that after the fall of the Sioux country, he faced another round of powerful sealing, which is why he can now barely release some active signals. Of course, the Twilight creatures are terrifying entities, and so are the Tong Luo gods. But when facing them, we don't need to be too nervous. After all, this is Ander. We have the protection of the universe's will, and they are the ones who should be nervous. Clade's words diluted a bit of the unease and tension that had just risen in the team. Matthew looked at him with a smile. So, what do you think we should do? Clade also smiled with implication. If it were just the two of us, I would recommend stealthily sneaking in and taking Beckman's treasure and leaving. But since you brought along a team capable of godslaying, then of course my recommendation is to boldly go in stealth, take Beckman's treasure, destroy the spaceship and the Shadow Core, and then leave. Vivian said blankly. Both are stealth, what's the difference? Matthew hummed. The difference is significant. To be frank, Clade's proposal is exactly to my liking. It's a missed opportunity if we don't take action while Beckman and Glacia are at each other's throats. Lorraine? Before Matthew could finish, Lorraine had already taken out the dark green piccolo and placed it to his lips, the low music slowly filling the air. He winked at Matthew. In an instant, a strange power began to spread throughout the space. On the data column. Alert, your companion Lorraine has played the peaceful melody. Peaceful melody, where the sound of the melody covers all fighting information that occurs will most likely be concealed, delayed, shielded. Gentlemen, please feel free to take action. Under Matthew's command, Lumiere, clearly not having had his fill of fighting, charged ahead. Accompanied by his unrestrained howl, the massive barbaric ancient dragon tore through the void and appeared beside him once again. When the barbaric ancient dragon's enormous claw slammed onto the first-floor corridor of the spaceship, a multitude of shadow creatures had not reacted before meeting their untimely deaths. A few evil monks attempted to approach. Boom! A bomb exploded unexpectedly among them, blasting them to bloody shreds. In the midst of the smoke, Bobo raced down the corridor in the mechanical titan named Lady. She and Lumiere made up a violent demolition duo, quickly creating a huge hole in the outer layer of the spaceship within a few rounds. The others were not to be outdone. Li Weiqi executed the displaying mysterious steps, taking the lead up to the second deck, clearing through the busy Tong Luo god race like cutting through vegetables. Vivian erected 29 forbidden fire walls in one breath around the spaceship to isolate the enemies around. Matthew even summoned Philolius and Soldier. The Chromegold Nether Dragon, along with its Bone Dragon minions, chased down the enemies, rendering them powerless, while the dual-blade Sage was lethally efficient with every slice. Soldier's every blink targeted the troublesome Shadow Monks. His timing was impeccable, and every Shadow Monk he set his sights on was gone within seconds. As for Matthew himself, he didn't do much on his own. He just cast a flying spell and made his way upward. Anyone attempting to hinder his path was stricken with the Death Reaper curse, followed by a few intense stares. Alluring gaze plus law of death. Under this powerful combination of instant death spells, he slowly flew from the bottom to the very top, his figure resembling a true god of death, leaving countless lives and spirits extinguished wherever he passed. Beckman's team left in the Shadow Corps could not hold back the barrage from Matthew and his party. Just like that. In less than 3 minutes, Matthew's feet were already on the third deck of the spaceship. Here, aside from a group of Tong Luo god race dressed as priests that Matthew kept under watchful eye, there was only the altar in the middle of the deck left. In the middle of the altar was a tall crystal tower. The tower looked like a lighthouse. It was only up close that it became apparent the crystal tower was divided into many layers, from bottom to top, filled with treasures and offerings. What was strange? At the very top of the crystal tower, there was a vague figure lying. That was a corpse? Matthew showed a look of surprise. He felt an unprecedented richness of the divine on that corpse. So, he couldn't help but step forward. The next second, Matthew's insight violently throbbed. Warning, you have discovered the remains of death. Chapter 1963, 561 Ancient Death God and Dimension Anchor. Chapter 1963, 561 Ancient Death God and Dimension Anchor. The remains of death? Matthew was somewhat incredulous. He gazed at the lonely remains at the top of the crystal tower, on which divine power that was desirable indeed had condensed. Divine power of such scale and quality. Any mortal licking it could potentially solidify their demigod power on the spot. Of course, assuming their body could withstand the overwhelming burden of divine power. Yet at this moment, Matthew's eyebrows tightly furrowed. The divine power is not a problem. But the aura, how is it so completely different from the projection of death I invoked during the undead calamity? Matthew could be sure. The aura from these remains was entirely different from any projections of death he had seen before. It was like they were two different people. Puzzled, Matthew took a step forward, and Shanair, who had always been by his side, suddenly spoke. The ancient death god. Matthew suddenly realized. Right, it is not Jaeger, but the ancient god who held the authority of death before Jaeger. This is the remains of the ancient death god. The ancient death god. An entity from the same era as the light and dark twin ancient gods, but during that era, due to the dazzling presence of twin paradise, many ancient gods had low prominence. This included the remains that Matthew previously took over from the laboratory in Camella Fortress. Those were the leftovers of the ancient god of life. The ancient death god should be in existence almost as ancient as the ancient god of life. Matthew knew almost nothing about him. He asked all his friends around. Only Shanair mentioned some stories that were almost regarded as apocryphal. It is said that the ancient death god would often wander the mortal realm in the guise of a melancholic man. His status was very transcendent, and he did not even participate in the wars between the ancient gods, twilight creatures, and evil gods from beyond. But strangely, all the powerful entities of that era respected him greatly, including the light and dark twin ancient gods who were at the peak of their power. There are even rumors that the ancient death god was a doppelganger of the light and dark twin ancient gods. This idea seems concocted by trolls to glorify their powerful god pool. If the light and dark twin ancient gods also wielded death, they would have been nearly omnipotent in that era, even swallowing Ainder whole wouldn't be an issue. The ancient death god is said to have had 3 wives, yet he did not beget any offspring. He forged the Scar of the Dead but rarely dwelled there, spending much of his time wandering in the mortal world pondering philosophical issues about life, death, and the cosmos. Records of the ancient death god are really too scarce. I once saw this record in a moderately credible historical book. One day, the ancient death god returned from an outing, only to find his 3rd wife committing adultery, which he caught in the act. The wife was terrified and panic-stricken, and the adulterer also sensed great doom approaching, kneeling down to plead for his life from the ancient death god. However, far from exploding in anger, the ancient death god forgave them on the spot. After that, he asked his wife if she truly loved the adulterer. She shook her head denying it, claiming it was only for a moment of excitement. Then, the ancient death god asked the adulterer if he truly loved his wife, and the adulterer, who appeared rather bold, responded that he truly loved her. Following that, the ancient death god asked the adulterer if he was willing to take his place as death god so that he could always be with his wife. Once he asked this, both the wife of the ancient death god and the adulterer were stunned. Still fearful that the ancient death god was speaking in jest, his wife kept hinting to the adulterer not to provoke him. But the adulterer was indeed audacious, expressing right there that he was willing. The ancient death god happily took the adulterer away and left his wife alone by a cottage on the banks of the river Styx. Days later, the adulterer returned wearing the robes the ancient death god had gifted him, proclaiming that the ancient death god had perished and that he now held the authority of death. He would become the new god of death. As you might guess, the adulterer was later known as death god Jaeger. Can there really be such good fortune? The audience listened, dumbfounded. So, death god Jaeger not only inherited the god thrones and authority of the ancient death god but also his wife? What happened afterward? Saffroloa curiously asked. Shanair leisurely said. It gets even more interesting what happened next. Jaeger obtained everything he wanted, living a happy and fulfilled life with his love for a long period. But as time went by, Jaeger's wife, that is, the wife of the ancient death god, started to feel unsatisfied with her current situation. Once again, she committed adultery with someone else. It wasn't long before she was caught by Jaeger. This time, both she and the adulterer pleaded for mercy again. Unfortunately, the same scenario did not repeat itself. Since then, there has been a godly tomb in the Scar of the Dead no one dares to visit, and the remains of Jaeger's wife and the later adulterer were thrown into the Grey Star realm, long since becoming a meal for a giant beast. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. They discussed quietly. But at this moment, Matthew's heart became burning hot. Of course, he wasn't moved by the stories of the 2 deaths and their wives. In fact, This heat was not an illusion of consciousness. It was a real reaction his body gave to Matthew. This sensation, it can't be wrong, it's the death immortal orchid. Chapter 1964, 561 Ancient Death God and Dimension Anchor _2. Chapter 1964, 561 Ancient Death God and Dimension Anchor _2. Matthew instantly located the source of the anomaly. The death immortal orchid, nourished by the remains of the ancient god of life, was placed by Matthew in a tomb within the fear of death graveyard. Millions of miles away and separated by many planes. It should be impossible to cause any disturbance. But now, he could clearly feel that under the influence of some mysterious power within the crystal tower, the remains of the ancient death god, through his own body, and using Matthew's heart as a medium, were reacting strongly with the death immortal orchid in that tomb chamber. Such a reaction was so urgent that Matthew could hardly suppress a strong urge within. He had to obtain these remains. It was incredibly beneficial for him personally, not to mention the subtle connections between the remains of the two ancient gods. Just the spirituality and divine nature alone from the body of the ancient death god were treasures enough to drive any necromancer mad. As long as Matthew acquired these remains, he would surely make rapid advances in his field, reaching an unmatched level. Calm down, calm down. Heeding the frantic call of his heart, Matthew quickly regained his composure. He realized something was amiss. This seemed too much like fishing bait. Check the surroundings again. Make sure there are no traps, Matthew requested to the three legendary rogues. The three nodded and complied. Soon, others caught up as well. Tasks on the spaceship's deck had also been wrapped up. Most of the Shadow Monks and Tong Luo god race had been taken out by them. These units were actually of very high average quality, but severely lacking in high-end combat power. For Matthew's legendary party capable of slaughtering gods, naturally, there was no resistance. Everyone gathered in front of the crystal tower. They were astounded by the quantity and quality of treasures layer upon layer in the tower. Apart from the remains of the ancient death god that deeply captivated Matthew, other floors of the crystal tower were piled with heaps of gold, silver, treasures, and precious magic armor. This included a series of shadow scrolls. Those were not some cheap goods. Matthew felt a tremendous power of the domain emanating from them. Each of these shadow scrolls contained the foundation of the shadow domain, shadow will. Perhaps only beings like the Lord of Darkness, who had lived in the shadow plane for thousands of years, could have amassed such collections. He even found several moderately threatening semi-divine weapons. Although Matthew didn't hold semi-divine weapons in high regard anymore, that didn't mean others wouldn't be jealous. Bobo, just having jumped down from the cockpit of the lady, seemed eager. Is it time to divide the spoils? What I mean is, I'd like the purple-bound books on the 5th level. They all seem to be magic books related to the mechanical titans, though not the one I wanted the most, but should I go get them myself? Eager Bobo was about to make a move when suddenly stopped by Lumiere, who had just flipped down from a barbaric ancient dragon in the south. Wait. Adjusting a knob on his mechanical arm, he said somewhat suspiciously. I always feel there's something off about this crystal tower. At this moment, Matthew also waved his hand signaling everyone to step back a bit. He sensed something was wrong. The next second, he looked towards Vivian and Hibbert. Vivian perceptively threw a life monitor spell. The magical light swept across, resulting in no response. Hibbert's eyes then suddenly went blank. True skill. Suddenly, a complex emblem appeared in Hibbert's pupils. The emblem's theme was a large collection of enticing gold coins and artifacts. And at its center, lo and behold, a treasure chest. No, that wasn't a treasure chest, but a mimic monster with an oddly long tongue and countless rows of sharp teeth. This crystal tower is a giant mimic monster, Matthew immediately warned. Everyone was startled. Lorraine thoughtfully nodded. I've heard that the king of mimics made 4 worms, which could transform into pagodas made of different materials, and filled the interiors with various treasures and artifacts to lure adventurers in. And once you enter the pagoda, you'd be transported to a plane called Treasure Chest Heaven, just like being devoured by a mimic monster. Bobo eagerly asked. So everything in front of us is fake? Hibbert shook his head. The items are real. And the mimic monster is real too. Bobo instantly perked up. So we can actually take what we want, it's just that we might get transported? Treasure Chest Heaven? That doesn't sound too scary. The rest also discussed for a while. It seemed that everyone was quite interested in the existence of the King of Mimics and Treasure Chest Heaven. At this point, Richard interjected with a reality check. Treasure Chest Heaven is not some picturesque, idyllic place. It's part of the evil spirit plane. In fact, the King of Mimics is one of the most fearsome great evil spirits. He is the master of all mimic monsters in the multiverse, wielding a terrifying authority and power. Even superior legends wouldn't dare to casually confront him in the evil spirit plane. His realm is not only a mystery but also a death zone for outsiders. We've heard many tales about the abyss, purgatory, but stories about the evil spirit world are rare, and not without reason. Evil spirits? Matthew squinted his eyes. Chapter 1965, 561 Ancient Death God and Dimension Anchor _3. Chapter 1965, 561 Ancient Death God and Dimension Anchor _3. Even he didn't realize that the King of Mimics is actually the overlord of the evil spirit plane. And Richard looked as if he had everything under control. Could it be related to some of his personal experiences? He took a few glances at Richard. The latter silently walked away. Regardless, now is not the best time to deal with these things. Matthew said in a deep voice. Actually, I also felt something was off before. How could such a cunning enemy like Beckman openly display his foundation like this? He might not have expected our arrival, but he must have set baits for other potential enemies. It seems he also has in-depth cooperation with the evil spirit overlords. In fact, the domain surrounding the Crystal Tower raised the most suspicion for Matthew. Beckman claims to be the Lord of Darkness, and this space was expanded from an originally super high-density shadow core, but along the way, they did not actually step into a genuine shadow domain. Moreover, the enemies they encountered, apart from the Shadow Monks and Tong Luo God race, were almost no other races. Especially shadow creatures. I found a hidden entrance behind a staircase on the 3rd and 2nd floors. There were 4 guards there, 2 of which I knocked out, the remaining 2 escaped inside. Mr. Chenair has already gone ahead to scout, he sent me to inform you. At this moment, Safraloa hurried over to report the situation. Matthew's eyes lit up, and he quickly followed. Everyone else did not hesitate. Only Bobo reluctantly looked in the direction of the Crystal Tower, but fortunately, Lumiere promptly pulled her back into the group. Along the way, Bobo kept muttering. Isn't there a way for us to take all the bait from the mimic monsters without being transported away? Vivian replied with a smile. Theoretically, if you're quick with your hands, it's possible. Bobo's eyes sparkled. But Vivian's next sentence made the antenna she had just raised droop down again. But in fact, almost no one can do this. If the true master behind all mimic monsters really comes from the grand overlord of the evil spirit world, then the laws they draft would certainly be protected by the evil root. Keep in mind, the evil root is one of the 4 most influential powers of domain in the astral world. The other 3 are the main body of the abyss, Purgatory Blood River, and the absurd demon. The 4 of them each represent the supreme will of the 4 great star realm planes, which are the evil spirit world, abyss world, purgatory world, and arcane wilderness. The supreme will of the astral world holds only a slightly lower power of domain than the material world's supreme will, which means they have an extremely high priority in strengthening laws. Maybe we can develop some sort of blinding spells that substitute our own decoys while taking away the bait, but it would take a long time to research, and the success rate is uncertain. On the other hand, if this Crystal Tower has a higher consciousness than a normal mimic monster, then any feints we make could be seen through. In short, in the astral world, anything related to evil spirits must be dealt with extreme caution. Bobo hesitantly adjusted the position of her helmet. All right. Matthew patted her shoulder. Don't be discouraged, once we solve the immediate problem, we will have our chance. During the conversation, the group, following Safraloa, arrived at the hidden entrance. Matthew bent down and went in first. The next second, endless darkness completely overwhelmed him. Warning, you have entered the room of Beckman, the Lord of Darkness. You have been discovered by hidden creatures in the shadow domain. You may be attacked from all directions at any moment. Faced with seemingly endless darkness, Matthew was not shocked but delighted. That's more like it. How could the lair of the Lord of Darkness not be filled with a bunch of shadow creatures? The next second, he took out the lost lantern and the sun god spear from his travel bag. The former emitted a circle of warm light, dispelling all the low-level shadow creatures trying to approach Matthew. The tip of the latter burst forth with a strong light, sweeping away some of the shadows in front of him, creating a small path in front of him. With the help of these two items, Matthew could barely maintain a certain field of vision in this thick darkness, though the clarity was no more than 20 meters. But in this highly compressed shadow world, it was already quite a rare performance. Before long, the rest of the party caught up. Under Matthew's leadership, they reached halfway down a corridor. There, they bumped into Shanair, who had just finished a battle. The number of shadow elements here is incredibly high. Shanair complained to Matthew. I suspect Beckman has drawn all the shadow elements of the entire shadow plane into his own room. Doesn't he care about privacy at all? Long-lived people are indeed freaks. Matthew looked at the several shadow elements on the ground with their cores dispersed and lips sealed, not saying much. The number of shadow elements in the room was indeed high. They would not swarm like mindless monsters, they would lurk on the path you are taking or in some unexpected shadows, suddenly striking at you. Under the protection of darkness, the shadow elements are actually transparent, even with various lighting tools. Their unique talent allows them to maintain 1 to 2 seconds of invisibility when entering the range of light. Chapter 1966, 561 Ancient Death God and Dimension Anchor _4. Chapter 1966, 561 Ancient Death God and Dimension Anchor _4. If it wasn't for the team having several members with exceptional insight, navigating through this corridor alone would have required a lot of effort. A small door appeared ahead. Matthew stood behind the door, looking inside. This was a hall submerged in shadows, except for the most basic material structure of the hall. The accumulated shadow domain had reached an exceedingly terrifying level. The shadows were filled with mottled fragments. These were the astonishing numbers of shadow creatures waiting for intruders. Shadow Element, Shadow Steel Golem, Shadow Mage, Shadow Dragon, and the elusive creatures. Vivian listed the names of these shadow creatures like they were her family treasures. Matthew's expression grew much more serious. At this point, the quality of the shadow creatures had sharply increased by more than one level. Aside from the most common shadow element, the Shadow Steel Golem combined the traits of disappearing and appearing at will typical of shadow creatures with the almost divine defensive abilities of golems. Matthew currently observed that there were 2 Shadow Steel Golems stationed on either side of the hall, and there were probably some more in the corridors leading to the other side of the hall. These 2 Shadow Steel Golems seemed to be connected to some mechanisms at the material level of the hall. Bypassing them wouldn't be easy. And the Shadow Mage in a dormant state resembled an assassin poised to attack, though their primary means of attack were sharp shadow spells, and some possessed monstrous abilities. Each Shadow Mage had at least 20 creature levels. Matthew had not yet seen the leader, but he suspected that a legendary Shadow Mage was hiding in the hall. The Shadow Dragon was even more troublesome. They were true members of the dragon race, able to freely change their size, possessing immense strength and resistance, and were among the top in direct combat abilities among shadow creatures. Matthew also saw traces of Beckman on the foreheads of these shadow dragons. He suspected that once he engaged these shadow dragons, even with Lorraine blocking the information, Beckman might sense it in time. Of course, The most nauseating creature was the lost lantern, which flashed by in a corner of the hall. This type of creature seemed non-aggressive, but wherever it existed, people would involuntarily become distracted. This even had nothing to do with your mental power, will, or related resistance. The lost lantern's ability to distract was a manifestation of divine power. Only laws can combat laws. Even with the resources at Matthew's disposal, only keeping Lost Paradise continuously active could somewhat counteract the effect of the lost lantern. But that would mean completely exposing his location. We must get through this hall quickly, Shanair reminded. While chasing those two guards just now, several shadow elements emerged and held me back. I only killed one of them, the other, although severely wounded and unlikely to survive, I don't know if they managed to send out the information before dying. Matthew nodded. But this is the Shadowsea Gorge, Vivian said solemnly. If I'm not mistaken, Beckman has moved the deepest part of the shadow plane into his own bedroom. The sedimentation of the shadow elements here is simply too exaggerated. A slight carelessness could lead to being overwhelmed or even crushed by the shadows, and any thought of quickly crossing the hall poses a great risk. Hibbert raised his hand and said, I can create a time domain springboard. Within the allowable time of the hourglass, users of the springboard can travel a significant distance within a domain, but I can't be sure how far exactly. It might be half, or 3/4, but definitely more than a third. The others also gave their views. After listening to everyone's suggestions, Matthew waved his hand. Let me try first. As he spoke, he handed the lost lantern to Vivian next to him. Then he walked alone towards the edge of the hall with the sun god spear. After preparing briefly, Matthew also put away the only glowing sun god spear. In an instant, endless darkness overwhelmed him. Rustle, rustle. Countless creatures in the shadows were grinding their teeth, savoring blood, eager to strike. But their rash actions were interrupted by a sudden surge of overwhelming force. Within the indistinguishable darkness, ripples filled with the power of the domain rapidly spread. Centered on Matthew. The domain named negative energy and dark erosion overlap each other, creating an independent space that does not belong to the shadow domain. Indeed, the shadow domain, negative energy domain, and dark erosion domain all overlap. I can dissipate some of the darkness in the shadow domain by using negative energy and dark erosion domain, thereby reducing the repulsion within the domain to a minimum. Beckman's branding left inside the domain is too strong. I can't completely overshadow it, but it should be no problem to carve out a path. Matthew's heart was filled with joy. This was his first time manipulating and restructuring a domain in actual combat. Although it was done unimpeded. But it was also a very important step for him. A few seconds later, numerous elements from the shadow domain were effortlessly incorporated into Matthew's own space. Following that, he released the equilibrium domain and the Tauran domain, attempting to communicate and plunder more elements from the shadow domain. Plunder what can be plundered. Communicate with what can't be plundered. If communication fails, just let it be for the time being. This was Matthew's principle for subtle domain operation. At this moment, his mental power was unprecedentedly focused. Beyond the expanded domains, other related domains within the nascent cyclical domain ecosystem also produced slight resonance. The flow of elements between domains sped up. This made Matthew's work even easier. In less than 3 minutes, large swaths of darkness at the edge of the hall faded away. The exposed shadow creatures nervously wailed. But, because the domain they relied on was suppressed, they couldn't attack Matthew. They couldn't even get close to him. Shanair was quick to act, and along with Lumiere and others, swiftly killed off these unlucky shadow creatures. The remaining shadow creatures quickly fled into the nearby darkness. Another dozen seconds passed. Matthew's figure reappeared before everyone. He was shimmering with a pitch-black glow. The power of the domain condensed into a physical form upon him. Every moment, black liquid dripped from the hem of Matthew's clothes. The liquid dropped on the floor and instantly crystallized into clusters. Shadow element crystals! Vivian exclaimed in surprise. But before she could act, a figure swiftly flashed by, and the crystals on the ground clean disappeared. Vivian glanced at the nonchalant soldier and slightly pursed her lips. The group approached Matthew. Matthew pointed his index finger toward the other side of the hall. This way. As his voice dropped, endless darkness swiftly receded to both sides. Suddenly, a wide path appeared in the previously bottomless Shadowsea Gorge. The shadow creatures on the path voiced their uneasy sounds. Matthew led everyone calmly past. Before long, they successfully passed through the hall. On the other side of the hall was a corridor. And at the end of the corridor was a spacious bedroom. The density of shadow elements here greatly decreased. The visibility also improved significantly. Therefore, as soon as they entered the corridor, the group clearly saw, on the large bed in the bedroom, a huge rock. Next to the rock lay two utterly naked women, pale-faced. That's the dimension anchor. Yellow Jade Dragon Clade couldn't help but speak out. Chapter 1967, 562 Shadows Lurk Monster. Chapter 1967, 562 Shadows Lurk Monster. Bobo exclaimed. Are the legendary dimension anchors actually two women? Clade coughed. It's that stone. As for those two women, frankly speaking, I have no idea where they come from. But since they appeared in Beckman's bedroom, their origins must be extraordinary, and we absolutely cannot take them lightly. Matthew agreed with Clade. He wasn't in a rush to enter the bedroom directly, but kept dispelling the shadow domain surrounding them with his own power of the domain. This process took some time, providing an ample buffer for him to observe the situation inside the bedroom. Matthew opened the door wider, then looked inside. Compared to the hallway filled with shadow creatures, Beckman's bedroom seemed much emptier. Except for the two naked women on the central bed. For now, Matthew couldn't detect any other signs of life. The room was actually quite large, about the size of the previous hall they had passed through, and as Matthew dispelled the shadows within, the space seemed even more vast. It seems like he moved all the furniture away. Only the central big bed left. Other than those two women and the hook-shaped stone suspected to be the dimension anchor, there's not much else worth noting. 3 minutes later, Matthew made such a judgment. He turned his gaze towards Richard and the legendary rogues. Their feedback wasn't much different. Strange. If that stone indeed is the dimension anchor crucial to the success of this event, why didn't Beckman station heavy troops in this place where the most protection is needed? Or does he think that no one could cross the Shadowsea Gorge, and those shadow monsters in the hallway were already sufficient? Caution surged in Matthew again. At this point, most of the shadows had already dispersed. Everyone left the corridor and entered the bedroom. No need for Matthew's reminder. Even the most rash Bobo didn't go straight to touch anything on the bed. They carefully observed the big bed. First, Matthew naturally paid attention to the two unconscious women. Their appearance here was so abrupt, their pure white skin also starkly contrasting with the shadow domain. Their aura was very weak, clearly mundane humans. Initially, Matthew thought they were sacrifices for some ritual Beckman was conducting. But strangely, these two women had no injuries, although unconscious. Their breaths were stable, life signs healthy, and their souls quite stable. They also bore no marks that would identify them as sacrifices. This was even more curious. Should I wake them up? Lumiere asked. Or maybe cover them with a garment? Matthew shook his head lightly. The next second, he thoughtfully summoned two mice. Squeak squeak. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the two mice quickly ran towards the big bed and reached the women in no time. Wait, Matthew, don't tell me you're trying to. Lumiere's words were cut off. As one of the mice had already climbed to the ankle of one woman and bit into her pure white skin. Without a sound, the woman's figure suddenly turned into a shadow, with a dark red eyeball flashing within. Immediately, Both the woman and the mouse vanished from the bed without leaving any traces. All done silently. Seeing this, Matthew curled his lip, ordered the other mouse to do the same. The poor little creature, though reluctant, ran to the other woman mimicking its companion, and then rapidly followed its peer, disappearing cleanly. It's a shadow lurker. Richard spoke. I had only heard of this creature before, but had never seen one. This is a creature that lives only in the deep sections of the shadow plane. It can transform into any creature's form. To make its transformation more convincing, the transformed beings are usually immobile. And once an ordinary person unwarily touches the transformed being, they'll be immediately transported to the deepest part of the shadow plane. There's a theory saying that after the contact and transportation, the shadow lurker will always mutually destroy any material world creature it contacts. This is also why they only inhabit the deeper parts of the shadow plane. Some also believe that the shadow lurkers are creatures designed by a powerful shadow lord, similar in purpose to mimic monsters, designed to lure adventurers. Now it seems, some rumblings hold truth. Beckman, considering that those who could get past the Shadow Sea Gorge were few, guessed 2 lurkers were sufficient. Chenair suddenly interrupted. How do you know there are only 2 lurkers? What if the bed and that stone are also lurkers? Richard raised his eyebrows, about to argue. When Vivian and Camilla promptly used powerful life detection and activation technique. Life detection showed no other living beings in the room. And as soon as Camilla's activation technique touched the big bed, it immediately stuck out a thick tongue, wildly trying to lick everyone, only to be swiftly pulled out entirely by Lumiere. Chapter 1968, 562 Lurking Shadows Monster _2. Chapter 1968, 562 Lurking Shadows Monster _2. The big bed was able to come to life, so it definitely wasn't lying dormant as a transformed creature. That stone didn't react, so it's not certain. Camilla said indifferently. Matthew shrugged. No problem, I still have plenty of rats. The next second, he released a large number of rats to actively touch the items in the bedroom, and sure enough, 4 shadow-dormant creatures popped out. They were disguised as a bedsheet, a chamber pot, a crest, and a book. Now, we can be sure that this stone isn't a dormant creature. Letting the rats run wild in the bedroom, Matthew approached the stone and gently touched its surface with Mage's hand. Such high density, I really don't know how it was synthesized, or whether it is a rare material found in a high-pressure corner of the astral world. Unbelievable specifications. How did the Tong Luo manage to create such a large dimension anchor? Matthew was not unfamiliar with dimension anchors within the Seven Saint Alliance. It was a technology that was widely used in buildings such as floating cities and mage towers that needed to expand additional space internally. It is typically used in conjunction with space folding technology, demiplane opening technology, and the like. Its main purpose is to serve as an anchor. But before this, the dimension anchors he had come into contact with were all very small in size, even those famed in Ronan's Crucible House for their love of space folding and demiplane anchoring didn't exceed the size of a fist. In the standards of the Seven Saint Alliance's dimension anchors, that was already considered extra large. And this stone in front of him, Matthew silently estimated in his mind. This thing is at least 100 times the size of the Alliance's largest dimension anchor. However, the anchoring effect of dimension anchors isn't linearly scaled with size. Matthew was not an expert in plane studies, but he had 2 genius mages by his side who were highly proficient in theoretical courses. Without waiting for Matthew to ask, Vivian quickly spoke. This dimension anchor in front of us is more than 370 times the size of the largest dimension anchor we know, providing plane gravitational forces ranging from 5,000 to 30,000 times. I can't determine the exact data at the moment, because my spell identification can only decode less than 60% of the materials composing this dimension anchor, and the rest I've never seen before, probably a product from a remote astral world. As amazing as it is, this is definitely a dimension anchor, Clade proudly said. I wouldn't be mistaken, it's the perception of an ancient dragon, although not as precise as you spellcasters, it often digs deeper into the essence. Matthew nodded slightly. Then, everyone observed and discussed for a while, and essentially confirmed the operating mechanism of this dimension anchor. As long as someone could throw this dimension anchor into the Purgatory Blood River, the latter would automatically sink into the depths of the Purgatory Plane's core. Due to the powerful effects attached to the dimension anchor. During this period, the more intensely the blood river will resist, the deeper the dimension anchor will sink, ultimately resulting in a complete embedding. From then on, the dimension anchor would continuously send specific gravitational forces to the Tong Luo god's planet or plane. Although this gravitational force would be very weak at first, as long as it gradually stabilizes, it could create an interdimensional passage for the Tong Luo gods. The question is, after listening to Matthew and the others' analysis, Bobo asked, how does he plan to throw the dimension anchor into the blood river? According to what you've said, this material is very special, and can't be placed in ordinary storage items, its density is high, and its weight is unimaginably heavy. A common person could potentially be killed just by the gravity field upon touching it. I just sensed its attributes, and among us here, there aren't many who can say they could carry this stone, right? Lumiere was somewhat unconvinced. He walked forward a few steps, inserted his mechanical arm into the bottom of the dimension anchor, and tried with all his might. I can't lift it, he explained. It seems heavier than a mountain. The rest of them also eagerly tried and subsequently marveled at the weight of the dimension anchor. This thing couldn't be captured by mental power, absolutely impossible to stuff into ordinary storage items, or even into a demiplane. Those items also don't have the strength to accommodate this dimension anchor. Lost Paradise could indeed contain it. But the prerequisite for containment is that Matthew must be able to lift this dimension anchor with his own strength, at least once. So, Bobo's question just now is quite meaningful. Lorraine calmly said. These materials are so heavy, not to mention this bed of equally high density, the fact that the floor of this room can support their weight is an exaggeration in itself, isn't it? Everyone nodded in agreement. They turned their attention to the ground beneath their feet. The wanderers checked and found nothing unusual about the room. However, that's the biggest anomaly. The experienced Shanair analyzed. If a place that clearly has issues looks perfectly normal, then it can only mean that we aren't able to detect the problems. I suggest we leave here for now, at least retreat back near the corridor. Ever since entering the bedroom, I've felt an intense unease, which in the past would grow stronger and stronger, but now, my unease is rapidly fading. At this point, he suddenly glanced at Richard. The latter, for once, didn't counter Shanair's suggestions. My feelings are similar. The fading of uneasiness isn't necessarily a good thing. More likely, there is some powerful creature suppressing its own presence, reducing its sense of threat. Just like predators hunting their prey, before the lethal strike, they need to lie low in silence and confuse their opponent. On the giant spaceship, within the Shadowsea Gorge, and even just now in that corridor, I constantly felt a faint sense of crisis, yet only in this bedroom did I feel a sense of relief, which is too abnormal. Hearing this, Matthew, without a second thought, said, "Retreat first." Everyone promptly retreated to the edge of the corridor. They observed once more, but the bedroom was just as stable as before. There was also no fluctuation in the surrounding aura. Matthew tuned into his domain and found that the shadow domain he had driven away wasn't attempting to return or counterattack. His expression changed instantly. All these anomalies indicated that a fearsome creature was secretly manipulating the domain conditions of the bedroom and its surroundings. Who is it? Who is secretly watching? Matthew tried to locate the position of the enemy. However, their strong insight was rendered useless at this moment. Neither he nor the others could find any trace of this potential hidden enemy. Never mind. We must take the dimension anchor with us. Matthew steeled his heart. Let's retreat after taking it. Do you need me to strengthen your power? Camilla asked. Matthew shook his head. The next moment, He dashed forward, approaching the dimension anchor while casting the great prophecy spell. May it be my will, I can lift this rock effortlessly. The powerful ether flames whirled madly around Matthew. With the help of the great prophecy spell, he still struggled a bit to lift the dimension anchor. Lost paradise. Although he felt no sense of crisis in his heart, Matthew didn't dare to hesitate. He instantly opened the lost paradise and threw the dimension anchor straight into it. But just as the dimension anchor was about to completely enter the interior space of the lost paradise, a powerful force suddenly surged out from the previously receding shadow domain. Hiss hiss hiss. The sharp sound of cutting through the air rang out. An ominous dark red tongue abruptly appeared atop the dimension anchor, coiling around the stone a few times, actually locking it in place. Matthew turned sharply to look into the shadows. In a vague moment, he only saw the shape of a giant insect. Meanwhile, a voice, not unfamiliar to his ears, resounded. It seems you're quite unhappy with my intestines. But since you've already come in, why leave in such a hurry? Warning, you sense that Beckman's bedroom is a part of the body of the twilight creature Galen. Chapter 1969, 563 Crazy Things. Chapter 1969, 563 Crazy Things. At that moment, the door between the room and the hallway automatically shut. Matthew's blink was already activated at the first instance. But the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his forehead, as if he had smacked into a wall. But there was clearly nothing in front of him. Plain disparity. Matthew was abruptly startled. I'd been taken deep into the shadow plane. He looked around immediately. He realized that he was actually above a familiarly gigantic shadow mountain range. Surrounding him was endless darkness. Yet the sprawling mountain range obviously seemed blacker than the other shadows. Matthew held his breath. He certainly knew what he was facing. Galen. Since when did you become Beckman's lapdog? Matthew opened up his power of domain to its fullest, resisting the shadow power coming from all directions. He glanced at Lost Paradise. The divine artifact seemed stuck, half beside Matthew, half in the core area of the tearing plane. It could have served as a bridge to bring Matthew out. However, Matthew was not yet willing to give up on capturing the dimension anchor, so he had to keep Lost Paradise in its current state. Galen's voice emanated from the mountains below. Child, your taunting is low level. My relationship with Beckman isn't something you should meddle with. Instead of pretending to be tough, have you thought about how you'll end this? I'm quite certain you have some escape methods, and I'm also looking forward to you attempting them. As for the final outcome, heh. I hope you manage to escape successfully at least once, otherwise it loses the fun of cat and mouse. Matthew's expression remained cold and unfazed. Galen's words were filled with arrogance, the subtext being that even if Matthew could escape the Shadow Mountain range, he could still capture him and bring him back. Of course, that was bluster. Twilight creatures have high power of domain, but after all, they were defeated. With Matthew's mental power, resistance, strength, and equipment, it would not be difficult to escape. The premise was that he must give up the dimension anchor. This guy is bluffing, Matthew thought. So he slightly smiled and also picked up the gauntlet. Why should I run? You wouldn't have forgotten under what circumstances we last met, right? Galen's aura suddenly became dangerous. Oh? You are trying to scare me with Isabel? Who do you think you are? Is Isabel your nanny? Has her care and protection permeated every aspect of your being? I know for certain you possess her Patronus, but I'm not in a hurry to kill you, in the near future. You know what will happen. Matthew pondered momentarily. This guy came looking for me. Is it a probe into my teacher's condition? He estimated that the news of Isabel's departure from the multiverse had already quietly spread among the top tier of Astral World. Many are interested in this information, but few dared to come forward to confirm it further. Perhaps Galen wanted to gauge this indirectly from him. The implication was once Isabel left the universe, the Patronus on Matthew would automatically deactivate. Matthew wasn't going to fall for such tricks. His face always wore a light smile. My lord, no need to be so euphemistic, why not give it a try? And you inviting me here, surely wasn't just to chat, right? As he spoke, he drew out the sword of slaughter and Augustus's skull. These two weapons, through the infusion from Lost Paradise, possessed remarkable divinity, and instantly, the shadows around Matthew became more translucent. The sword of slaughter became more aggressive. The tip of the magic sword automatically shot out a bright radiance, turning the dark, deep Shadow Mountain range into a red-black hue. That was the true color of Galen's skin as a blood slug. You really are sufficiently arrogant. Galen's voice held some annoyance. But indeed, as Matthew expected, he didn't launch an attack immediately. Instead, he kept using his domain power to compress Matthew's space for maneuvering. I said I won't kill you directly, I'll toss you into the shadow dungeon and slowly torment you till death. Don't worry, soon I will make you realize, living is a more painful torture than death. Galen's voice was filled with cruelty. I wouldn't even trigger the Patronus on you. Trust me, in the world of shadows, I have that ability. Matthew became extra cautious. Galen's aura was indeed strong enough, and the shadow plane was his territory. Matthew staying here long-term was not going to end well. He had prepared himself to give up the dimension anchor and run. But before leaving, Matthew planned to taunt a few more times. But just at that moment, a quite pleasing, even somewhat young female voice echoed in the shadowed heaven and earth. Galen. It seems you truly are tired of living. Instantly, a huge sickle flashed across the sky like lightning, striking precisely at the end of the Shadow Mountain range. Boom boom boom. The entire Shadow Mountain range burst out with a heaven and earth shattering tear sound. Matthew looked surprised. The shadow plane should have had no sound, their conversations were all conducted through domains. But this strike from the sickle managed to create a sound, indicating the sickle itself was a kind of domain. He suddenly turned back. A girl with a familiar face appeared behind him. Teacher? Matthew didn't hesitate, but he still felt somewhat dissonant. Chapter 1970, 563 Crazy Things _2. Chapter 1970, 563 Crazy Things _2. Compared to before, the little girl that Isabel had transformed into looked even younger. But those gray pupils still exuded the same piercing gaze as always. Surprisingly, Matthew also saw two quickly blurring figures behind Isabel. That was Ronan and Edmund? Matthew was also uncertain. Isabel didn't speak to Matthew but walked past him and proceeded straight to Galen. I did not directly violate the agreement between us. Galen's voice remained calm. What I did not expect, though, is that you really care so much about this necromancer. Could it be that you too, His voice stopped abruptly at that point. Matthew only saw Isabel raise an eyebrow and pounce directly towards the Shadow Mountain range. Then, the color palette before his eyes began to blend chaotically. Matthew couldn't even see clearly what was happening in this space. What unfolded before him was akin to a chaotic mix constituted of abstract paintings. Through these fragmented images, and the screams of pain, he could only ascertain that Isabel was tormenting Galen. This process lasted for several minutes. When Isabel reappeared above the sky, the Galen below was still roaring angrily. Yes, you can inflict this and that wound on my body, you can vent your endless hatred and anger, but twilight creatures cannot be killed. The deeds you have done to me today, I will repay twofold on everyone associated with you. He seemed to have truly lost his composure, taking in a gasp of cold air and laughing hysterically. You've lost. Isabel. I've confirmed your true state, it turns out you really are leaving. You shouldn't have taken action, you really shouldn't have, for the sake of a mere student, you've exposed your own state, your recklessness will lead the entire Seven Saint Alliance into a predicament. Because the whole astral world knows that you are about to leave. You cannot kill me, and you even have to watch helplessly as I destroy the world that you once protected. Is there anything more wonderful than this? Galen's voice crawled into Matthew's ears like an earthworm. He felt an itch in his brain. That was because the other's voice contained such strong emotions that it twisted the listener's mental power. If it weren't for Matthew's sufficient mental power, he would have become a puppet under Galen's control by now. Twilight creatures are indeed perverted, Matthew thought to himself. Isabel suddenly waved her hand. The sickles that had flashed before reappeared. Galen grunted, seeming to have braced himself for the blow. But this time, the sickles did not cause massive damage to the Shadow Mountain range. Isabel merely used them to carve a few strange runes on Galen's body. He couldn't counter it. All he could do was howl in pain while cursing angrily. What are you trying to do? Seal me? You can't do it. If it were possible, you would have done so long ago. Stop putting on airs. After carving the runes, Isabel casually sheathed the sickle. Her expression was very indifferent. Indeed, I am about to leave. Galen laughed out loud once more. But the next second, his laughter became intermittent, as if forcefully lagged. But I can take you with me out of this universe, Isabel said indifferently with an uncaring expression. The place I'm going to is plagued with disaster. Adding one more twilight creature like you makes little difference. Galen suddenly fell silent. He seemed not to have predicted this possibility. Impossible, he quickly retorted. As long as I resist with all my strength, how could you possibly take me away? Isabel sneered coldly. You'll find out soon enough. Fool. The next second, she swung a punch into the void, and as Galen held in pain, she casually scooped to the left. Matthew felt a gentle power enveloping his entire body. In the blink of an eye, the two had left the shadow plane and arrived in the nearby interlayer of the astral world. Along with them, the dimension anchor was also swept out. Thank you. Matthew was about to express his gratitude. Isabel cut him off directly. Talk business. I was just bluffing Galen. I truly can't take him with me. Matthew was slightly taken aback. Isabel said indifferently. So as soon as I leave, they will retaliate against you and other spellcasters from the Alliance without any scruples. You have to be clear about this in your mind. Matthew nodded his head. He had anticipated this already. Besides Galen, the Patronus I endowed upon you might also take action against you. Isabel added. Do you remember what I told you earlier? If you fail to meet my conditions when the time comes, she will eliminate you. Of course, before then, she will protect you with all her might, but if she finds a flaw in you, she might also set verbal traps for you in secret, leading you in the wrong direction. My Patronus has always been a double-edged sword. I hope you can understand this. Matthew's expression turned serious. Isabel's Patronus had actually said something similar to him before. It was puzzling that her Patronus, being the incarnation of Isabel's spells, could have a will that conflicted with hers. I will not be overly credulous of others, Matthew concluded. That's for the best, Isabel earnestly admonished. When necessary, you can also try to remove my Patronus ahead of time. Carrying the Patronus of another spellcaster, you are always a little bird sheltered under the wings of someone else. Only when you completely stop relying on the strength of others, and protect what you want or value with your own power, that's when you can truly stand on your own. This is the spell for removing the Patronus. Be careful, my Patronus is very powerful, and you will face intense pressure from all sides when confronting her. Once you use this spell, she will be freed from its constraints and will relentlessly pursue you. Make sure you are truly strong enough, and then release her when the time is right. Matthew solemnly took the rune bestowed by Isabel. I'm about to leave, Isabel spoke in a low voice. If you can withstand the retaliation after I leave, then before I do, you can take the liberty to do something out of line. During this period, I will be right behind you. Of course, you can also choose to stay safe and secluded. It's all up to you. After saying this, she suddenly disappeared in front of Matthew. Matthew showed a pensive expression. Teacher. Is this an encouragement for me to create a ruckus before she leaves? Matthew didn't want to create trouble. But he truly felt a greater sense of urgency. Before Isabel left, he must advance to legendary status. Otherwise, just retaliations from the demons and monsters in the astral world would be enough trouble. But come to think of it, to advance to legendary status more perfectly, it wouldn't hurt to do something out of ordinary. At that moment, Matthew suddenly felt as though some wild element within him had been unleashed. Perhaps it was because he had the strong support of Ainder's most powerful spellcaster behind him. He felt as if his breathing itself became more confident. Immediately, Matthew retracted the dimension anchor back into Lost Paradise. After that, he didn't return directly to the Shadow Plane, but went back to the Shadow Mountain range once again. You dare to come back? Galen's voice was clearly filled with fear masked by ferocity. With his domain activated, Matthew landed nonchalantly on the mountain range. The next moment, he picked up the blood-colored tentacles and the strange bodily tissues that Isabel had severed before Galen's eyes. Incidentally, he also collected some rare magical plants that only grew deep in the Shadow Plane. After doing all this, Matthew left the place nonchalantly. And all the while, Galen did not utter another sound. Notification: you have picked up parts of Galen's body fragments. Warning: Twilight creature Galen's hatred points towards you have greatly increased. Disregarding these details, Matthew hurried back into the corridor, briefly summarizing the current situation to his companions, and then took them out of the Shadow Plane. Back on the spaceship, Matthew rushed without delay to the highest level. The next second, he dashed straight to the top of the crystal tower and grabbed the remains of the ancient death god. Chapter 1971, 564 King of Mimics. Chapter 1971, 564 King of Mimics. Matthew's body had just crossed into the crystal tower when the space around him suddenly underwent a violent distortion. But he didn't care about that. Clutching the remains of the ancient death god, he quickly opened up his negative energy domain to protect himself and used the power of Lost Paradise to stabilize the remains. As for the surrounding spatial turbulence, he hardly paid any attention. Soon, the lower half of the crystal tower changed from transparent to a cloudy purple hue, with a mass of small bumps and sharp barbs erupting from its purplish surface. It transformed in an instant from a tower into an enormous crystalline moth creature. SSSSSSSS. The crystalline moth creature let out a triumphant hiss. Black light poured out from its underside like a waterfall. In a breath, the black light turned into an irresistible black hole, swallowing both the moth itself and Matthew, who was in its belly, completely clean. Warning: you have been swallowed by the Crystal Lord. Tip: you've arrived at the evil spirit world's treasure chest plane. Within the body of the Crystal Lord, Matthew easily controlled the death god's remains and, with a seldom used shovel in hand, pried against the flesh wall within the Crystal Lord. SSSSSSSS. The Crystal Lord shuddered in pain. The mouth located at the back of its head opened violently, and then the creature swelled with a storm-like yellow mist from within. The yellow mist was so forceful it blasted Matthew, who was dragging the ancient death god's remains, right out of its body. Whoosh! Matthew, using the power of his domain, kept the yellow mist at bay. Then, he deftly activated a flying spell and hovered steadily in midair. The Crystal Lord suddenly arched its back, and then, unexpectedly, did not bother with Matthew and swiftly burrowed into the ground to escape. Matthew didn't make things difficult for it. Is this the treasure chest plane? He looked around. He discovered that the so-called treasure chest plane was actually built upon an extremely vast wilderness. The ground color of the wilderness was pitch black, covered with a thick layer of black moss studded with various metal ores. However, the most eye-catching sight was the seemingly endless skeletons of humans or other intelligent races on the wilderness. Next to each pile of remains, there were traces of mimic monster activity. Numerous adventurers had met their end here. This led to the wilderness being littered with various types of equipment, items, clothes, weapons, ornaments, documents, etc. Of course, most of them were rotted away. Only a very small part seemed like they might still have some value for reuse. But even though the chances of finding good items among these battle loots were low, you couldn't overlook the sheer volume. Matthew glanced over once and was able to ascertain. If he could take over the treasure chest plane, it would be enough to arm an army of over 300,000, equipped to a high standard. Such volume was already a very exaggerated figure on the Ander continent. This place looks like a super gigantic junkyard, a garbage collector's dream. Even though he was no longer poor, Matthew couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the sight of equipment and items discarded all over the place. But very soon, his small greed subsided quite a bit. Because he saw some mobile creatures in the distance. Matthew quickly approached. Then, he saw a group of humanoid bodies wandering aimlessly across the wilderness, their heads crowned with rotting treasure chests. At first, Matthew thought they were undead. But upon closer inspection, he realized these beings were still alive. They were simply forced to bear the curse of the treasure chests. Such strong greed and pain. These are a type of evil spirits, they've been forced into transformation, enduring endless torment here. Matthew's heart grew solemn. He glanced at the data panel. These creatures, meandering like the walking dead with treasure chests on their heads, were identified as treasure box wanderers. The name sounded fine. But only by understanding the existence of these beings could one realize the agony of their cursed lives. Do you think it was me who turned them into this? A faint voice floated from behind Matthew. That isn't the case. Their enthusiasm for treasure chests was touching, so I exerted just a little effort to help them fulfill their wishes. Now, they will never be parted from the treasure chests they are so passionate about. Isn't that a good thing? Of course. In fact, if they could let go of their inner greed, the treasure chests on their heads would naturally wither away, giving them a chance to regain their selves. Regrettably, all the intelligent beings I've seen have been unable to overcome the greed that festers in their souls. They are always chasing, always taking, without a care for the feelings of others or the environment. They consider themselves the spirit of all things, the lords of the universe, yet it's funny they can't even master their own hearts. So, it isn't me who shackled or cursed them. It's the greed inherent in intelligent beings that nourishes the treasure chests on their heads. Of course, I greatly enjoy all of this. Especially the thought of placing a treasure chest on the head of the legendary Matthew the Destroyer excites me beyond control, ha 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 ha. As the other was speaking, Matthew had already turned around to see his full figure. I never thought that the legendary king of mimics would actually be a mimic monster himself. Chapter 1972, 564 King of Mimics _2. Chapter 1972, 564 King of Mimics _2. Matthew looked at the rather mini-sized bronze treasure chest with a look of surprise on his face. Compared to others of its kind, the King of Mimics neither stood out in size nor aura. It just looked too ordinary. So ordinary that if tossed amongst a group of chests, adventurers would easily overlook it. Its bronze exterior seemed more like paint slathered on a wooden box, making it feel like the paint would chip off at the slightest touch. Were it not for Matthew sensing the unbelievable vitality and power of its domain, he would probably still be doubting its identity. I think you should be thankful for the greed of sentient beings. If people were to lose this desire called greed, you, as the king of mimics, wouldn't have the chance to appear in this world. Matthew said casually. The king of mimics affirmed. You're right. Greed is the nourishment for my growth and evolution, but that doesn't prevent me from despising their fate while I feed on their greed. In a sense, I'm even more greedy than they are. But as an evil spirit, I think double standards are our most basic good quality, don't you think? Matthew didn't bother to retort. His eyes roamed over the wilderness, showing the king of mimics his most greedy side. The latter did not take offense. Instead, it said cheerfully. It seems I haven't disappointed you here, that's good. I've heard your name from the mouths of countless mimic monsters. I know ordinary chests won't attract you, so I prepared a special gift for you. At first, I thought Beckman was just messing with me as usual, but I didn't expect you to really come. I truly am. Matthew suddenly interrupted him rudely. Do you have books on machinists here? The king of mimics was taken aback. Yet, he answered. Many. Mechanical, ground fire dragon and titans. Have you seen this book? Matthew asked bluntly. The king of mimics thought for a moment, then pointed with his tongue to the side. I've seen it, it's over there in the pile of books. Then it asked Matthew curiously. Do you know that all the actions you're taking now are digging your own grave? In this plane, once you can't restrain your inner greed, it's the same as opening the door to your heart and spirit wide to me. Look, a treasure chest is starting to grow on top of your head. Matthew tilted his head. He indeed felt a heavy weight. However, he wasn't flustered but continued to ask. Do you also have books or equipment that spellcasters, bards, priests, druids, and Child of the Rainforest can use? The king of mimics was astonished. It asked with a grin. Do you mean you want everything except a warrior's equipment? Matthew responded nonchalantly. I'll want the warriors too. The king of mimics laughed so hard it almost couldn't close its mouth. It pointed out the directions to exquisite equipment for each profession for Matthew. The next moment, it couldn't help but feel sentimentally. I've never met a customer as cooperative as you. I even feel a bit reluctant to put that heavy treasure chest on you. But the plain laws are as they are, I can't make an exception. So how about this, before you lose your sanity and completely turn into a treasure box wanderer, let me tell you my story. I was once just an ordinary treasure chest. The king of mimics was leisurely recounting its story. Meanwhile, Matthew had already started collecting various items in a great hurry. Secure the remains of the ancient death god first. Then dashing to the pile of items usable by machinists, narrowly avoiding a few small explosions, Matthew successfully found the book Bobo had coveted and then stuffed a few seemingly valuable tomes as well. After that, he quickly selected some pieces of equipment for his companions. No time to pick carefully. My head feels so heavy, so itchy, a treasure chest is about to grow. Matthew couldn't help but scratch the top of his head. Lo and behold, a handful of black moss came off. Had it not been for the resistance from his domain and the power of lost paradise, his head would have turned into a rotten treasure chest by now. Later, an evil priest concocted a legend, claiming that in the wilderness bathed in starlight, there was a bronze treasure chest. Whoever could find that treasure chest, could make a wish to the dragon, and any outrageous wish would come true. Driven by the legend, greedy humans flocked to that wilderness like moths to a flame. The king of mimics was still narrating its story. But Matthew said goodbye to it very politely. Hey, I have to go. The king of mimics paused. Go? Where do you want to go? He couldn't help but let out a chuckle. This is the evil spirit world. Everything you do is being recorded by the evil root. You've lost the ability to leave this place. If you're really not giving up, I won't stop you from trying to open the portal. Faced with the confident king of mimics, Matthew just smiled faintly and pointed to the treasure chest faintly taking shape above his head. You think you're right. But I'm a special case now, no one can stop me from leaving if I wish to. The king of mimics sneered, seemingly wanting to teach Matthew a lesson. But at that moment, a huge sickle appeared out of nowhere, cleaving a massive rift crack between the two. Farewell. Matthew greeted as he jumped into the rift, his figure quickly vanishing from sight. The king of mimics was dumbfounded watching the crack. A few seconds later, just as the rift was about to heal itself, he suddenly rushed forward, excitedly yelling into the depths of the rift. Is it you? Lady Isabel? I hear you're about to leave this universe, can you take me with you? I'm willing to be your workhorse. I can. Before he could finish, a powerful energy storm suddenly swept out from the rift. The storm pinned the king of mimics to the ground, his shell peeling off like paint from a wooden box. "You are not worthy." A voice came from within the storm. Then a high heel descended from the sky, crushing right through the body of the king of mimics. The latter let out a painful and miserable wail. After a long time, the high heel and the energy storm gradually dissipated. The king of mimics, dragging his battered body, walked out of the pit above the wilderness, looking pained at the place where the high heel had fallen. Suddenly he stretched out 7 or 8 abnormally long tongues. Slurp slurp. He feverishly licked up everything broken on the ground. "I'm not worthy. That destroyer isn't worthy either." Amid the frenetic licking, the king of mimics let out a low growl. In an instant, all the treasure box wanderers across the wilderness panicked and started to run. They collided and pushed each other, and it eventually escalated into a terribly tragic stampede. The entire evil spirit plane was emotionally charged. Faintly, a small branch peeked out where the rift had healed. The tip of the branch wriggled rapidly. Soon after, a ghostly silhouette appeared above the branch, then vanished into thin air. Warning: your actions in the evil spirit plane have been recorded by the evil root. If you descend upon the evil spirit plane or its related derivative planes in the future, the curses you received earlier will continue to take effect. You may turn into a treasure box wanderer within 3 minutes. The king of mimics' hatred points towards you have substantially increased. Let there be hatred. Matthew now had the resolution of one deeply in debt. In such chaotic times, slow development was no longer possible. Secure the gains first. Let's go. Time to divide the spoils. Under Isabel's escort, Matthew safely returned to the lower deck of the Universe spaceship. As soon as he landed, he planned to take his friends and scram. They had saved people, stolen, and looted on this trip. Their gains were substantial. It was time to wrap things up. But just then, a portal suddenly appeared at the top of the spaceship. A figure wielding a sword leaped out with force. Beckman came rushing over furiously, looking enraged. "You haven't left? And you stole my dimension anchor? Wait, you defeated Galen?" Chapter 1973, 565 Divine Sword's Might. Chapter 1973, 565 Divine Sword's Might. "No, you can't possibly defeat Galen. What in the world happened?" Facing the shocked and angry Beckman, Matthew responded calmly with a smile. "Want to know what exactly happened? Perhaps you should ask Galen." "Sorry, I'm not interested in going round in circles with you any longer." Beckman's voice was cold as iron. "Thinking of leaving with my dimension anchor? Damned thief, give back what belongs to me." In an instant, an exotic and awkward series of sounds burst from Beckman's throat. Within his own domain, thousands of phantom images appeared, floating in the air like marionettes, all chanting incantations that seemed to come from other worlds. That was the language of the Tong Luo god race. Matthew frowned slightly, about to use counterspell to stop the other party, but at that moment, he suddenly felt agitation from within Lost Paradise. The dimension anchor, which had been suppressed by the power of Lost Paradise, actually began to tremble slightly. How formidable! To be able to affect something inside Lost Paradise. Matthew's heart grew cold. This was the first time he encountered something that, even when thrown into Lost Paradise, could still resonate with the outside world. It showed how much potency of the Tong Luo god race was contained in the dimension anchor. "By the name of the Tong Luo Divine Sun, I summon your return," Beckman called out furiously. Matthew, of course, had no intention of complying with his wishes. He raised his hand to stop his companion who wanted to move, then focused his mental power, suppressing the increasingly turbulent dimension anchor with the founder authority. The standoff lasted a few seconds. Between Matthew and Beckman, a very narrow rift crack suddenly appeared, and the aura of the dimension anchor quickly poured out from it. The Tong Luo god power actually forced open the gates of Lost Paradise? This is not Beckman's strength. This is the power of the Tong Luo gods from far within other worlds. For the first time, Matthew realized the terrifying aspect of the Tong Luo god race. Perhaps even evil Queen Babasha might only be a minor character among the Tong Luo god race. Yet he was not panicked. He still had many means to deal with the current situation. However, before Matthew could take action, a portal suddenly appeared behind Beckman. Whoosh! Terrifying hellfire spewed out from the portal. And that chilling boning knife even slashed across Beckman's back before the flame engulfed his figure. Ah! Beckman, who was ambushed, couldn't help but let out a low cry. Even at the crucial moment, the Lord of Darkness still managed to transfer the damage from the assailant by relying on his powerful shadow domain. But his summoning of the dimension anchor was forcibly interrupted. Snap! Matthew easily suppressed the dimension anchor once more and effortlessly closed the gate of lost paradise. Thank you for your help. That strike was really crucial, Matthew sincerely said to Glacia, who was carrying a giant white cleaver and wearing the war armor of a fallen Valkyrie. A flicker of surprise crossed Glacia's face, but she quickly regained her composure. Idiot! Beckman scolded. Can't you see that our continued fighting will only allow this kid to keep profiting from us? Glacia's face darkened. Shut up. The next second, her shining white cleaver ruthlessly descended towards Matthew. Matthew was well prepared. He performed consecutive blinks to create enough distance. Then he chanted a short incantation, and with the amplifying effects from the domains of negative energy, death and erosion, the power of the incantation multiplied manifold. Undead, blade of master slaying. In a flash, a sickly green light enveloped Glacia's cleaver. Instantly, signs of wear and distortion appeared on it. Purification. The demoness of desire, experienced as she was, immediately purified the ensnared weapon. However, this was not purgatory. Glacia's purification did not take effect. Seconds later, to her astonishment, the cleaver leaped from her grasp into midair, followed quickly by. The cleaver started chasing Glacia around, hacking at her. Clang! Clang! Sizzle! That seemingly razor-sharp weapon repeatedly struck the armor of the fallen Valkyrie. Though it couldn't breach the armor, it sent vibrations that nearly made the demoness of desire vomit blood. And looking at the nicks and chips appearing on the blade, her heart probably ached even more. Tip, you've successfully instigated to defect the boning knife a pound of the demoness of desire using blade of master slaying. Knowledge, Purgatory Pound was one of the historical lords of the Nine Hells, once stood on equal footing with Barthur, Devil Lord Morgan, and other powerhouses, mysteriously died in Flying Insect Island while pursuing the unification of Purgatory. Your instigation elements have significantly improved. Your Tauran domain and authority have been mildly strengthened. The Blade of Master Slaying really fits the definition of instigation. Continue to research and use this spell, perhaps it could be fused together with instigation. The thought flashed by. Having temporarily resolved the trouble with Glacia, Matthew coolly dodged several attacks from Beckman. It had to be admitted. The power wielded by the divine sword in Beckman's hands was still terrifying. Every time he was targeted by the divine sword, Matthew felt a spine-chilling sensation, as if targeted by a star beast. Shall we try? With such a thought rising, Matthew decisively attempted. As he once again brushed past Beckman, a plainly unremarkable magic longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. Chapter 1974, 565 Divine Swords Might _2. Chapter 1974, 565 Divine Swords Might _2. Following closely, Matthew activated the Tauran domain, and shouted towards Beckman. Borrow it for a bit. Buzz buzz buzz. His magic sword emitted a mournful sound. Meanwhile, the Tong Luo god sword in Beckman's hand showed no response. Beckman sneered. Want the sword in my hands? You are the greediest spellcaster I've ever met. This divine sword, named Malakoti, can only be controlled by the Tong Luo god race. Even if you took it, you wouldn't be able to use it. Matthew, disbelieving, continued to shout. Borrow it for a bit. Rest forever in the shadows. Beckman raised Malakoti, his figure split into 8, attacking Matthew from various angles. In an instant, Matthew could hardly discern which was the real Tong Luo God sword or which was Beckman's true figure. Reason told him he should dodge the brunt for now. However, a strong impulse surged from deep within him. He clenched his magic sword and then closed his eyes. In a pitch-black perception, suddenly a light appeared. That was the Tong Luo God sword Malakoti. Borrow it for a bit. Malakoti. Matthew yelled the divine sword's name. Then, he dodged. But by then, it was too late. Beckman's sneering face appeared right before Matthew, their faces almost touching, the cold blade piercing into Matthew's body. Though he had promptly activated his undead body to evade the damage, he still felt the pain from the sword chi. Such a painful, magic sword? Matthew fully activated his flying spell. The two swiftly passed by each other. In that brief breath of time, Beckman's expression changed from ferociousness to surprise, then to confusion, and finally to shock and panic. Matthew looked down. Indeed, the sword piercing through his body was the decent quality magic sword he had just drawn. And the real Tong Luo God sword Malakoti was now firmly held in Matthew's hands. No. Why? Who exactly are you? Beckman completely lost his composure. That's my divine sword. In the nearby sky, Matthew tightly grasped the Tong Luo God sword, intensely feeling the emotions and energy surging within the blade. Those emotions were so complex, intertwined with joy, bliss, anger, affection, and some indescribable, unknown elements. No. A non-Tong Luo descendant can't possibly control Malakoti. Beckman threw away the magic sword and grasped at Matthew in the void. Come back. A pulling force emerged from the tip of the sword. Matthew quickly grasped Malakoti tighter. The divine sword struggled slightly before ignoring Beckman's call, and quietly stayed in Matthew's hand, just like an extraordinarily obedient kitten waiting for its owner's caress. Huh? Beckman was in disbelief. Still standing there, don't let him escape. Glacia came over, furious. She still hadn't dealt with the pound's bone-cutting knife that had been instigated to defect, now briefly wearing an invincible skill, braving the knife's assaults as she charged over. Clang clang clang. The bone-cutting knife hacked repeatedly on Glacia's forehead. The ensuing sound was crisp, loud, and rhythmic. Seeing Beckman and Glacia teaming up to confront him, Matthew knew it was about time to flee. However, the Tong Luo God sword in his hand was actually not easy to control. Although it superficially submitted to him, Matthew needed to spend a great deal of mental power and focus to control it. At the same time, he could feel more and more energy gathering towards the divine sword, that energy quite ferocious, somewhat akin to Yurkis's power of ashes. A sensation like it was about to explode arose. Matthew gripped the long sword, his mind unprecedentedly calm. Hibbert, teleportation pad. He murmured softly. Hibbert quickly spoke. Ready. The next moment, a golden glowing area appeared beside Hibbert. Everyone rushed toward that area. Matthew was no exception. How could Beckman and Glacia just watch them escape? They not only chased after them, but they also unleashed their most powerful abilities. Shadow Maze, Infinite Obstacles, Domain Ability / Beckman. Final Maze, Legendary Esoteric Spell / Glacia. The sky instantly darkened. A gigantic maze enveloped everyone within. The golden light beside Hibbert also became unstable due to the Demoness of Desire's final maze interference. There is no doubt about the Purgatory Lords, they indeed have incredible abilities to disrupt teleportation. Matthew muttered softly. Unfortunately, we were prepared. In a flash, Hibbert activated the time domain, and amid the surging golden light, a simple tower emerged. The floating magic lighthouse has been activated. We have established contact with the extreme north floating city. We are in luck. The chief mage is handling the connection, meaning that the Demoness of Desire's maze spell is rendered useless. Vivian operated on the tower, quickly providing a satisfying answer. The only problem is this shadow maze. It physically blocks the possibility of initiating teleportation. We need to reach the edge of the maze, or break the maze? Before Vivian could finish, Matthew had already raised his Tong Luo godsword high. Beckman and Glacia simultaneously stopped their approaching steps. Shock and amazement appeared on their faces. They felt the terrifying power emanating from the divine sword. The next second, Matthew stepped 1 foot into the time domain that gleamed with teleportation golden light. His other foot hovered outside. The Tong Luo god sword in his hand, like a volcano that had accumulated rage for billions of years, suddenly erupted at that moment. Goodbye. Matthew's soft whisper was quickly drowned out by the terrifying noise. The sword strike he exerted with all his might, carrying the hunger and rage of the Tong Luo gods from a desolate planet for billions of years, surged and flushed with the unknown energy of other worlds. That sword strike. Matthew could hardly tell if it was he who swung the sword, or the sword itself that carried him through the motion. He only felt a terrifying power bursting from the blade. In an instant, the shadow maze was cleaved open. The universe spaceship was slashed into two. The surface of the shadow core cracked immensely. Even the entire tearing plane was split in two. It hurts. Matthew silently filled his sword-holding right hand with negative energy, suppressing the urge to let go. The next second, he hid his whole body inside the golden light. Vivian and Hibbert together activated the magic lighthouse. The group escaped the collapsing tearing plane before the sky fell. In a few bewildering moments, the scenery in front of them finally became familiar. Matthew's highly tense nerves finally relaxed, and his heart grew more peaceful. In the data column, alert, you used the Tong Luo Divine Sword Malakoti to destroy the tearing plane, creating a mass of sword chi undercurrents in the shadow plane. It is expected that these sword chi undercurrents will continue to wander in the shadow plane for over 10 years, causing a large number of shadow creatures to die from accidental collisions. Your legend rating +3, Shadow Plane / Tong Luo Gods. After the collapse of the tearing plane, the nearby Purgatory Space, Star Realm plane also suffered a series of impacts. Civilizations living in the surrounding planes will have a high probability of catching the anomaly of you wielding the Tong Luo God Sword. Your legend rating +3, Star Realm. You have gained the new title Sword Holder. Sword Holder, no one knows why a mage wielding a divine sword can cause such apocalyptic damage. Because it is incomprehensible. It is even more revered. Alert, you have completed a task from the Purgatory Blood River. Would you like to accept the reward immediately? Chapter 1975, 566 Return and Dividing the Spoils. Chapter 1975, 566 Return and Dividing the Spoils. Matthew checked. The Blood River well was actually quite reliable, giving every reward promised without omission. The title Purgatory Honored Devil was conferred on Matthew the moment he successfully stole the Dimension Anchor, and became effective immediately after he escaped from the torn plane. From then on, whenever Matthew entered Purgatory, he would enjoy exceedingly high prestige in Devil society, such that even typical Purgatory lords would hesitate to confront him. After all, harming Matthew meant losing major points with the Blood River will. Such a scenario was unbearable for any ambitious devil, renowned for adhering to rules superficially while harboring grand ambitions in secret. Thus, this title was undeniably useful. Next comes a large amount of Purgatory-specific XP. This stuff is used to upgrade levels in all professions related to Purgatory. Matthew had no immediate use for tea. But, should he decide to take on another Purgatory profession one day, this XP would ensure he becomes an expert in that field in no time. Following that were the opportunities to acquire the evil root nature and enter the Purgatory Sea. Both these items had to be claimed in person after returning to Purgatory and making contact with the Blood River will. Matthew wasn't worried about the blood river while playing tricks. But he indeed had no plans to return to purgatory anytime soon. After all, there were more urgent matters. With this thought, he involuntarily looked down at his right hand, and got quite a shock. His right hand, filled with negative energy, had turned into a charred stump. The elbow area also showed significant burns and carbonization signs. Ouch, that hurts. The delayed onset of pain hit Matthew's nerves. He reacted swiftly, channeling more negative energy into his entire arm to alleviate the intense pain. But injecting negative energy was only a temporary fix. I should use a large amount of natural energy to heal my right hand, maybe even need a limb regeneration scroll. He silently assessed his injuries. Not bad. Quite optimistic. As long as body parts haven't entirely necrotized, it was no big deal for the current Matthew. Especially with top-tier priests like Camilla around. Just a powerful healing touch. In thought, Matthew quickly refocused on the divine sword Morikoti, nearly integrated with his charred right hand. The current state of the divine sword looked nearly the same as Matthew's right hand. Compared to its previous powerful display, Morikoti had even shortened significantly. Its blade featured numerous notches and rolled edges, its overall aura exuding a wilted vibe. All that abnormal energy, gone. Matthew mused. That nearly uncontrolled power was too fearsome, beyond something Matthew or even Beckman could handle. He suspected it was the wrath of Tong Luo gods. But the realm of Ander where they resided was too far away, and such a colossal power transfer would likely face delays. It just happened to catch that delay point. Matthew, thanks to the unreasonable power of the Tauran domain, managed to obtain the divine sword, thus resulting in that fluke. Maybe it was the power Beckman prayed for from the Tong Luo gods. Maybe, if I hadn't just stolen his sword, that strike might have been aimed at us, or towards purgatory. Matthew speculated. After all, Galen had been driven away by Isabel. If Beckman still wanted to implant the dimension anchor into the purgatory blood river, he must break through the dimensional limitations forcefully, tearing a huge gap between the torn plane and the purgatory world, then drop in the dimension anchor. But all these plans were completely disrupted by Matthew. Beckman not only lost the dimension anchor but even the Tong Luo god sword. This time I've made a big enemy. But why does it feel so exhilarating? Watching the Tong Luo god sword and dimension anchor suppressed in Lost Paradise, along with the recent influx of gifts from Glacia, Matthew's heart couldn't help but bloom with joy. The only regret was not stripping off Glacia's war armor. But no rush. There would be plenty of future confrontations. The moment Matthew set off to rob the treasure chest plane, he had been prepared for a fight to the end. One detail still puzzles me. If it was the power Beckman prayed for from the Tong Luo gods, why could I manage that sword? Although handling the power felt strenuous, the sword itself was very compliant. Was this because of the Tauran domain, or, as Kesha suggested, does my soul relate to the Tong Luo gods from before my crossing? This minor doubt lingered in Matthew's mind. But it didn't hinder him from happily escaping. After sending a message to the Devil Bouilly like, "Torn plane has collapsed, Glacia might come to aid at any moment," Matthew signaled Vivian to initiate the group teleport spell once more. They hurried directly to Rolling Stone City. 2 hours later. In the Undercity secret chamber of the erstwhile Liege's mansion of Rolling Stone City. The originally dim space was filled with countless candles and numerous bright light scrolls for illumination, making it brighter underground than the daylight above. In the central coffin of the chamber, the previous ceremonial field was removed, and amidst a series of stable, deep chanting, faint green lights continuously illuminated. Chapter 1976, 566 Return and Dividing the Spoils _2. Chapter 1976, 566 Return and Dividing the Spoils _2. At the same time, the lost lantern also emitted a relatively glaring pale blue light. The pale blue light scared off all the ghosts that wanted to cause trouble. A few minutes later, a muffled groan came from inside the coffin. Several men in the room excitedly gathered around the coffin lid. Rieger? Rieger? Is that you? Can you see us? Perhaps out of sheer excitement. Mr. Zeller's voice trembled into a crying tone. A weak voice came from the coffin. Hiss hiss hiss. Ah. Matthew also leaned in. Rieger's face was extremely pale, probably because he was not quite accustomed to the sensation of his soul returning to his body. His eyes looked very painful, as if he wanted to dodge away. It seems like he doesn't recognize us? Does he want to avoid us? Blake looked at Matthew with some urgency. After thinking for a moment, Matthew cast a vitality skill, and the next second, a fluent voice of complaints came from within the coffin. How many candles did you guys light up? My eyes are nearly blinded by the glare. Hearing this, everyone finally relaxed. Blake and Patton excitedly helped Rieger out of the coffin. The rest of the people in the room also greeted Rieger one by one. Welcome back. How do you feel? Take it slow. Amid the sound of cordial greetings, Rieger finally sat down on a comfortable recliner. He still looked a bit tired, but since everyone was present, he tried to liven up and joked with them. After greeting everyone, he finally turned to Matthew, who was smiling quietly to the side. Rieger grinned and stretched out a hand to Matthew, who quickly walked over, grabbed Rieger's cold, sturdy right hand, and the two hugged tightly. Thank you for not turning me into a zombie, my necromancer. He joked. Necromancers value usefulness, and you being alive is clearly more useful than being a zombie. Rieger, how does it feel to be reborn? Matthew asked. Rieger chuckled bitterly. It's not easy. Even a bit heavy. Matthew immediately laughed. That's right, that's the feeling of being alive. The two shared a moment of mutual laughter. Afterward, Camilla came to confirm Rieger's current condition. Overall, Rieger's corpse had been well preserved after the attack, so the damage was not severe. Both the soul copper coin from the Demoness of Desire and Matthew's Lost Paradise were top-tier divine artifacts, which maximally ensured the integrity of Rieger's soul. Ultimately, Matthew took action, using the lesser-known but very practical necromancy resurrection technique to re-inject the soul back into the body, assisted by Camilla's divine spell. Rieger's resurrection could be described as the most perfect kind. But life and death still remain one of the most challenging domains. During the examination, Matthew still found some potential issues. These might not pose a threat to Rieger's lifespan, but he might never again be the warrior who charges ahead like before. He silently noted these points, choosing not to mention them at this critical moment. After confirming Rieger's physical condition, Matthew shared the current situations of Sif and Xia with him. Throughout, Rieger remained very calm. Upon hearing about Sif and Xia, he was visibly delighted. Finally, Patton suddenly stepped forward, his expression a bit awkward as if he wanted to say something, but was preemptively interrupted by Rieger, who caught on to the hint. Son, I know what you want to say, but I have a better suggestion. Patton was slightly taken aback. I've roughly guessed what you've done, Matthew has also told me, and you've done well. Rieger spoke gently. To the public of Rolling Stone City, I'm already dead, so just let me be thoroughly dead. This experience has given me more insights into life, and I indeed have no interest in continuing to manage a city, let alone a kingdom. Afterwards, you will be the king of Rolling Stone Kingdom. I know you've always had grand ambitions, go for it, child, we will all be silently supporting you from behind. Patton's eyes were somewhat moist. He shook his head and said, but this isn't fair, even if you've lost interest in managing the kingdom, it should be Sif who inherits the throne. Especially now that there is also Xia. Rieger laughed helplessly. There's nothing fair or unfair about it, as long as you are willing, you too are a member of the Blood Robes family. Sif, Matthew, Xia, including Blake, and even myself, none of us are better suited to be king than you are. Just like you used to say, I am somewhat overly idealistic. If it were you, you would definitely do better. Patton gave a bitter smile. I was ignorant before, not sitting in this position, only knowing how to criticize coolly. Some things can only be understood after personally experiencing the difficulty of decision-making. Rieger showed a helpless expression and then spread his hands. That's your matter now. Don't be disheartened, come to me when you find it difficult, and I will make you understand one thing. Patton paused. What? With a blink, Rieger said. When it doesn't concern me, I can actually speak cooler words than you. Successfully rescuing Rieger and incidentally resolving the commission from the Blood River Will. Matthew managed to complete one of the two most important tasks before the planetary defense battle. He consulted with Mr. Zeller. Rieger would secretly recuperate in the territory of Rolling Stone Kingdom, and then he would head to Red and Black Kingdom to search for Sif and Little Xia Yi. After all, Red and Black Castle was a place where Rieger had lived as a child. Returning to his old haunts wasn't a bad thing. With the relationships between Rolling Stone Kingdom and Red and Black Kingdom improving, it is believed that the Blood Banner Queen Letitia would not be as aggressive as before. Considering security issues, Matthew even specifically sent Death Knight 47, the Dark Priest, and a group of Dark Warriors to act as Rieger's bodyguards, which also helped strengthen the security of Sif and Xia Yi. After settling Rieger's affairs, Matthew and everyone returned to the Sanctuary of Life and held a grand celebration feast. Of course, the celebration feast itself was not the point. The point was the division of loots after the feast. Matthew did not keep anything for himself. Besides the nearly 1 million gold coins initially raised for this operation, he also shared most of the items and artifacts scavenged from the Demoness of Desire and the King of Mimics with everyone. Bobo finally got her wish to obtain the book Machinists, Ground Fire Dragons, and Titans, along with a stack of Precious Machinists rare volumes. She was so excited she nearly set off a big firework right there. Fortunately, Lumiere, who was familiar with her style, stopped her in time. The rest also received a batch of valuable items. Especially the items Matthew got from the King of Mimics were selectively picked. Almost everyone received some rewarding returns. Furthermore, the 3 legendary rogues who made great contributions received additional rewards. Tyrese, who was also very helpful, and Vivian were very courteous. They only took one spell book that was very suitable for Little Goddess of Magic to use at this stage. They didn't take anything else. As for Lorraine, Camilla, and others, they all had their gains. Worth mentioning is, on returning to the Rolling Stone Kingdom to inventory their spoils, Matthew realized that Tyrese had somehow killed the Shadow Baron amidst the chaos. He chopped off the latter's head and killed him completely. This was definitely an unacceptable loss for Glacia, and it also gave Mrs. Wolf a direct opportunity to lift the ceiling. Matthew could only silently give old Ty a thumbs up. The Sword Saint of the Apocalypse's strength was indeed fierce. After the division of the spoils, everyone was still immersed in a joyous atmosphere. The Treants, Druids, Centaurs, and Fairies in the jungle all joined the festive atmosphere. But Matthew found a suitable moment to slip away. Alone, he walked away from the crowd. Strolling through the dense and cold forest, Matthew's heart regained tranquility. It's time to set up the undead domain. A gleam flashed in his eyes. The next second, his figure flew towards the silently descending Fear of Death graveyard in the sky. Chapter 1977, 567 Soul Evaporation. Chapter 1977, 567 Soul Evaporation. Fear of Death Graveyard. Inside a simple but familiar stone house, Matthew sat alone in the meditation room, sensing the sporadic disturbances in the air of the graveyard, where negative energy permeated the air. It was an atmosphere that comforted the necromancers. It also filled Matthew with a profound sense of coldness, familiarity, and warmth. Habitually, he consumed several bottles of mana potion and energy potion, but on the last bottle, Matthew changed his mind. Silently, he stood up, walked to the adjoining compartment, and hand-brewed himself a cup of coffee. As the bitter and full flavor reached his palate, his mind, as if by conditioned reflex, was invigorated. It was as if his thoughts had opened up a new world. The next moment, Matthew sat back down, casually picking up a white chalk to scribble symbols on the floor of the meditation room. These symbols had no inherent meaning. They were simply the lines that had flickered through Matthew's mind. Yet as he gradually spread out all the domains he mastered, each symbol seemed to come alive. In Matthew's spirit vision, they transformed into little figures with long legs and arms, leaping high from the ground and diving into their respective domains. At that moment, Matthew had this realization in his heart. Domain spiritualization. Spirituality is the symbol of wisdom creatures, and their privilege. Inanimate objects naturally lack spirituality. Once they are imbued with extra spirituality, they can become necromancers, golems, or various demons. Only the bodies of wisdom creatures are perfectly compatible with spirituality, thereby giving birth to souls, the advanced products with self-awareness. From this standpoint, spirituality is the most luxurious of commodities, the major difference that sets wise races apart from ordinary creations. A domain, in essence, is inanimate. It is an extension of the power of laws materialized into the physical realm. Within the known hierarchy of strength, aside from ancient gods, no other extraordinary powers can directly manipulate the power of law. The gods of the Heavenly Family Palace era could cover domains with their divine titles and divine personas, then indirectly maneuver the power of law with divine source of power and power of faith. While spellcasters have a much harder time. They can only leverage the power of law using the domain fruit condensed within the domains as a fulcrum, employing a myriad of thoughtful methods. Achieving this is no easy feat. One of the most important conditions is domain spiritualization. After spiritualization, the interaction of a spellcaster with his domain is no longer just passively reaping its amplification, controlling its power, exploring its spaces, these rigid and passive behaviors. More so, I can delve deeper into communication with the domain itself through the bridge of spirituality, indirectly grasping the power of law that lies hidden behind the domain. This also lays the foundation for condensing the domain fruit after reaching the legendary level. Matthew's gaze swiftly moved across the various domains. Death, necromancers, negative energy, erosion, graves, souls. All the subdomains he laid out, designated as undead domain, displayed signs of high spiritualization. The natural divine items domains, although not immediately benefiting. As long as Matthew could maintain the concentration of spirituality within the undead domain, the spiritualization of the related domains would naturally follow. If all domains were spiritualized, wouldn't I have the hope of condensing the fruits of all domains? Matthew indulged in the thought for a moment. He quickly put aside this additional joy. Domain spiritualization is indeed a significant gain, but for Matthew, who aspires to reach the pinnacle, it's at most an essential appetizer. His progress in the field of domains has been astoundingly fast, and his accumulation sufficient. Completing spiritualization now is only natural. Had it been earlier, he might have worried if his progress was too rapid, if there were any hidden dangers. But the current Matthew has already changed his mindset. Being an extraterrestrial visitor, entangled with death, sun god, Tong Luo gods in a complicated way, being extraordinary is the norm. He is already accustomed to swimming through domains like a fish in water. Rather than worrying, better to advance boldly. Previously, I have solidified 2 nodal keepsakes, the last one is also about ready. Upon this thought, Matthew opened Lost Paradise and arrived at the highest cosmic base rock. There, the outline of a shimmering giant tree had already appeared. The lower half of the giant tree was mostly clearly depicted, with the main trunk nearly complete, only the canopy at the top lacked some details. Aurora Tree. During his journey to Purgatory, Matthew did not delay the transcription of the Aurora Tree from the rootless river. With his round-the-clock efforts, he has condensed most of the Aurora Tree in his mind with the founder authority. Only a small portion remained to be filled. I need to make another trip to the rootless river. As he thought it, he did it. Without any hesitation, Matthew opened up the connection between Lost Paradise and the rootless river. Seconds later, His consciousness descended once more into that magical world filled with spectacular visions. Rootless River. Above the luminescent light bridge, endless auroras surged from below, like reverse-flowing waterfalls, vibrant and fervent, splitting into countless branches at the crown and gushing into different dark areas. Although it wasn't the first time he had beheld the aurora tree, Matthew was still just as awestruck. Chapter 1978, 567 Soul Evaporation _2. Chapter 1978, 567 Soul Evaporation _2. He felt a strong sense of fate in the aurora tree. Yet, what exactly was at the end of those numerous branches? Was it the place of reincarnation after the fusion of soul marks and spirituality? Or was it a place where everything returned to nothingness? Matthew, in the form of Raven, continuously flapped his wings, capturing everything he saw and felt into his spiritual space. After a long time, confirming he had engraved the remaining visage of the treetop in his mind, Matthew quickly flapped his wings, cautiously approaching near the light bridge. He didn't dare to get too close. The light bridge was the essence of the rootless river, possessing an unmatched attractive force. Once consciousness was absorbed into it, it might instantly cease to exist. In fact, even skirting the light bridge like Matthew was doing was extremely dangerous. Only those with sufficient mental power were qualified to do this. However, during the process, Matthew also felt some benefits from skirting. Although his mental power was rapidly drained at this moment, it intermittently and inexplicably increased slightly. This rate of growth wasn't inferior to when he devoured the spirituality in Giza's spiritual space. Initially, Matthew thought it was an illusion due to exhaustion. Being conservative, he even considered returning home, to rest a while before visiting again. But soon he realized that was not the case. I seem to have passively absorbed quite a bit of spirituality from the riverside. This spirituality originally belonged to the soul marks in the river. Wow, it's so intense. Realizing this, Matthew felt somewhat embarrassed. But he couldn't control it and had to slightly distance himself from the light bridge, then flew parallel to it and quietly observed the conditions above and below the light bridge. He was looking for riverbed sand. The sand from the riverbed of the rootless river was an extremely important material. Not only could it be used to create projections of the strong in the rootless river, but it could also be used in conjunction with a powerful spell in the magic matrix obtained from Camilla. Along the way, Matthew actually found quite a bit of riverbed sand. But those sands were too close to the light bridge. Matthew didn't dare to pick them up. After flying for a while, he finally found 3 pieces on a shallow bank far from the light bridge. This was already a harvest meeting Matthew's expectations. After forcibly flying for a while, he found another shallow bank scattered with 4 pieces of riverbed sand. By this time, Matthew's mental power was depleted. So, he decisively returned to Lost Paradise. 7 pieces of riverbed sand in total, it's beyond expectations. It's just a pity that I didn't encounter any talking creatures this time, it's a bit quiet. Among these thoughts, Matthew digested a bit of founder energy and replenished some of his mental power. Afterward, he began to replicate the last part of the aurora tree in Lost Paradise. The entire process was not difficult, just quite time-consuming and exhausting. It took another full 3 days for Matthew to present the entire aurora tree in Lost Paradise. During that period, he also experimented and improved the spell he learned from Camilla. Soul Destruction. This spell could directly destroy a creature's soul. The precondition was consuming a piece of riverbed sand from the rootless river. After Matthew's refinement, the spell not only evolved into a group spell but also merged with the spell Blood Evaporation that Matthew had mastered. Now it has become a brand new, powerful spell. Notice, you have created the spell Soul Evaporation. Soul Evaporation instantly conducts a soul determination for all enemies within 30 meters centered on oneself. If the exemption fails, the enemy's soul will directly evaporate on the spot. If they successfully resist, the opponent still needs to undergo 2 constitution determinations. Every failed exemption, half of the enemy's blood will evaporate on the spot. Note, if a piece of riverbed sand from the rootless river is consumed before each release, the power of this spell can directly obliterate any life below the soul strength of a heavenly mage. This is an extremely domineering spell. The only flaw is the spellcasting distance is relatively short compared to such high power. After all, a distance of 30 meters for an enemy of superior legend level is only a blink of an eye, let alone requiring a medium. Too many preparatory actions easily give it away. But for Matthew, it's already a good trump card. Even if the trick fails, using it for intimidation isn't bad either. Moreover, with his upcoming promotion to legendary, there is hope that the power of the spell will be further enhanced, and when enemies face him then, they'll likely hesitate to get too close. The Aurora tree has been fully reconstructed. Matthew did not rush to immediately place it within the undead domain. Instead, he took out the remains of the ancient death god and began to study them patiently. He thought about whether he could extract something from the body of the old death god to enhance the power of the domain. However, after studying for a long time, Matthew was somewhat disappointed. As expected, there was a reason King of Mimics was willing to use the remains of the ancient death god as bait. Matthew discovered everything valuable had already been removed from the remains. No divine fragments, no divine position domains, no divine artifact fragments, nothing. Even the bones that had been divinized had been thoroughly pilfered. Although the remains looked intact, Matthew knew that it was just an illusion formed by the divine reverse nourishment. The entire remains of the ancient death god. Other than an incredible amount of divine nature and some ordinary bones fixed by this divinity, nothing was left for Matthew. These divine natures are also submerged divinities that have merged with the remaining bones, impossible to be plundered, no wonder it has been preserved until now. Matthew felt somewhat emotional. His impression of the ancient death god was merely at the level of the absurd tale as told by Shanair. Regarding the broad-mindedness of the ancient death god, Matthew was somewhat impressed. Such broad-mindedness, once such a glorious existence, now only left with a skeleton that had been thoroughly plundered, including Matthew himself thinking whether he could scrape any benefits from it. The thought was quite sigh-inducing. I wonder if Death God Jaeger is also among those who plundered the remains of the ancient death god? Poor old death god when you think about it. Never mind, I can't take this divinity with me, I'll find a sarcophagus to bury it. With this thought, Matthew returned to the Fear of Death graveyard, chose a fine sarcophagus, and prepared to bury the remains of the ancient death god within. Additionally, he also planned to establish a cemetery in Lost Paradise. I was thinking that there was something missing in Lost Paradise. It turns out to be a cemetery. With this thought, Matthew immediately summoned several cosmic base rocks, piecing together an aerial graveyard. He placed the sarcophagus of the old death god there, and personally carved a gravestone for the old death god. This was his old profession after all. Matthew carved quickly and well. After placing the finished product on the ground and examining it carefully, even Matthew himself couldn't help but exclaim, "This is just too perfect. For my own gravestone in the future, I have to make it myself, I can't trust anyone else." After a moment, he placed the remains of the ancient death god into the sarcophagus. Then he dug a hole in the base rock, pushed the sarcophagus and gravestone into the hole, afterward filling it with some rubble, leaving only a narrow passageway, before preparing to leave. But at the moment Matthew had finished, a rustling sound suddenly came from the tomb. Following that, a gentle voice came from behind his ear. "I didn't expect there'd still be someone willing to bury me. Although it's a very boring custom, I still thank you for your kindness. By the way, young man, I see you have a bottle that seems pretty good. Would you be willing to share a little something from that bottle with me? I'll exchange it for my finest treasure." Matthew was startled. This was in Lost Paradise. By reason, he should be omniscient and omnipotent. What voice could come without him noticing? He sharply turned around, but found no one visible. At the edge of his sight, inside that silent tomb, a tiny green light now glowed. Matthew's pupils constricted. Then he clearly saw, the remains of the ancient death god quickly collapsed into dust. Following that, a rather familiar man walked out of the coffin. His body passed directly through the narrow path, smiling as he came in front of Matthew. "Oh, Olarin?" Matthew was greatly shocked. Chapter 1979, 568 Eternal Domain. Chapter 1979, 568 Eternal Domain. Matthew looked at the phantom of the man before him in surprise. At first glance, he almost looked exactly like the Lich Elder Olarin. But upon closer inspection, Matthew steadied his mind. There were some subtle differences, but not many. "Olarin? Is he your friend?" the ancient death god asked curiously. Matthew nodded. "Your Excellency bears a striking resemblance to him in appearance." The old death god smiled. "Could you tell me what kind of person he is?" Matthew hesitated for a moment. Usually, he would not discuss these matters with others, especially someone he just met. But now, he was in his own territory of lost paradise. The old death god also gave Matthew a very kind and peaceful feeling, like an old friend he had never met before. Although this feeling was strange, Matthew was still willing to follow his intuition. So he briefly described Olarin's situation. After listening, the old death god showed an amused expression. "A lich that only knows various types of fireball? Hee, sounds interesting." Matthew tentatively asked. "Do you really have no connection with my friend Olarin?" The old death god replied. "Perhaps. But discussing such matters without considering time and space is meaningless. My true self has already transcended and no longer wanders as a low-dimensional being like I used to. I passed my last spiritual imprints to Jaeger. It seems he chose to place it into the rootless river, and thus an alternative life was born. He is probably your friend Olarin. You just mentioned, Olarin's uniqueness came from a sacrificial meeting with Jaeger. This indicates Jaeger has other arrangements for him." Hee. "I see you carrying many things you shouldn't bear. Be careful, those responsibilities that aren't yours might destroy you at some point." Matthew was startled by these words. In fact, it was not just the old death god, the plague daughter Kesha, and the guardian of the Lake of Destiny had told him similar things. Jaeger is a very selfish character, and very smart. If one day you stand against him, remember to capitalize on these two traits. The old death god reminded with a smile. "Of course, don't be too anxious, your identity is so significant to the Ander multiverse. I see more than one betting on you, including even the void. It can almost be considered one of the few high-dimensional conduits the Ander can reach, yet those giant beasts are still so insatiable. The weaker among them are one thing, but the three magnates led by the heavenly dragon have the capacity to ascend directly, yet they prefer to reap the few remaining fire seeds of the multiverse. Whether humans or giant beasts, excessive greed will eventually lead to backlash. You just need to keep moving forward following your original intention, and when you're tired one day, remember to shed some burdens. What remains is what's truly precious." Matthew could feel the sincerity in the old death god's tone. He couldn't help but ask. "So, did you pass the authority of death to Jaeger in pursuit of transcendence?" But the old death god simply shook his head. "No. I never really sought transcendence, because I am a transcendent being. I am not from your dimension, I only wandered into this low-dimensional Ander universe by chance. There are secrets above dimensionality I regretfully cannot reveal. But when I gave up the place of death to Jaeger, it was purely out of boredom. What I was seeking was the antithesis of transcendence. Destruction." Matthew quietly pondered. "Because you had too much and could not pursue upward, you chose destruction?" The old death god chuckled. "Pretty much. Any unchanging nature is wearisome to an active individual consciousness, and when that unchanging nature settles on oneself, such existence can simply be described as disastrous. You must understand, change is the key to an individual consciousness's desire to maintain itself. And at that time I had been trapped in an unchanging cage for too long. I craved liberation, and destruction was the only way out." Jaeger was merely a tool for me to achieve my goals. Matthew nodded slightly. After communicating with so many pinnacle existences, he fully understood the old death god's sentiments. It's like the loss of control, self-destruction, these elements also written deep within human bloodlines. Once you reach the pinnacle, these elements are constantly being realized. Essentially, it's the craving for change. The dilemma faced by the old death god is actually a super-enhanced version of the long-lived species. I've said too many irrelevant things. The old death god laughed again. Back to the original topic, would you like to make a trade with me? Matthew agreed readily. Of course. He took out Matthew's bottle directly. How much do you need? The old death god spoke gently. Just a little bit. You may not realize the value of these things. According to the Ander, they are truly high-energy high-dimensional substances. The awkward part is, the real transcendence cannot collect them in higher dimensions. I guess they only periodically permeate down from higher dimensions. This little bit is precious to many transcendents, so next time you do trade with someone else, remember to negotiate. Chapter 1980, 568 Eternal Domain _2. Chapter 1980, 568 Eternal Domain _2. The old death god rambled on for quite a while. He also talked about the nature and usage of these high-energy high-dimensional materials. Regrettably, although Matthew could understand some of what was said, it seemed as if a thick mosaic had blurred the information, making it impossible to visualize and comprehend in his mind. All he could do was forcibly memorize it deep in his mind. Despite talking so much, the materials that the old death god took weren't much, only about a third of what Matthew encountered in the world of the rootless river with that crow. Matthew wanted to give more, but the old death god waved his hand, refusing. For someone who is already dead, all this is already enough. The old death god's words left Matthew somewhat perplexed. However, the next sentence made Matthew's spirits surge. Now go to the tomb chamber, open that sarcophagus. What's inside the coffin is a little trinket that I have brought for the trade. I must warn you, before you touch that little trinket, you need to be mentally prepared. Once you are affected by it, you might never be able to get rid of it. While he spoke, the figure of the old death god gradually faded, seeming about to leave. Matthew quickly asked, "What did you leave in the coffin?" "Something that Jaeger cares a lot about." The old death god smiled and disappeared completely. Matthew looked around and used the authority of the lost paradise to confirm that the old death god had indeed left. Then he hesitantly entered the tomb chamber. He opened the sarcophagus. He didn't see the remains from before. He only saw a fist-sized silver sphere. The surface of the sphere was extremely smooth. At first glance it appeared to be made of silver. Matthew instinctively reached out with his hand, and the surge of information within his insight made his movement halt. Warning, you have discovered the Eternal Domain's sublimation fruit. Once consumed, you will automatically become the master of the Eternal Domain, obtaining true eternal life and the corresponding authority. At the same time, your fate will also be highly bonded with the Ander universe. Eternal Domain. Matthew instantly understood why the old death god said this was something Jaeger cared a lot about. This was beyond caring. This could possibly be the domain he wanted the most. Matthew had some knowledge of the Eternal Domain and knew that it was one of the few primordial domains born at the dawn of the universe, only available to the formidable beings when the universe was first birthed. The presence of this domain in Ander was very minimal, with only some rumors from the Dark Age, which suggest that it was controlled by the light and dark twin ancient gods. However, after the fall of the twin paradise, the Eternal Domain has always kept all those trying to visit at arm's length. Even during the Age of Enlightenment. At the most splendid times of the gods of the heavenly palace, even they did not touch eternity. It was said that the god of luck, who was too desperate to touch time and eternity, and unable to successfully enter, chose a radical alternative, which was to devour the original mad second hand, Turing. This illustrates the mystery and strength of the Eternal Domain. Matthew's hands began to tremble. He knew that once he acquired the Eternal Domain, his strength would definitely undergo a new leap. He could also clearly sense that what was missing in his domain ecosystem was a supercore like the eternal domain. The trait offered by the old death god was exactly what he needed most at the moment. However, the previous descriptions about eternity by the old death god still echoed in his ears. This sublimation fruit in front of him. It meant power. But it also meant restrictions. Am I overthinking this? Matthew suddenly chuckled at himself. It's ludicrous to consider transcendence before even reaching the pinnacle. Only a truly eternal and undying being has the madness and eligibility to contemplate self-destruction. Just as the short-lived species can't comprehend the suffering of the long-lived species. How can I break the curse of eternity without stepping into it first? As for being highly bonded with Ainder, Matthew only briefly pondered whether he could cut ties with all his experiences over the years, and then he had his answer in his heart. Let the bonding be. Although Ainder always has its peculiar and bizarre sights. But I love Ainder. With that thought, Matthew grasped the silver fruit and then, with a sense of ceremony, placed it into his mouth. The fruit melted as soon as it entered. There was no grand surge. No process of pain or exhilaration. Just in an instant, Matthew grasped part of the true essence of the eternal domain. Notice, you have become the master of the eternal domain. You have gained the following abilities related to the domain. 1. Immortality within the domain. Within the domain, you are immortal, until the destruction of the universe. 2. Life granting. You can grant a portion of your own life to a certain number of units, and since your lifespan is infinite, such granting will not affect your own status. 3. Revival of divine artifacts. You can revive any item to its peak condition and keep it in that state indefinitely/usable once every 100 years. 4. Creation of clan. You can create your own clan within the eternal domain. 5. Worship of the immortals. All long-lived species naturally hold awe and respect for you. 6. Creation of divine artifacts. You can condense your abilities and spells into a divine artifact or semi-divine weapon, which can then be used directly by any bearer who meets your criteria/condensable once every 30 years. 7. Explorer of origins. You will have one opportunity to trace back to the origin of the universe. 8. Witness of destruction. You are destined to survive until the day of the universe's destruction. 9. Super durability. Using the domain's ability, you can enchant scrolls, weapons, or armor, or other items. After being enchanted, these items will gain an extra 3 to 9 uses. Meaning a scroll can be used and then returned to its original state. 10. Peak form. The first 3 times you open the eternal domain each day, your body will instantly return to its peak form. At the same time, bathed in this peak form, all your spells and physical attacks will have more than 3 times the power of their regular state. The authority of the eternal domain is being nurtured. This stream of information made Matthew's head spin. Good Lord. In one breath, he gained 10 domain abilities. And with the nurturing of the domain's authority, Matthew could visibly gain even more domain abilities. This is not the key point. The power of domain of the eternal realm is very high. It should be capable of suppressing and controlling other domains. Matthew's heart was bursting with excitement. Initially, he had planned to use the equilibrium domain to suppress the others. Later on, he found that while the equilibrium domain was perfectly balanced, it lacked prestige. The solution he came up with afterward was to use the self-created Tauran domain to act in the role of suppression. At the moment, this seemed barely feasible. After all, the Tauran domain had been completely altered by Golden Lion Barton, and it had already begun to encompass elements like plunder. According to his original plan, he was going to integrate violent domains like conquest, war, and destruction into the Tauran domain. Only by doing so could he perfectly control all domains from a higher level. But now things were different. Matthew had acquired the eternal domain with a very high power of domain. With the power of eternity, command life and death. With the power of plunder, break through all decay and ruin. With the power of equilibrium, harmonize all things. Thus, His domain ecosystem had reached perfect balance. So, come on, last undead domain. Filled with excitement, Matthew placed the Aurora tree within the undead domain. In an instant, the entire undead domain was illuminated. The subordinate domains belonging to the undead also burst into resplendent light. That was countless spirits calling out for the arrival of a higher domain. Is it done? That easy? In just a short 10 seconds or so, Matthew was delighted to see that the undead domain had been recognized by Ainder's will, and it successfully integrated the domains he had originally planned. At the same time, the eternal domain also began to intercede in the work between domains. Following Matthew's plan, the eternal domain resided at the top, the Tauren in the middle, the equilibrium at the bottom. To the left nature, to the right the undead. All the major subordinate domains settled within. A dynamic and harmonious domain ecosystem was thus established. But at that moment, Matthew's vision suddenly blurred. He was surprised to find the font in the data panel within his field of vision seemed to be flying out of his eye sockets.